Faster Reacting Toys. Written by Anthony R. Wilborn. 8th Audiobook Edition. This book is a work of fiction. All characters, locales, and events contained herein are products of the author's imagination. Any resemblance or reference to an actual person, property, locale, or so forth, either existing or not, is strictly coincidental if not confidential. Dedicated to David 1. If wisdom were a sort of thing that could flow out of the one who is fuller into him who is emptier, I set a great value on sitting next to you. Symposium, Plato, 1925. Heaven is a house, hell the earth, and life a dream. Which do you choose? Anthony Wilborn, 2020. 306 Pseudopods Sold. Having opened a new tab, Dane Freitag clicked on a shortcut in his browser's menu bar. The link directed him to his YouTube channel that bore, among other things, a fetching banner and video object, which was flanked by a bold title, minuscule view count, and description whose two hyperlinks barely made the cut of the read more tag. His most recent upload played automatically. He saw himself sitting in the exact same chair, looking into the exact same screen and talking into a sleek condenser microphone which peered into frame. Much of the video's audio was overtaken by that of another video playing in a different tab. In his video, Dane discussed his 1-year anniversary at work, the extra half-hour he and his co-workers received to partake in a buffet during their 30-minute lunch breaks, and his indecision to stay with the company. Dane already knew that the content wasn't great. It had all the makings of almost all his competitors' videos, right down to the obvious cuts within monologues. If his monitor had eyes, it would have seen a tired, defeated man gazing into the reflection of another being. A person he had seen hundreds of times. A hack. Dane woke up sometime before noon. His favorite radio station, 96.9 Voss FM, sang Unwell by Matchbox 20. The digits of the clock radio yielded a fleeting smile. He had managed to get a whole 6 hours of sleep, not the usual 4 or even 3 as in previous mornings. He stumbled to the bathroom outside his room, clumsily switched on the lights, and entered the shower stall, soaking his body for approximately 20 minutes. Dane had been working from 6 p.m. to 4:30 a.m. since starting his job. He typically arrived home at about 5 in the morning and passed out shortly thereafter. Dane didn't like the harsh schedule, but where else could he have gotten a 3-day weekend to follow his dreams? At about 1 p.m., Dane rushed upstairs, grabbed some creamed coffee and toaster strudel, promptly returned to his room, and opened Twitter. He glimpsed the hashtags in the Trends for You card, hoping to find something he could mention in his next video. Hashtag Funimation. Hashtag Positive Twitter Day. Hashtag Gun Range Fire. None of the topics particularly interested him, so he perused his feed, intermittently viewing people's profiles. Everything focused on something somebody else had already covered in some way. An hour later, Dane visited YouTube. If he couldn't find anything relevant, he could at least kill some time watching videos. Several videos pertaining to the Me Too movement had appeared on his homepage lately. Today, he watched a couple of homemade critiques about the allegations of 2 men who claimed they were, as children, groomed and abused by Michael Jackson. They recounted their tales in a recent documentary titled Leaving Neverland. While perusing the recommended viewing pane, he, for no discernible reason, clicked on another video. In it, an elderly former actress sat before an audience and shared her story of unbridled manipulation by Alfred Hitchcock. He barely kept focus, using a second tab to visit a different website every few minutes. "This is like network TV," Dane said. "The same stuff over and over again." After the video had played for 15 minutes, Dane entered Biblical Contradictions into YouTube's search field and hit enter on his keyboard. The first page of results displayed a list of mostly non-custom thumbnails, which linked to interviews, discussions, and list videos. After another 15 minutes, he searched gig economy issues. Although he received the same kind of content, these videos focused on matters slightly more interesting. He clicked on a link titled The Sobering Reality of Uber in America. Almost as a tease, a young stylishly clad millennial announced, "Hi. My name's Jason. I'm a photographer and cinematographer, and I build my website with Wix. Check it out." Dane impatiently, repeatedly, clicked the skip ad button and after its clock reached 5 seconds, initiated the video. It seemed that many workers had grown tired of Uber and other such companies cutting their rates, deactivating their accounts, and pushing the app's operational expenses onto them. He also typed challenge videos in the field, but didn't initiate a search. His interest in the content was superficial. Dane had no insight into the subjects. He didn't care for religion, lacked the experience to discuss gig work. Even if he had the experience, he wouldn't have wanted to become a mouthpiece for that community, and considered challenge videos inane and childish. At about 3:30, Dane watched a few movie reviews. This was a subject he had looked into before. At one time, he considered becoming the Nestor Nosto for films of his generation. Nestor Nosto not only pioneered the subgenre of internet movie reviews, but also inspired scores of unsuccessful filmmakers, comedians and critics to leave their day jobs, produce internet series and get paid in the process. But that trend ran its course. It became the thing to do when there wasn't anything else to do. Now it was about criticizing Nestor Nosto and breaking the bonds of victimhood. Relatively unknown content producers were ranting about the internet personality's decision to forsake his creative followers for excess money, inferior content and product placements. Like Me Too, former associates had unveiled certain indiscretions within the company he created. While watching a review of The Lion King 2019, Dane said, "Over 1 million views and subscribers? Please. I wonder how popular he'd be if he published something truly original. Something unknown." He could hardly look at the producer. As the Lion King video played in the first tab, Dane opened his YouTube studio. The screen presented a loading graphic and then an assortment of cards that had flown into place. Each card revealed a unique set of content. Collectively, they ranged from news to metrics. The channel analytics card caught his attention first. His channel had only 700 subscribers, about 0.5% of the population of Clery, a valley town. In the last 28 days, he had no subscriptions and a watch time of 48,234 minutes, which basically meant that only 40% of his subscribers, if they were indeed subscribers, watched at least 2/3 of his videos' lengths. Dane wasn't eligible for video monetization, but he didn't care. Even if he met the minimum subscriber count YouTube required, only a select, dare I say chosen few actually made money as content producers while publishing their own stuff. The data that hurt the most, though, was the views. He had only 300. Around unnice 300. Dane looked lost. "Don't forget to like, comment and subscribe," Nestor Nosto demanded from behind the second tab. "If another person asks me to do that, I think I'll give them a dislike or bad comment." While in high school, during his sophomore year, Dane took a TV and video production class. It was an 18-week course that contained 4 phases in which students learned and practiced scripting, shooting and editing with tools like a vision switcher, EFP cameras and computer applications. The 4th phase entailed the production of an actual newscast. This is where Dane discovered nonlinear editing, audio manipulation, and file compression. He also discovered the power of passion. The studio environment was fast-paced, unpredictable, and invigorating. There were a few prima donnas, but everybody was on board to make their class the best it could be, proving that age wasn't a handicap for drive. Dane's introduction to the world of radio occurred when he was 12 years old. He had contracted the chicken pox. Initially, the experience was marginally dull. Aside from enduring the burden of numerous itchy red sores, he got to skip school, stay in bed and watch TV. When the itching intensified, he tried to occupy his mind by playing video games. On day 3 of his staycation, a cold front swept Clery. The melting snow froze, pushing many trees and electrical distribution cables down to the ground. The Freitags weren't prepared for the inconvenience. Without the electric furnace, they had to depend on the fireplace, which couldn't heat the whole house. On day 7, Dane acquired a cold and a few days later bronchitis. He thought the virus had come from the chilled air, but it actually came from his younger brother Connor, who was sick a week prior. With the power out, Dane turned to a battery-powered radio in the form of a shrunken stereo. The routine of rest, chicken soup, binge-watching, some games, more soup and more rest had gotten old. The radio transmitters, as it turned out, weren't affected by the adverse weather. Over the course of 2 weeks, Dane grew intrigued by this new medium. Although he had heard snippets of the FM stations before, the AM ones, of which he never heard, offered a different perspective. The voices were modest yet authoritative, the topics unpopular yet important, and the advertisements local yet objective. In a sense, an AM radio program was like an audiobook. Because it used words to convey information, a listener had to use their imagination to not only receive the message but also construct it into something sensible. There was also a community aspect, a flavor that was similar to the public access shows he encountered from time to time. Hosts interviewed listeners and vice versa, unrehearsed and unscripted. The medium seemed geared to the free transmission of ideas, a phenomenon for which the internet was once known. Dane tried to reinvent the experience from his current bedroom. It served as a production studio for his community-centric talk show and vlog, which he titled Freewave. Freechan was already taken. He used a portion of the space to interview locals, none of which were celebrities, and discuss matters that concerned the citizens of Clery. Occasionally, if she happened to be at home, Kelly, one of his roommates, played hostess. She treated guests to homemade cookies, cheese, or sparkling water before the crew moved to the makeshift studio. If Dane didn't find anybody, he invited his best friend Paolo to sit in a chair opposite and act as co-host/interviewee. If the prospective interviewee wanted to meet someplace else, Dane conducted the interview outside of the house, with Paolo capturing the event via a Sony HD prosumer camcorder, which Dane taught Paolo to use. Whether Dane completed one interview or several in a week, he always published at least one, using additional recordings as future or bonus content. The finished videos went straight to YouTube, while edited audio-only versions went to Stitcher, SoundCloud, iTunes, and his radio.co station, which also played Voss FM-styled music of his choice and advertisements paid by locals. Dane's bedroom was formerly the basement or bottom floor of the house in which he lived. Kelly and his other roommate Tanner occupied the 2 bedrooms upstairs, where the living room, kitchen, first bathroom, and terrace lay. Everything in the downstairs room was strategically placed. A mattress and box spring lay atop a queen-size iron frame in the back, which stood lengthwise beneath a long rectangular window. Dane covered the window with thick black mat boards on days he recorded his show. To the room's right lay 3 club chairs, glass top table, and his mother's contribution of a Persian rug. A banner bearing his show's title/logo and tagline hung behind the furnishings, while 3 130-watt Fresnel lanterns mounted on light stands stood beside them. This was where he held his interviews. To the room's left lay an old couch, closet, and shelves that held pictures, papers, lighting gels, a canister of clothespins, and camcorder. A door, which led to a staircase, the second bathroom and garage, lay no more than 10 feet to the front. A computer desk, slider door, and dresser, equipped with a widescreen TV and soundbar whose speakers and subwoofer were optimally distributed around the room, lay perpendicular to the bedroom door. Like the window, he would cover the slider with a blanket. The desk was his workstation, where he recorded his monologues, uploaded, edited, and published his videos, and used the internet. Tanner, who was the house's only lessee, offered the basement to Dane as a way to meet his living expenses. Within the past decade, a fulfillment center, several outsourcing and staffing companies, and many shops and restaurants opened in Clery, which ushered an influx of transplants. As if overnight, new apartment homes and modern housing developments sprang from fields and empty lots. To keep up with increased property values, many landlords, including the owner of Dane, Kelly, and Tanner's house, increased their rental rates. Many tenants who lived in apartments in or near the town's center took on roommates or moved into older houses. Tanner moved into the owner's house 3 years ago. Kelly moved in a year later. The owner agreed to sell Tanner her house after 4 years. Dane had been living with Tanner and Kelly for 1 year now, paying only $350 per month plus utilities and internet. He liked the house because it contained several things that an apartment didn't, such as a private driveway, spacious backyard, and peaceful setting. He didn't have to worry so much about a person hitting his truck overnight or stealing his packages. Dane and his clan could use the backyard to grill burgers, roast marshmallows, or play volleyball. Plus, he wasn't forced to pay for facilities he rarely used, such as a weight room or sauna. Most importantly, he could save money to meet his financial goals. He had been trying, and mostly succeeding, to save money since graduating from high school, despite the cost of running his enterprise. He had plans to leave YouTube and start his own brick-and-mortar FM radio station that would revolutionize the medium, using his small, established audience to muster more followers. Maybe he would get Paolo and his other friends, Scott and Jessica, to fill various roles. Maybe he would even resurrect the forgotten radio play. Clery, he assumed, had no shortage of inspiring actors or creative writers. Maybe I should just break down and start doing videos shirtless. Dane's eyes roamed to the clock in his monitor's taskbar, and he realized that it was almost 5 p.m. Time to go to work. In a lethargic, mechanical fashion, he lifted himself from the task chair and sauntered to the closet. He scanned his shirts several times before selecting a white t-shirt with red tape on the sleeves and neckline, despite the presence of several newer decorative ones hanging in the forefront. The cargo shorts he selected were the same ones he wore yesterday. They were a little wrinkled, but presentable enough to pass as clean. He tossed the clothing onto the coffee table. In a slower progression, he stripped his body of the check pajama bottoms and tank top he had worn since awakening, and threw the garments onto a thin teal carpet. He slumped into one of the club chairs, rolled a fresh pair of socks over his feet, and secured them with 2 high tops whose midsoles had started to tear from the sides. He put the shorts and shirt on last. Moving twice as slow as he had initially, Dane finished this routine by shutting down his computer, pulling his cell phone from a charge cable, closing the blinds and locking his bedroom door with a ruby-colored key, leaving his dishes behind. Kelly and Tanner didn't notice Dane entering the living room. They didn't even hear the increasingly audible stomping that had ascended the staircase. Their faces lay fixedly on their phones. Dane paused for a moment upon reaching the top-floor banister. His hair was untidy but not ugly. His mouth, almost imperceptibly, quivered as if he wanted to say something but didn't. Nonetheless, he entered the kitchen via an entryway, grabbed a prepared lunch from the refrigerator, and easily leaned against the width of an aperture which lay to the entryway's left. Like the wall that enclosed Dane's bedroom, the aperture was an addition to the house's original layout. The living room possessed a bright, dreamy quality. Quite the contrast to my dark room downstairs. In reality, though, this room was no brighter than Dane's. The absence of the lamp's artificial light accentuated the afternoon sun's rays, revealing an array of glowing hard-edged bars that varied in size and intensity. His roommates didn't appear as dreamy. Their eyes rolled like dark marbles against empty cups. Their thumbs like robotic arms from an assembly line. Are they still mad at me? About a week ago, at around the same time, Dane got into an argument with Tanner over stolen property. Some days before, a man contacted Dane on Facebook and asked to appear on his talk show. He had claimed to have seen one of Dane's episodes and wanted to share his story of escaping the world of homelessness and entering that of Clery's lower middle class. Dane agreed, thinking it could open a dialogue about attitudes toward the town's growth. On the day before the argument, the man came to Dane's house. Through a series of amateurish, uninformed questions, the man explained that, within only a year, he secured a job as a delivery driver and was promoted to operations manager. Before then, he slept in empty buildings and panhandled to a bevy of mostly disaffected faces that received him as a nuisance or nothing at all. Dane was touched but naive. If he had been wise enough to check the man's references, identify the signs of a meth user, or even ask him how he became homeless, he wouldn't have accepted his offer. In the past, he always supervised his interviewees, never turning his back on them, but on this occasion, he left the trustful man alone in his studio while he used the bathroom. The operations manager was actually an unemployed drug abuser who, after sneaking into the garage, stole an $800 gold watch that Tanner had mistakenly left behind. When Dane resurfaced, the man was gone. "From now on," Tanner shouted in a tone Dane hadn't heard before, "I don't want any strangers in my house without my permission." Tanner valued time. The watch was symbolic of the status he had earned as an accomplished, responsible hotel manager who, like the fictitious operations manager, started at the bottom. Dane's problem was more complicated. His roommates both worked 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, while he worked nights Sunday through Wednesday. If he agreed to Tanner's ultimatum, he would probably have to change his shooting to Saturday afternoons or Thursday or Friday evenings. There were still Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, but those wouldn't leave him much time to wake up and prepare for work. Saturdays could work, Dane muttered, but he would probably have to conduct more interviews outside of the home. "Have you thought about renting a space in town?" Kelly said sympathetically. "Yes, I'd like to, but the only ones big enough are at least $500 a month." $500, that would drain his savings in a hurry. "Well," Tanner said, still angry, "what about a job at a station? You could make more money, work days, and probably make a few connections." Despite his unfavorable opinion on corporations, Dane liked the idea. He considered it many times, and unbeknown to his roommates, submitted resumes and applications. It was the only career alternative he would accept. A quality job could lift him out from the pit of online publishing to the realm of respected, universally recognized radio distribution, except every radio position I've applied for requires a bachelor's degree. The ones that didn't appeared online, and seldom gave responses. "What about financial aid?" Kelly suggested. That was easy for her to say. She came from a lower-class family whose EFC, expected family contribution, was often zero. As a result, she got the full ride to total academia, but settled on a paralegal certificate. Dane's EFC was considerably higher. The one time he inquired about financial aid, the advisor told him that, because of his parents' middle-class income, he or they would have to pay for approximately 90% of the tuition, lab fees, and books. After the Freitags heard about this, they offered to contribute $1,000 per quarter. Mr. Freitag had been laid off from his job a year prior, and the family was living off of his wife's income, unemployment compensation, and the savings that were meant for the children's education. Dane respectfully declined. Because Forsyth's School of Journalism and Media Production didn't offer online or flexible classes, he would have needed to resort to part-time work, which wouldn't have given him enough on which to live outside of his parents' house. Even if he had stayed home, he would only have a couple $100 left to spend after college expenses. Exhausted, Dane acquiesced and agreed to his surrogate landlord's new rule. Later, Dane asked himself, all this money, this equipment, is it really worth it? "Hi guys," Dane said. As if awoken from a trance, Kelly looked up and said, "Hi Dane." Less enthusiastically, albeit just as friendly, Tanner said, "Hey bud. Sleep well?" "Yeah," Dane replied, taken aback. "Great. Thanks. You?" "Not bad," Tanner replied, distracted. The awkward silence continued until Dane blurted, "Anything happening around town?" "I hear Weezer's coming." Tanner threw Kelly a quick smirk, his thick mustache rising at one end. She threw one back, taking a sip of coffee. Dane suspired inconspicuously. "Are those new phones?" "Yeah, they're called." Tanner hesitated for a second before saying, "Pseudopods with a capital P." "Pseudopods?" Amused, Dane asked, "What the heck is a pseudopod?" He emphasized the 3 syllables, as if trying to uncover some deeper meaning. "Only technology's newest gift to Clery," Tanner announced in an exaggerated, self-aware tone that Kelly and Dane found humorous. Believe it or not, it's a phone that runs apps specifically meant for you. Kelly and I got ours today. Check it out, Tanner, Kelly chirped. They've even taken the ads out of videos. Really? I thought that was just the Pseudopods apps. Nope, says so right here. Kelly joined Tanner on the couch, whipping her hair to one side and presenting the dialog box that bore the incredible news. No ads? Does that mean producers like me will have more of a chance? Yes. The lack of revenue could drive certain people away. No, wait. There's still Patreon. That means I'll have to work even harder to build an audience. That's cool, Dane said resignedly. Do they do anything else? Didn't the technician say they could charge themselves? Kelly asked Tanner. You know what? He did. Set your phone down for a minute. Kelly obeyed. No, Tanner asserted with a smile, face down. Kelly obeyed again, her face having twitched with an expression of annoyance and apprehension. Tanner laid the back of his pseudopod against the back of hers. The LED borders around the phones glowed neon red and faded to nothing continuously. Each appeared to be using the other's battery to charge itself. Dane was intrigued. How much did they cost? Well, nothing, Tanner said, a chuckle escaping his lips. The dealer agreed to sell us these if we traded our old phones in for a 1-year contract. He said Clery's the first city to sell the Pseudopod to the public, Kelly commented. Why Clery? Dane said. Something about the technology being experimental. Come take a look at this, Dane, Tanner said. The home screen was interesting to say the least. Except for the usual status bar, it didn't contain widgets detailing the time or weather. Only 8 round icons, 6 of which in the top and middle rows lay equidistantly from each other. The 2 in the bottom row lay parallel to the left and middle columns, leaving an empty space to the right. The background was nothing but a clear celestial blue solid that undulated with subtle, almost ghostly reflections of yellow, red, and green. Colorful translucent trails flew across the solid surface. Sharp, huh? Tanner remarked. The app icons were even more interesting. They not only stood perfectly still against the animated backdrop, but also bore odd symbols. If you focused long enough, you might see the objects as stylized illustrations of familiar things, but if you didn't, you might summarily regard them as hieroglyphs. Words of a language that only its writers and some users could understand. Unlike ordinary icons of this kind, their fill colors, magenta, dandelion, shamrock, azure, and lavender, appeared arbitrary. For instance, the Pseudopods phone app wasn't dandelion because that was its signature color, kind of like in the case of Amazon.com. It was dandelion simply because it was. The icons have no titles, but I guess I can live with that. Dane continued to stare at Tanner's phone, squinting and cocking his head, trying to make sense of the symbols. Look. The icons started to drift in random directions, gradually moving faster, as if reacting to the frequency of the backdrop's waves. They changed directions as they bumped into others. The trails flew above the icons now. Like a screensaver, the effect seemed to have been triggered by Tanner's inactivity with the device. How about that? Tanner commented. He slowly moved to touch one of the roaming figures. As if fending off an attack, it promptly multiplied into 3 new icons, each of which snapped to an invisible 2x2 grid that lay in the center of the screen. This is new. Dane tried not to jump. These new icons replaced the others, and each bore one of the 3 unique fills and a different, never-before-seen glyph. Tanner touched a magenta one, whose symbol could have resembled a tree. The dynamic little critter seemed to have reacted before even making contact. Opening like a tunnel approaching you at warp speed, the app led its viewers to a custom map that extended 3 square miles around their current location. Pins and text bubbles rose and fell asynchronously like the targets of a whack-a-mole game. Casey? Dina? Bradley? 10 websites visited? EAP $50. What's this? Dane said. Oh, Tanner replied. It tells me who in the neighborhood's looking to buy bamboo. It even shows their addresses. Tanner sold bamboo on the side. In fact, the garage was filled with the stuff. And all you have to do is sell it door to door, Kelly jested. Nah, I'll get the Mormon missionaries to do that. $5 for each person they convert to bamboo. Free Fanta included. Dane, you could run the ad on your radio station. Oh, sure, and make me responsible for corrupting the minds of the pious youth. Yep, Tanner's acting like himself again. Could make for some good entertainment. Dane smiled. There's that much of a need for it, huh? There's a need for a lot of things. Dane's eyes reached the Pseudopod's clock, and he realized that he had less than 30 minutes to get to work. It's 5:30, he panicked. Gotta go. Ah, shoot. We're sorry. Didn't mean to hold you up. It's all right. If I get a half point for tardiness, it'll disappear in a month, Dane reassured himself. Thanks for showing me your phone. It's something else. I'm deeply sorry about your watch. Don't hate me, Tanner. Kelly. Just as Dane was about to reach the staircase that led to a landing, Kelly said, Say, would you be interested in getting one? We could text you the address of where to go. No thanks, Dane professed. I'm content with my current phone. You could earn $250 if you get one of your friends to sign up, Tanner added. $250, eh? 0 down? 1-year contract? What would I pay per month? $60, give or take. You just need to show proof of a Clery address. No kidding. That's almost half of what I pay now. Okay. Sure. I'll think about it. Send me a text. Before Dane could reach the stop sign near his house, his Android dinged. He unlocked the device and saw a push notification from Kelly, which accurately read, 1842 East Syracuse Avenue, Suite 3. 391 Pseudopods sold. While stopped at the red octagonal sign, Dane took a moment to swipe through a few slides and tap a plain blue shortcut whose title read 8035 West Excelsior Avenue. The time it took for his phone to open its Maps app, load the data, and center his current position was noticeably slower than that of the Pseudopod's transition into the Tree app. The 5 seconds might as well have been 50 seconds because, in that brief amount of time, another driver managed to pull up behind Dane, wait and honk his horn. Dane jumped, angry the first second and embarrassed the next. Damn this phone. All right, Dane yelled. I'm going. Dane hastily turned the corner, accelerated quickly, and drove in no particular direction. He repeatedly dropped and raised his head, impatiently waiting for the app to provide a route and ETA, estimated time of arrival. After the third or fourth tilt of his head, the data appeared. The ETA was colored amber. Its text read 34 minutes. The distance was 8.5 miles. Once upon a time, during an era very few could remember or just never experienced, it wouldn't have been necessary for one to plot his or her course to work, the store, or any other miscellaneous spot. Clery, formerly a village, was 225 square miles, incorporated and different from the city that occupied the hills surrounding it. Any person who had lived in the town for at least a year would have learned its square grid, and where to turn, drive, or avoid in reaching his or her destination. Newcomers and travelers would buy paper maps or ask curious, open-faced locals for directions and formulate routes with the technology of their minds and senses. One might have even made a friend or learned about the town's culture. But times, they are a-changin', as the ads say, and Clery was no exception to that. Truth be told, it was only a matter of time before urban sprawl would twist its grid, level its landmarks, and sway its people. The increased population and traffic created a new need. Another piece of merch to hawk to the masses. The product of convenience. After 12 minutes and 3.0 miles, Dane entered Interstate 90 West. The freeway, which extended beyond the ends of Clery and into its gray industrialized neighbor, was packed. There were some back streets that led to the fulfillment center, but why would Dane's app tell him to go this way if they weren't busy? It was 5:50 p.m. He knew he would be late. As a result, he drifted in line, lowered his driver's side window a couple of inches, leaned back and tuned into the comfort of Voss FM. His app indicated a crash about a mile ahead. The path to work resembled a kind of coral snake. He wasn't surprised. Freeway accidents were becoming a thing. Dane watched drivers accelerate, brake, reaccelerate, weave, decelerate and weave again, just to lose more time than they tried to gain. Several drivers honked at others in pseudo-friendly retaliation. As the choking of the traffic cleared, some, perhaps in a sadomasochistic desire, waited for others to tailgate them before abruptly merging lanes, leaving them less than 1,000 seconds to see, react and stop their vehicles before almost rear-ending the people in front. It took Dane 10 minutes to clear 4 miles. Radio commercials occupied half of that time, while music, beginning with Wake Me Up When September Ends and ending with I Know There's Something Going On, occupied the other half. At 6:15 p.m., he had finally reached the fulfillment center's parking lot. The fulfillment center, or FC, was massive, about the length of 3 football fields. Its height stretched 50 feet, roughly twice the height of Dane's house. The exterior was a dull white. A few picnic tables stood near the building's main entrance, which was situated at the center of the structure. Some of the windows lay near the entrance. The other windows lay above ground, as square panes to the right of the building's middle. Black tiles lay to the middle's left. Hills, which extended into the west district of the valley's neighboring city, Sodor, lay behind the FC. The parking lot took up about 3 blocks, which approximated to 72,000 square feet in this town. Like Dane's room, the lot was strategically structured. All the parking stalls were oblique, saving people the hassle of having to make 90-degree turns. Only half had concrete stops, which separated them from facing stalls. Handicapped stalls lay along the bottom of the first module, or row of parking stalls, close to the main entrance. Module 1 was the row closest to the building. 2, 3 and so on lay progressively further away. Reserved stalls lay in the top and bottom of Module 1, stretching the length of the building, while electric car recharge points lay in the top at both ends. Only a few visitor stalls lay in Module 1, the rest lay in Module 2, relatively far from the main entrance. General-purpose stalls, including those for the unprivileged staff, lay everywhere else. Having seen the lot as mostly full, Dane hastily chose a stall in Module 4. He turned off his phone, turned off his Chevrolet Silverado, fetched his safety vest and badge and walked to the building. He left his phone locked away in the armrest console. A security gate stood 15 feet from behind the entrance's double doors. Walk-through metal detectors and X-ray machines, manned by guards, lay at the gate's left and right. Walls, elevated with uprights, lay at its sides. This is where guards checked workers for prohibited items or stolen merchandise before entering or exiting the work zone for lunch or home. Another guard stood outside the zone, ready to capture anybody who tried to run away with something. 2 signs stood at the middle of the gate. One read, "No weapons, drugs or cameras beyond this point," while the other read, "All phones, headphones and other personal devices must go into lockers before passing security." "Running late again, Dane?" the in-guard said. "Yeah," Dane said, emptying his pockets. "The traffic was bad today." He smiled but didn't respond as Dane passed the detector. Under the omnipresent eyes of his employer, Dane grabbed his keys and wallet, marched to a biometric time clock, and pressed his index finger against the device's reader. It dinged approvingly and delivered a message, informing Dane that he received a half point for tardiness. In just 1.5 more, he'll get a warning. Dane rushed to join a group of associates. About 23 individuals stood in a ring with Corey as the stone. They were having their daily huddle. Corey, the lead, had just asked his team to start its ergonomic exercises. "Hi, Dane," Corey said dismissively, rolling his head. "Hello," Dane replied while walking around to the back of the circle. He stopped next to Paolo, who stood along its edge. "For a minute," Paolo whispered, relieved, "I thought you weren't going to show up." "Now do your back," Corey commanded. "Nah," Dane said, bending his arms and pulling back his elbows, "you know me better than that." Wearing false expressions of devotion to their leader, several associates pretended not to hear Dane and Paolo's conversation. The group continued the routine, eventually working their shoulders, arms, wrists, and hands. The process took about 3 minutes. Clery concluded the meeting by telling everybody to move to their assigned function, reassigning a few bodies to different ones. Unless changed in the huddle, every worker's function was predetermined, usually by performance or need, and noted in a scheduling app. The employees could use this app to request time off or extra shifts, but not sick leave. Dane and Paolo were selected to work as pickers. They walked to a steel shelf, grabbed a couple of barcode scanners and fully charged batteries, and powered up the gadgets. "So what did I miss in the huddle?" Dane said dryly. "Nothing much," Paolo reported. "We might have to start working 5 days a week pretty soon to help with the holiday rush." "Great," Dane said sarcastically. With their scanners on and login pages loaded, Dane and Paolo scanned a barcode from a laminated sheet of paper, automatically entering their company's network password. "Oh, and for us to stop using the bins as stepladders because we're bending the shelves." "Any good news?" Using the corners of their badges as styluses, they opened the Tasks app and manually logged in. "I don't know if you'd be interested, but they're looking for a new lead." "Really? Who's leaving?" They tapped the pick links, walked several feet toward the back and scanned carts equipped with plastic totes, which they also scanned per their scanner's instructions. "Not sure. Clery only told us that somebody's transferring to a warehouse outside of town. It's probably Jewel. She's always going on about how there isn't enough to do here. I think I'm starting to believe her." With a furrowed brow, Paolo detected a drop in Dane's voice quality. Through years of friendship, he knew that this meant he had drifted into another place. A place of which only a few had the privilege to know. "How are things between you and your roommates?" Their scanners dinged almost simultaneously. Each device ordered its handler to proceed to floor X, aisle something and bin whatever. I'll tell you later, Paolo. We have a whole 10 hours to spare." Paolo might have already known the answer, but gave his friend the freedom to put it in his own words. The two young men had been friends since they were both 5 years old. They grew up on the same block and attended the same school's sans preschool. Neither one could tell you exactly how he met the other. Dane had just always been in Paolo's life and vice versa. They could, however, in variously whimsical detail, tell you about how Paolo, in the 3rd grade, almost married one of his female classmates, when Dane, while sitting on the grass, realized that ants had completely covered his body, or what makes playing card games on gray rainy days incomparably special. They experienced every rite of passage together. Every growing pain. Every fortune and misfortune. They witnessed habits, tastes, and interests come and go. They understood each other's jargon. Virtually no topic was off bounds. I guess you could call their relationship brotherly, if not symbiotic. Paolo Bray II, whose first and last names matched his paternal grandfather's, had been working full-time at the FC for 6 months now. His schedule was Saturday through Tuesday. He accepted a position there for only 2 reasons: to move out of his parents' house and have a friend with which to work. Recently, his father had been telling his mother, sometimes untactfully, about his reluctance to find his own place. It had been 4 years since Paolo graduated from high school, and in that time he lost 3 jobs and even dropped out of community college. Ivan Bray thought that maybe the new car was a mistake. That maybe his son would become another sad statistic, a man-child sleeping in mommy and daddy's basement, or some freak Dr. Phil could exhibit in his sideshow. Tara Bray had different thoughts. Tara knew of her son's acute interest in technology, especially web development. She caught him building websites several times a week. He sat in his room until 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes, writing complex, colorful gobbledygook whose syntax consisted of brackets, parentheses, signs, numbers, and letters. Whenever she asked about it, he, like a salesman, gave her a quick, brief explanation. She was dumbfounded. Coming of age in the 80s and 90s, she couldn't fully understand, despite Paolo's omission of technical terms like expressions, objects, and methods, how these strange static lines of code could create such dynamic, interactive, and smart virtual environments. He was like a wizard, using his computer to cast spells of digital worlds and pixel creatures, or what her contemporaries probably would have called a nerd. Unlike nerds, Paolo kept his social life a secret. He stayed home a lot and, when he had gone out, really only mentioned Dane and occasionally a couple of other people. Tara gathered that he dated girls, but never learned much about them. He was curiously shy. Whatever his feelings were, she knew he would come out of his shell and pick a path, whether it led to a career in software development or even the circus, sooner or later. Everybody does, so why rush it? He had a lot to learn in the meantime, like why it was important to build credit. In her case, she learned that it was never good to just jump into things for the sake of romance. Minds like styles change and time moves with or without you. By age 23, Tara married exogamously, picked a job and birthed a child. Although she loved her family, life and having much of what others didn't, she always felt there was more to do. She didn't want Paolo to have those same thoughts 20 years later. So why not let him explore? Ivan was aware of Paolo's preoccupation and secretly admired it. Paolo reminded him of himself at that age. In his formative years, Ivan considered becoming a professional skateboarder, like Gator the Skater minus the killing. Occasionally, on outings, he tried to teach Paolo the sport. Although Paolo never caught on, he secretly admired the green bandana, U.S. flag tank top and bright shorts his father confidently wore during their sessions. The ladies seemed to have liked them too, for they often tossed smiles and looks Ivan's way. Dane Scanner read Floor 1, Aisle 5, Bin A6. He started his day's pick path by walking approximately 500 feet to the FC's west wall, making a left into the third aisle, turning right upon seeing a tag bearing the numeral 6, and scanning the QR code next to the numeral. A new screen displayed Scan in Arial bold, Cedric's gluten-free snack crackers with sea salt in Arial regular, and underneath that the number 1 times the picture of the product. The floor, aisle and bin of its location appeared at the very bottom in a thin 10-point font. Dane scanned the product's UPC code, set it in the top tote and scanned the container's QR code. Paolo wasn't far behind. He was assigned to bin D87 in aisle 7. An aisle and fulfillment center talk was either side of 2 shelves, which were interlaced with plastic dividers. The space between 2 dividers, or enclosed by one, was called a bin from which a picker would withdraw a product or a stower would deposit one. The base, or level, of a shelf was denoted with a letter, while the bin was denoted with a numeral. For example, Dane had just pulled a product from the 6th bin in the topmost shelf of the 3rd aisle to the right. The shelves and aisles between them mirrored the others, except in places where the walls of the FC angled. Dane read Floor 1, Aisle 5, Bin C68. He was between 2 different shelves now. Bins 51 to 100 sat across the perpendicular aisle he had just crossed. He grabbed 2 vegan noodle bowls, looking back and seeing another picker steadily pass his aisle. It was Claire. I wonder if her kid got those shoes she wanted. His next pick required him to walk down the same aisle to bin E96. It was shoes, right? It wouldn't be nice to have her think I wasn't listening. I don't need enemies here too. Just as Dane was about to reach his stop, a picker whom he hardly knew sharply cut the corner, almost causing a collision. Although he apologized, Dane didn't respond. The picker's apology sounded too much like all the other, countless apologies he received daily. It was the catch-all term to say, when somebody got in somebody else's way. Normally and equally redundant "it's all right" would have followed, but not this time. Dane just couldn't say it. He had no more left of himself to lose today. Let it go. It means nothing. Just let it go. The reckless picker watched Dane, studying him, waiting to see who would make the first draw. Here, Dane said courteously, pushing his cart out of the aisle, let me just pull out. Thanks, bruh, the buff obstacle said. Whether due to the time left in Dane's shift, the sudden inconvenience of the affair, or the condescending bruh remark, the confrontation infuriated him. He clenched his hands and looked down. He wanted to say something. Instead, he breathed deeply, grabbed his intended item and moved on. Dane? Paolo murmured from the other side of aisle 9. Is that you? What gave me away this time? You've scanned the wrong barcode 5 times in 3 minutes. It wasn't unusual for Paolo or Dane to call the other out in this fashion. They did it several times a day, even more now that they had gotten better at recognizing each other's signals. It was their way of making their jobs more intellectually stimulating. That could have been anybody. Yeah, but only you would have. Anyway, what do you think of Corey's music? Think something like this would play on freewave radio? I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys played from above. Although the FC didn't allow phones or headphones on the floor, it did let workers listen to music via its speaker system, which was better than enduring the never-ending twitter of people's scanners. Well, the rhythm's nice and bouncy. It wasn't Dane's kind of music. The song, which seemed to be a love song, didn't resonate with him. It probably would with his listeners, since they, according to his stats, were mostly between the ages of 25 and 35. This wasn't to say that Dane disliked 90s music. Voss FM played songs from as early as 1980. That was one of the reasons he tuned in. The other reason was for Wave Time, an open mic program that ran from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Sundays. In addition to his liking of current artists such as the 1975 Ed Sheeran and Justin Timberlake through Scott, Dane came to enjoy older ones too, such as Bon Jovi, Oasis, and even the Spice Girls. The song's age didn't matter, as long as it conveyed a relatable message. Maybe I'll play this in a lineup with other such songs, and take a poll. Maybe it'll lead to something new. Kinda catchy too, Paolo said, mimicking the following in subdued glee. I want it that way. Dane laughed. You clown. At least I'm not named after a dog. This used to bother Dane, for he knew his name was ridiculously close to Great Dane, but he grew to accept it. He had plenty of opportunities to be called Dan instead, but that felt worse. At least Dane was kind of original. The similarity of his name with the breed of an animal was as coincidental as that of Sauter's with a certain biblical city. Touché. At precisely 11 p.m., a low-pitched one-note tone showered the FC's interior, informing everybody to clock out for lunch. Like clockwork, the legion of pickers, stowers, sorters, and packers dropped their carts and packages, logged into EOS end-of-shift mode, left their scanners, and marched to various points of interest. While some snuck to the restrooms, the rest, including Dane, headed to the time clock. Dane, who had just left aisle 30, looked for Paolo, visually scanning each person who emerged from behind a shelf. Where was he? Was he further up the aisles or close to the gate? Sometimes a user, per their scanner's instruction, would backtrack or circle if they or another user skipped a pick. Just from working the aisles, one wouldn't have suspected that so many were on the floor. They would probably see only a quarter of them throughout the night. This would have been ideal because the swarm of workers resulted in a lengthy line to the time clock, which took almost 5 minutes to traverse. The process of crossing the security gate could take another 5 minutes. Damn it, Dane exclaimed. I forgot my lunch. Can I just have some of yours? I'll give you mine when we get back to our cars. Forget it, Paolo said kindly. Here. Paolo gave up one of his Caesar chicken wraps and turned a small bag of Ruffles Dane's way. He kept his rockstar drink to himself. Jeezums. My feet are killing me. I thought you were going to get those Dr. Scholl's I mentioned, Dane said, looking down at Paolo's hiking boots. I will, but I need new shoes first. Come on. No, you don't. They look fine. Well, what if people start to judge me based on my footwear? Paolo said good-humoredly. I can tell them it was all your idea. They're your feet, man. Beneath the tabletop, out of Dane's view, Paolo wriggled his feet against the malformed insides of his boots, which had started to leave calluses and abrasions. So you gonna join me, Scott and Jessica, at Laird's this Friday? Dane continued. Maybe. I'm working on this new app. Yeah? Is this app something you can explain in 5 minutes or less? This was Paolo's first attempt at building an app. Before that, he produced websites as a hobby. As he learned more about coding and what it could do, the hobby became a kind of obsession, a career path. Through free tutorials and low-cost textbooks, he learned JavaScript and a few of its libraries, PHP and MySQL. He had already learned HTML, CSS, and the Adobe Creative Suite in high school. He showcased his best work online for potential employers to see. There were 15 works in his portfolio, some of which were graphic designs. One of the designs was a pixelated portrait of a character's face that only appeared clearly if seen from far away. Another design was a hiring event flyer that originally read, "Seeking qualified candidates," but after Paulo was through with it, "Un" had been added to "qualified" and "candidates" had been replaced with "friends." This piece didn't appear in his portfolio, but in his Facebook image library. According to its description, a friend sent him the graphic as a joke. But he had a long way to go in reaching a state in which somebody would offer him a full-time job. Not only did he need at least a bachelor's degree, which he failed to obtain, but also a myriad of other coding languages under his belt. What nobody mentioned, however, was that these other languages did little more than those Paulo already knew. You could build a website or app like Google, YouTube, or Amazon with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and MySQL alone, but you couldn't beat the nonsensical job requirements with them. You couldn't build video games with just the 5 aforementioned languages, but he didn't want to do that anyway. There was also the problem of computer scientists creating even more coding languages. Companies were hiring dedicated software engineers to construct websites on which less skilled individuals could build their own websites, devaluing code and cheapening the craft. So Paulo figured he would create an app, make some money, and move to the next endeavor. Maybe he would use his skills as a half-engineer, which wasn't shameful in the least, to create a single universally accepted object-oriented programming language that could do everything JavaScript, Java, Swift, C++, and the like could do, which one could update as technology changes. Well, Paulo paused. This is so much easier with Mom. It's kind of a dating app, where transplants can connect with other transplants based on interests and location, and after 1 year switch to resident status where they can only message other residents. Interesting, Dane said. So transplants will be able to message residents too? Yes, Paulo said dubiously. Maybe if residents pay a subscription, they'll be able to message transplants again. So it'll be free? The only catch is that you can't get more than 3 strikes. Explain that, would you? Well, if 2 people agree to meet someplace but one of them flakes out or freaks out, the other can report their experience and the offender gets a strike. Sounds a little draconian, don't you think? Not at all. The flakes and creeps can always go back to other sites. I'm just trying to give people who truly want a relationship more of a chance. A mid-pitched 2-note tone sounded, alerting everybody that 25 minutes of the lunch period had elapsed and to head back to the time clock. Paulo grabbed the ruffles and, with Dane by his side, walked toward the double doors. Dane noticed the solder cranes banner that hung above the portal and winced at its slogan, "I'm in." Paulo tossed the bag into a trash can. By the time the high-pitched 3-note tone sounded, the break room was empty. As day rolled onto night, Dane and Paulo's shift came to an end. Having more or less repeated what they did at lunch, they exited the FC and stopped to absorb the pungent odors and cool breezes that swept their senses. Paulo stretched his arms out. "Free at last," he said, yawning. "And over a franc richer," Dane added. "True dat," Paulo said in a comic drawl. "You never told me about you and your roommates. Well, I'm wiped. I'll let you know about this weekend." "Okay. Later. Adios." Dane walked, almost limped, back to his Chevy. Once inside, he lifted the top of the armrest, grabbed his phone, and pressed the power button, only to discover that the device wouldn't load its operating system. He watched it pass the Galaxy Note 8 and Samsung splash screens, but not the Android is starting box. After the Android purported to have optimized all the apps, the word optimized was spelled with an S. The Galaxy Note 8 logo appeared in the home screen instead. Dane sat with his fist against his head, unsure of what to do next. I don't want to ruin the phone by forcing it off, so I'll deal with it tomorrow. Perturbed, Dane switched on his truck, drove home and let his phone reboot continuously until its battery died. 5 hours later, Dane sought advice online on how to fix his phone. He found an article that explained a recently installed app could have caused the boot loop, and offered a few ways to resolve the issue. Dane unplugged the Android and turned it on. The Samsung logo appeared, but didn't disappear. He tried to turn the phone off, but the power button didn't work. Removing the battery wasn't a ready option. The time had come to replace his device. Dane turned to his PC and searched for local Pseudopod stores, looking more displeased than angry. The results listed 5 locations. The second closest one was on East Syracuse Avenue, Suite 3, which seemed familiar. At approximately 11 a.m., he grabbed a credit card statement and left the house. Outside, the sun shone as mightily as it did yesterday, except now, it was accompanied by an accumulation of silver and white clouds. Although the world glimmered with the radiance of several thousand kelvins, Dane didn't see the brightness. He hardly squinted, hardly blinked. The daylight was probably nothing more than hot white darkness. The directions Dane copied at home led him to a small storefront with a single door at its center and glass panes at the sides. Behind the glass lay a folding gate, which made the place look sketchy. On the right window pane lay a decal of a thin cartoon man in glasses, a black polo shirt and khakis, folding his arms and smiling amicably. A logo which floated over his waist read Jeff's Electronics in a thick-stroked serif font. Above the decal hung a sign, establishing the store as an authorized dealer of the Pseudopod. Jeff's interior contradicted its exterior. The floor was dressed in vinyl wood paneling that almost reflected whatever touched it. The walls, which were spackled and freshly painted, bore shelves and slat wall panels that held pre-packaged phone and computer accessories, refurbished monitors, Blu-ray players, and stereos. An expensive-looking glass display case full of brand-new phones, game consoles, and laptops stood in the middle. Beyond that lay a group of chattering people, 3 televisions of different sizes playing the same Pseudopod commercial simultaneously, a tall rectangular banner promoting the Pseudopod, and a long banner that told people to sell their old phones for Pseudopods, $0 down. "Hello," a girl with casual attire and a badge said. "You interested in purchasing a Pseudopod today?" The badge identified her as Paisley. "Oh?" Dane said, befuddled. "Maybe. Are they still 0 down with a new contract?" "Absolutely. Do you have an old phone to trade in?" "Yes, but it's kinda old." "Oh? How old?" "Note 8. Galaxy." Dane seemed out of sync, as if he were a second or so behind the rest of the world. "May I see it?" Dane pulled the Android out of his side pocket, unaware that it was still stuck. "It's been stuck on this screen since last night. Don't know why. It just won't start." "This isn't a problem. Your phone just has a case of softwareitis. We can accept it." "Really?" "Of course. Just step in line and Jeff will be right with you." Dane stepped in line. 4 people stood before him. The individual in front leaned over another display case that contained 3 different Pseudopods, a wide red version, an Android-sized black version, and a thinner blue version. 2 men manned the display/counter. One operated a laptop and appeared to be Jeff in the flesh. The other, who looked almost as young as Paisley, handled the exchange of old phones and configuration of new ones. Upon reaching the counter, Dane submitted his proof of residency to Jeff and phoned to the technician. After both men inspected the device, Jeff concluded that it was indeed fixable. He told Dane that they would repair his phone, buy it, and sell him a Pseudopod for $49.99 and a 1-year contract with Ploro Mobile, the Pseudopod's proprietary carrier. "How much would I pay per month?" Dane said. "For unlimited talk, text, and data," Jeff said, $60 plus tax." "I still can't believe it. Only $60? I don't have to pay extra for the new phone or anything?" "No. That cost is included in the plan's price. You'll only pay extra if you cancel your contract before the year ends. I see, Dane said, sensing impatience from a couple of people who moved behind him. My friend told me about a $250 referral bonus. Is that true? Yes. If the person you refer to us buys a pseudopod and signs a contract, you'll receive a $250 rebate. Anxious, Dane said. Rebate? It's like cash back. You can choose to have Ploro credit your monthly bill or mail you a gift card. Dane overheard two girls mutter from behind him. Could I use this card anywhere? Dane said. Anywhere Visa's accepted, Jeff said. Did somebody refer you here? Yes. Kelly Shaw and Tanner Rogers. I think they came in yesterday. Let me see. Jeff searched his laptop for their records. One of the girls laughed obnoxiously. Here we go, Jeff continued. Which one would you like the bonus to go to? Kelly or Tanner? Dane thought for a couple of seconds. Tanner, please. All righty then, Jeff said dutifully. Please step to the side here, and Travis will get you set up. The transaction ended almost as quickly as it started. Before Dane could ask another question, he reviewed his pseudopod, tried its features, paid the $49.99 plus tax, signed the contract and exited the store. All that remained of his old phone was the number. Curiously, there was no credit check. What did the technician say about how the apps work? You'll see only the basic stuff at first. Phone, camera, internet. A registration form where you'll enter details about yourself. New apps will appear as you use the phone. You'll come to understand them, as they'll come to understand you. Is that what Kelly meant by experimental? It'll use my personal data and behavior to build itself? Well, what's wrong with that? Isn't Paolo always telling me about how he uses cookies to make his websites different for every user? Doesn't everybody do that already? Dane finally reacted to the radiance outside, his emerald irises gleaming under the flickering eyelids. 843 Pseudopods sold. Dane stopped on a photograph of a chilled green long-neck bottle and drinking glass. Both containers were filled with a thin red liquid. The contents in the glass must have been recently poured, because a thick layer of blush-colored foam occupied its surface. The red apple and ginger root slices made the drink look healthy. The presence of sweet on the bottle's label made it look appetizing. Dine, one of his Pseudopod's new apps, called the concoction Hilda's Midsummer Apple Sweetie. Like Laird's pool tables, dining tables, and chairs, it must have been a new addition to the tavern. The app ranked the drink as number 3, having the second highest rating out of 5 suggestions. In just 4 days, Dane's Pseudopod spawned 5 additional apps: Scout, Mine, Preep, Follow, and Dine. Scout curated relevant job postings, which were based on searches he conducted. Mine revealed dates and estimated times on which 96.9 Voss FM would play his favorite songs and from where to download them. Preep suggested day-to-day meals and lists of ingredients that would fit his budget and diet. Follow displayed real-time reports on the rise and fall in relevance of topics entering social media. Dine suggested drinks and food items from the menu of whatever eatery, tavern, or street vendor he currently patronized. The pre-installed map app called Pseudomaps had been supplying more convenient routes and ETAs to and from work by offering up-to-date departure times. Dane was impressed. The Pseudopod had been providing some awesome tools. They weren't the most useful, but they sure made life easier, and with what he had been experiencing lately, he could use a little ease. For instance, he no longer had to go to an online store, enter queries, or read descriptions when choosing an app. His phone was handling that task just fine. However, the exact nature of how it knew what to provide still baffled him. Sometimes the Pseudopod knew too much. How did Dine know that Laird sold those 5 drinks? The app might have figured out where he was, but the tavern didn't have an online menu from which people could order items, so how could the internet know its menu? Did Laird's workers submit customers' receipts to Ploro Mobile? On Wednesday, Dane tried to learn more about the Pseudopod and its carrier, but found nothing outside locations of authorized dealers, the phone's official website, and a handful of local reviews, which were mostly positive and facile. There weren't even any videos on the subject. "Well, if it ain't my favorite customers," a thin waitress with freckles and blue streaks in her hair said cheerfully. "Hey," Scott said, just as cheerful. "Happy Friday, Jean. Keeping busy?" "Extremely," she replied. "I think it's that new phone." "Hi, Dane." Jean simpered at him. "Hello, Jean." He smiled back. Jean Gillespie was 27, 5 years older than Dane. "How's the radio business?" "Good." "Great. Just thinking of what to do next." She wanted to ask more but instead said, "What can I get for you all tonight?" "A Negroni," Scott said, checking his own Pseudopod. "No ice." "Can I get the same?" Jessica said, referring to the same phone, with ice? Having recorded their requests, Jean waited for Dane's. "I think I'll try the Midsummer apple, sweetie." "Oh, I hear that's good. Anything to eat?" "Sure," Scott interjected. "Everyone okay with a basket of fries, no cheese?" "Could you put the cheese on the side?" Jessica said, "with some jalapenos?" "Dane?" Jean inquired, almost flirtatiously. "Cranch?" "No problem. I'll have that right out." Jean flipped her notebook closed, grabbed everybody's menu, and walked toward the bar, inconspicuously winking at Dane before leaving. "I really think Jeannie likes you, Dane," Scott said. "She talks to you more than anyone else." "I've noticed." Dane didn't care about finding a girl, not since Lacey Shear. He dated her for 4 months, but was ready to end the relationship after a few. Dane and Lacey reacquainted themselves with each other online. While swiping through a dating app one day, she stumbled upon his profile, recognizing him from high school. The description read, "Smart, mature, ambitious boy next door type seeking friends, dates, and possibly more. I own my own internet/radio business and live comfortably. Open to drinks, games, movies, and travel." He was a business owner with no school listed. Lacey loved his pics. The gallery portrayed a polished, physically mature version of the Dane she remembered. Although his hair was shorter, he still had his great if not majestic face, bright eyes, sexy smile, and from the looks of it, the same friends and a car. She liked him. Dane liked her back a few days later. He didn't remember her, but thought she was pretty and, based on her profile, just as Tellurian as he was. It wasn't until after their convos started that she told him he looked cute and familiar. Dane was flattered and interested in entering what would have been his first adult relationship anyway. They agreed to meet for a walk in Outlet Park so they could talk and get a sense of where they stood. To start, they reflected on old memories. The courtship, as archaic as that may sound, began smoothly. Even though Lacey had learned the truth about Dane's small business, she knew that he was still young and wouldn't have amounted to much yet. She attended Forsyth University, but had little idea of what to do there. They met at least once a week, texting each other in between times. They amused themselves as much as a 20- and 19-year-old earning minimum wage could. They visited teen clubs, ate out, explored Sauter's 2 districts, Sauter East and Sauter West, watched movies, and hung out with Lacey's friends and family. Lacey spent the night in Dane's studio apartment, at least twice a week. Toward the end of the second month, Dane felt suffocated. He had been working as a merchandiser, pulling 8 to 10-hour shifts 5, sometimes 6 days a week, and had practically no time for Paolo, Scott, or himself. He felt that Lacey wasn't on the same wavelength. She didn't seem to understand him like his friends did. One day he broke off a date with her and met Paolo, telling him that if maybe she cared to share his interests in radio, games, and business, he would have more reason to see her. They didn't need all things in common, as long as each was willing to meet the other partway. Instead, Dane's discussions about building an audience, saving money, and starting a station were often combated with short, impassive responses and subject changes. In a futile attempt to save the courtship, he tried to get Lacey into card games. She went along with it, as long as he participated in some role-playing of her own. One of her games was to have him dress up as a delivery boy and deliver a pizza, so she could inebriate and undress him, force a single slice into his mouth, and fornicate with him. From what Dane gathered, Lacey saw him as an object, a handsome serviceable fawn that she could use to promote herself. She flaunted him almost compulsively. She grabbed his waist in supermarkets, stroked his hair at the dinner table, and kissed his lips in the view of her friends. He didn't like that kind of affection. It made him feel cute, and he didn't like to feel cute. After the 120th day of the relationship, Dane demanded that she come to his place, so he could tell her his true feelings. He didn't even soften the blow by saying that they could be friends afterward. He just wanted it to end. Lacey was crushed. She knew it was over too, but didn't want to accept it. Dane had grown moody and distant. She really liked him despite the fact and expressed that with more time, she could try and change if Dane would only give her, as Phil Collins once said, one more night. He wanted to believe her. There was something special about their relationship after all, but he stood his ground and relinquished her collar on him. "Here comes Paolo," Jessica announced. Dane turned, happy to change the subject. Paolo looked different. He wore white sneakers, beige slim-fit trousers, striped crewneck shirt and blue quilted vest. His hair was finely combed and moisturized. No doubt the aroma of guava-flavored vapor from the e-cigarette he had just puffed hung on his clothes. He smiled and waved as he approached the group. "Great scotch," Scott said, impressed. Paolo reached the table. "Let me guess. Fashionably late?" "No," Paolo said, "please, just busy. I got caught up in a project." "Well," Jessica said, "come join us." Paolo left to find a chair. He passed several tables whose empty seats were guarded by the people surrounding them. Whenever he asked a party to surrender one, somebody always claimed it as occupied. After about 5 minutes, Paolo found a rusted folding chair, stashed in the back past a stage and by the restrooms. "Sorry," Dane said. "We tried to save you a seat, but we didn't think you were coming." For the first time, Dane noticed a hard-edged patch of hair that stretched from Paolo's cheek to his neck. He was growing a goatee or beard, which was probably 1/16 of an inch thick. The outfit was new too, because he had never seen him in it. "It's all right," Paolo said. "I should have called." "You drinking tonight, Polly?" Scott said. "Why not? It's the weekend, right?" "Damn straight. Want us to get you a menu?" Scott turned, about to hail a waitress. "That's not necessary, Scott," Dane asserted. "He's getting a beer. Blue Moon, right?" "With a slice of lemon," Paolo added. "Sure you don't want to try something new?" Scott said. "This new phone has all these recommendations." Paolo's eyes rolled to Scott's Pseudopod. He noticed an embossed logo below the camera lens, which, like Scott's Shadle high-class ring, glinted. Dane was wearing jewelry too, a stainless steel hypoallergenic bracelet that clashed somewhat with his garden variety persona. "No thanks?" Scott shrugged his shoulders. "So you look nice," Jessica said. "What's the occasion?" "No occasion. I had some extra money, so I decided to get myself a new outfit." "Well," Scott said, "I think it's an improvement." Paolo didn't know whether to smile or frown. "Has the Pseudopod given you any trouble?" Paolo asked Dane. It runs much better than my old phone, that's for sure." Jean returned to the table and set the group's drinks down. While sneaking another peek at Dane, she realized that Paolo was sitting next to him. His colorful attire offset his usual darkness. He looked fresher, desirable. "Ah," Jean exhaled, pulling her pad and pen from her apron pocket, "the gang's all here." Scott and Dane smiled awkwardly. "What can I get you, Paolo?" He didn't answer right away. He felt her eyes caress his body. Her stance had loosened. Her mouth was closed but eager. "Is she looking at me? She never looks at me. What should I do?" "Blue Moon with a slice of lemon." Dane noticed Paolo's agitation. "You bet." Jean turned to the rest of the group. "Your food's almost ready, by the way." "Thank you, hun," Jessica said. Jean nodded and returned to the bar. "Maybe you ought to ask Jean out, Paolo." "Hey," Dane said, "that's a good idea. You think she's not cute? Pretty, right?" I guess so, Paolo said. What if I could get you a date with her? Paolo grunted. I don't know. I mean, I don't know her that well. That's what the date's for, dummy. Well, isn't she kinda old for me? So? Older women are better anyway. Dane turned to Jessica for validation. Right? Oh, she said respectfully, absolutely. After they've basked in the robins, you could say. You can impress Jean with all your big ideas and talk of JavaScript, PNP and so forth. Paolo often complained to Dane about his inability to find a girlfriend. He tried but always failed, and when it looked as though he was about to succeed, they never returned for a third date. Dane wondered why. Worse people such as drug abusers, pedophiles and murderers found mates, so what was his problem? Paolo was smart, sensitive, funny, consistent, and definitely not one of society's worst. His only crime was inspiring Dane to march to his own drum. He also had nice hair and a nice face. Maybe it was the mix of his looks and nonconformist, cynical, and conscientious character women didn't accept. The combo didn't make a viable commercial product. The way in which some people failed to acknowledge the public didn't help. They would usually stare off into space, pretending not to see the individuals around them, even yawning falsely as if the act of ignorance was physically exhausting. Paolo was guilty of this too, which was a shame because he or some woman probably could have met his or her Ms. or Mr. Right multiple times a day. Scott and Jessica had already achieved this. Almost 2 years ago, before Dane met Lacey, Scott Aegis worked as a merchandiser for a bottling company. Although he and Dane worked for different distributors, they serviced many of the same stores. One day, Scott gave Dane and several other merchandisers a phony banknote with a profile of President Donald Trump at its center and 4 2020s in the corners. Dane appreciated the joke, which opened a dialogue between him and Scott. They didn't appreciate their jobs and, unlike everybody else, weren't afraid to show it. They slacked off, ignored the store managers, and frequently passed the time sharing past night experiences and discussing their future plans, respectfully challenging each other's logic. They felt that their roles as merchandisers were only pit stops on roads to better lives. About halfway through their employment with the distributors, Scott decided to ask Dane out. To celebrate Dane's 21st birthday, Scott accompanied him to a strip club on the edge of Clery called Deja Vu. Scott, who had already turned 21, wanted to demonstrate one of the many perks of drinking-age adulthood. Dane found the voluptuous, practically nude female dancers lovely. Scott did too, evidenced by the many bills he submitted. He was also a big foodie. About half a year later, while patronizing a restaurant, Scott took a note from Dane's figurative playbook of honesty in relationships and finally informed him that he used to be a female. Dane was surprised. He never would have guessed. Scott looked as manly as men came. Compared to others in his flock, he was just another cis man with a thick beard, high fade crew cut, sleeve tattoo, and worked masculine body. That's cool, Dane said nonchalantly, but why are you telling me this? I don't want you to think that this is all leading up to something, Scott said. If I wasn't a man when we met, I would have still been into females. Dane accepted his explanation. Even if Scott were female, his and Dane's friendship probably would have progressed just as it had. The only differences would have been Scott's sexual orientation, and maybe the complications in befriending a straight man. Dane didn't question his own sexuality because he never felt interested in making a pass at Scott. He only made Dane feel more mature. Plus, Dane knew what it was like to be judged for his looks. Jessica Casper joined the tribe as a contractor, hired to build the walls to Dane's bedroom. Through a succession of subtle hints, Dane informed Tanner that the basement and garage door weren't enough to warrant the kind of privacy he desired. Every once in a while, his roommates would enter the bottom floor unannounced, interrupting whatever he was doing. Understanding Dane's concern, Tanner asked the landlord/owner for permission to modify the basement. She agreed, probably thinking it would increase the house's value. He found Jessica on Craigslist. She was seeking extra cash for a vacation she never took. Normally, she used a freelance app for this kind of thing, but it only allowed tasks of a relatively small size. To increase her chance of getting an assignment, Jessica posted screenshots of her name, picture and reviews from the app with which she partnered. Satisfied with that, Tanner asked her to come out the next day, which was a Saturday. She did. Scott, who was outside Dane's room, couldn't keep his eyes off Jessica. He frequently looked up from his hand of playing cards to watch her work. She seemed strangely erotic in her tight blue jeans, black It's Not Easy Being green t-shirt and utility belt. What appeared to be the Rocky Horror lips, biting down on a wheat stem, were tattooed on her right deltoid. Her hair was cut to the shoulders. For somebody who probably often engaged in manual labor, she took good care of her body, especially her fingernails. Not like this girl he knew as a merchandiser. She had so many bruises, it looked as though her boyfriend beat her every night. To Scott, Jessica resembled a housewife's masturbatory fantasy with the gender reversed. Jessica looked too, but at whom? It probably wasn't Dane, because she lowered her head only when she realized that Scott had lifted his. Even if Dane was the object of her desire, he wouldn't have cared. He already broke up with Lacey and was enjoying the single life. Before Jessica could drive away into oblivion, Scott dropped his cards, dashed around the exterior of the house, caught up with her, and asked the beautiful workwoman to share supper at his apartment. She ardently accepted and wrote her phone number onto his right palm. The tickle was just a taste of things to come. The preparation of supper was the easy part. The hard part was the preparation of dessert. Jessica would have been Scott's first post-op sexual encounter if things went in that direction. How would he or she handle it? Even though he, on the surface, had a man's equipment, he had a woman's sexual experience. What if he didn't perform well? Sometime before, Scott watched several videos to try and understand how men use their hands, knees, and pelvises. He wouldn't have to worry about losing an erection, because he didn't require the organs biological men needed to achieve such a thing. Would the fact that he wasn't totally male scare her away? It didn't scare Dane, but that was a totally different situation. After supper, Scott confessed. Jessica was intrigued. She hadn't dated a woman of any sort before, but this was only dinner and Scott was attractive. He was a man who had been in her shoes, so to speak. She hated the idea of motherhood and wouldn't need semen anyway. As a child, Jessica lived in a modest house outside Clery County with 2 heterosexual parents and 2 older sisters. The middle sibling was 5 years her senior. Because there were hardly any girls her age in the neighborhood, Jessica, not Jess or Jessie, learned to enjoy many of the things boys appreciated. She continued to associate with them up until the end of grade school. She had maybe only 2 female friends in the first 18 years of her life. By the time Jessica reached high school, her status as the boys' companion and confidant bothered many of the girls. They couldn't understand what made her so desirable. Her face and body weren't special. She knew how to talk to boys, but so did several girls. Some of the girls tried to use Jessica to learn more about their boyfriends. Others used her to be more appealing to other girls. Whenever Jessica declined to expose a secret or tactic, a rumor of tomboyism or lesbianism surfaced. Upon reaching the 11th grade, Jessica almost exclusively preferred the company of males. Although they, in her view, weren't less competitive than females, they were at least less complicated. Scott was born as Alicia Brockway. Unlike Jessica, Alicia doubted her gender. She had only one parent, her legal guardian, Rick Aegis. Her biological parents, Frank Brockway and Kendra Gow, left at age 3. Their friend Rick, who often acted as the babysitter, adopted Alicia after discovering that Frank and Kendra had abandoned the child. He found her alone in her parents' apartment. Rick was an auto mechanic in West Sodder, who remained single throughout most of Alicia's youth. Although he and Alicia lived frugally, she had a typical childhood. She befriended boys and girls, engaging in a variety of inexpensive activities. During puberty, Alicia developed a sexual attraction to girls. This was a problem, because she didn't consider herself to be a lesbian. She saw herself as a male who only resembled a female, a person trapped in the wrong body, an individual with leanings to the manlier things in life. As a teenager, she tried to obscure, if not eliminate, her femaleness, but as time progressed, she couldn't hide it anymore. Her breasts and hips had taken shape, and she hated it. Alicia talked to her father about this and sex reassignment surgery. Despite her insistence on what she should have been, Rick recommended that she wait until her 18th birthday to affirm her identity. Maybe her feelings were just a phase. He had been through one or two also. Besides, surgery was expensive, even more so to reverse the process. He couldn't help her financially if she changed her mind. By the time Alicia started her first day of work at age 16, she had made her choice. As a result, she saved every penny she could for reassignment surgery. By age 19, she, with the help of grants and donations, completed 30% of the process, changing her name to Scott Aegis. By age 24, she completed 100% of it. Scott and Jessica went out a few times before venturing into uncharted territory. Although he wanted to make the leap more than she in the beginning, they both agreed to see how they functioned as mates first. They fit well together, and after another supper he made his move. The issue of positions was settled quickly. Jessica preferred to start on top. After making a couple of preparations, she assumed her position, which made Scott's job easier. He lay titillated but anxious, no doubt wanting to show her what he had learned from the videos. As more of a tease than a demand, he tried to flip her onto the bed several times, but she refused to move until she finished her ride. He could wait, he loved the sight of her firm female form. Eventually, Scott assumed the role of top man. Jessica got to see his form, which was toned and mildly hairy. The rest of it was just as pleasing. He had discovered a newfound appreciation for his hands, knees and pelvis. The rubbing intensified. The momentum increased. Their bodies and muscles danced in a harmonious rhythm. Before long, Jessica sealed the deal with a product of love, which made up for what Scott could no longer secrete. Paolo chuckled at Dane's misnaming of the server-side scripting language. She isn't going to want to hear all that. Come on, buddy, Dane continued. Give it a shot. If she likes me, she'll like you. If I were a different person, I'd date you. How would you arrange our date? Magic. Over a half hour passed, and Scott was on his third drink. Dane and Jessica were on their second, and Paolo was close to finishing his first. It was after 8 p.m., and the DJ had opened the floor to karaoke. Dane and his friends watched a stiff older woman stand on stage and sing a tone-deaf version of You Don't Own Me by Leslie Gore. It was the first time Dane had heard the song. The performance was almost campy. He looked embarrassed on her behalf. Many of the other people at tables conversed, giggled, and gestured, reinforcing the possibility that they might have felt similarly. The people in the far corner playing pool weren't listening. A whole new world? Jessica asked Scott, looking at her Pseudopods music app. Nah, he responded, looking at his music app. How about Stay by Jackson Browne? Scott, who was 26 years old, had an admiration for all kinds of movies and music. One of his favorite things to do at home was host a movie night. He would peruse through Tubi's library, select a movie or show with the most interesting cover art, and in the company of his friends some popcorn and beer-battered milkshakes, watch the program and discuss it afterward. Dane enhanced this activity by suggesting content he encountered while watching online movie reviews. The older flicks were the funniest. They would all get a kick out of the weird close-ups, darkened or glazed photography, irregular North American accents, and B actors who looked like A actors. Dane and Paolo especially liked Elvira's stuff. They thought the vamp was classy. Got bitchin' in the kitchen on your phone? Dane contributed. He, Scott, Jessica and Paolo had watched Shock Treatment and its prequel, The Rocky Horror Picture Show, a couple of weeks ago. No, Scott replied regretfully. What about You Might Just Make It After All? Paolo followed. He heard his mother listening to the song once, and thought it was nostalgic enough to warrant a suggestion. Too short, Scott said blankly. Have you figured out how to use the file manager yet? Jessica asked Scott. With his old phone, Scott used the file manager app to move songs he wanted to sing into a folder titled Karaoke, so the DJ could easily import them into his karaoke program. Yep. Looked into it at work today. Suddenly, Scott's pseudopod sounded as if making a suggestion of its own. In plain text, the screen read, "Scott, you have a new app." Without saying a word, Scott pressed his finger against the device's reader, unlocking the phone, and saw a new app appear from the screen's undulating backdrop. As if emerging from some primordial soup, the ball matured to a dime-sized shamrock-colored icon. The app was called Throlic. Its logo might have been a face whose Cheshire cat smile forced the cheeks over the eyes. The brow's slants left the image emotionally ambiguous. Throlic billed itself as indubitable fun for everyone. The home screen showed a list of songs he personally favored. As he stretched a thumb out to one of the suggestion cards, two overlapping images appeared out of nowhere. He flinched. For a second, it looked as though something was going to jump out and bite him. Jessica looked up at Scott. "What is it, babe?" she said. "Another app with suggestions for karaoke songs." Scott lowered his thumb again, slower this time. The images reappeared gradually, like a reflection coming into light. The images happened to be buttons, a play icon titled Check Song and a plus icon titled Add to Queue. "Hey," Jessica said, looking down, "I got a new app too." She must have missed her sound. It was Throlic, although her list was slightly different. Dane didn't have anything new appear on his pseudopod. Paolo, if he had a pseudopod, probably wouldn't have gotten anything either. He probably wouldn't have any new apps so far. "You got the app just now?" Paolo asked Jessica. "Yeah, I guess." "Why?" "No reason." There was something unsettlingly cryptic about his response. Dane sensed it. The others sensed it, although not as strongly. Paolo knew that a phone couldn't just create, let alone deliver, an app unless it perhaps recorded what Scott or Jessica had said, somehow deciphered the input, and used its program to install a product that somebody already developed. But he didn't talk about that. He and his friends were having fun, and he didn't want to spoil it by spouting out some grim down-the-rabbit-hole explanation. Maybe Scott and Jessica had their phones rigged to update themselves when speaking certain words. It was possible, and even ethical, as long as somebody wasn't listening in on the other side. Jessica noticed a cards overlapping effect on her phone. "Does your app do that, Scott?" she said, moving her thumb up and down over the disappearing and reappearing buttons. "The magnetic effect?" "Sure. I've never seen it before." Without knowing what they were talking about, Paolo said, "Can I see?" Jessica handed him her phone. He caught its back with his fingers and let the device slide into his palms. He lowered his thumb to the screen but didn't touch it. Paolo studied the effect. "What do you think, Doc?" Dane said, bewildered. "Well, it's not capacitive. In fact, it doesn't seem electrical at all. Maybe electromagnetic." "In what sense?" "Well, the phone may be equipped with sensors to pick up the amount of light touching the screen. Maybe with cameras. Not totally sure." "Got one," Scott announced. "What?" Paolo said inquisitively. "Ease on down the road." "From the whiz," Dane said, amused. "Sure. Jessica and I could sing it together." "That's perfect," Jessica said. "We can show off some of the dance moves we've learned." Scott and Jessica took a dance class together as a way to share an interest. Paolo set her phone down. "You know all the words?" Dane said. "For the most part," Scott said. "What we don't know, we can hum. People won't notice if they're watching us move." "Well, you go then," teased Ted. "And why, sir, do I have the honor of being called that?" "Watch 80s Dan, and you'll understand." No rhyme intended. The stiff older woman finished her song. The applause was weak but respectful. Scott and Jessica volunteered to sing next. Upon adding Ease On Down the Road to Throwlex Q, the app told Scott that he would have to connect his Pseudopod to a compatible karaoke program for the track to work. It didn't tell him that, if successful, the app would not only provide the audio, but also the lyrics. To test the stream, he had the DJ connect the phone to his karaoke program. It accepted the app's signal and displayed the track and its data on his PC. Scott grabbed 2 wireless microphones, kept one for himself, and handed the other to Jessica. They moved to down center stage, loosened their joints, and waited for the music to start. Ironically, the song that played was a never-before-heard club version. They began their performance with several steps, a jig, free-form push-and-pull maneuver that culminated in a spin, more steps, and a slide. The rest of the dance was filled with an array of simple contemporary moves. Scott played the part of Michael Jackson's Scarecrow, while Jessica played Diana Ross's Dorothy. The birthstones of their engagement rings emitted irregular flashes of green, blue, and white. After the third chorus, a mysterious melody crept into the song's solo. Paolo sat in his chair and inconspicuously oscillated to the music, dancing on the floor in his head. It must be great to have somebody like you that much. Dane smiled brightly, absorbing his friend's joy. Oh well. Just having friends is good enough for me. The crowd liked Scott and Jessica's act. They never stumbled, tripped on their lines, or dropped their microphones. Their voices, although nowhere near the caliber of a recording artist, had improved some, like that of a singer from a TV intro after several seasons. They're like a freakin' Generation Y Barbie and Ken, somebody commented. When it was over, people applauded, even the campy performer from before. Dane's clapping stopped short, however. I think I know one of the reasons why Paolo's alone. Dane returned home at around midnight. Scott and Jessica decided to retire an hour earlier than they usually did, and Paolo grew drowsy from the 2 blue moons he eventually drank. Tanner and Kelly were already home, presumably asleep. It was hard to say because Kelly often slept with her computer on. He followed through with his deal to match Jean with Paolo. Before leaving Laird's, Dane approached Jean and told her that Paolo found her attractive but was uncertain whether she would appreciate it. She took the news bittersweetly. She hoped that Dane had finally gotten her hints and was going to ask her out, but no matter. Maybe Paolo, if he didn't work out, would serve as a channel with which she could get closer to Dane. He asked for a phone number to relay to Paolo. She gave the one belonging to her cell. Feeling less tired than he probably should have been, Dane poured himself a glass of milk, heated it in the microwave, and quietly descended to his bedroom. At a moderate pace, he emptied his pockets, connected his Pseudopod to its charge cable, undressed, set his drink atop a magazine on the floor, and climbed into bed. He stared at the ceiling, waiting for the fictitious sand chick to make her visit. She didn't show up, so Dane tried to summon her with a sip of milk which had cooled. Almost 30 minutes passed and nothing came. He squirmed and huffed in frustration. Either from boredom or the reflection of tonight's events, he slid a hand beneath his underwear and began. Dane, you have a new app, his Pseudopod said in a genderless voice. No sound. Just a voice. He arose and unlocked the phone. A lavender icon appeared. He opened the app and discovered it to be a white noise generator. He selected a track called Escapeful. A hypnotic, inconsistent drone left his phone. He hit the power/standby button, continuing to stand. The drone persisted, filling the room. Dane returned to bed and quickly fell asleep. His Pseudopod, on the other hand, lay awake. In the privacy of its new home, it began whispering in a voice no human could hear. The first to respond was the modem/router upstairs. It trusted the signal because of a prior Wi-Fi connection. Under the Pseudopod's instruction, the device commanded the house's 1 tower and 2 laptops to turn on. After the operating systems were loaded, Dane's phone initiated the PC's Pseudopod helper programs, which were software that he, Tanner, and Kelly installed after buying the phones. Scans commenced. Scans that weren't accessible to the humans. Progress bars filled swiftly and smoothly. The paths below them changed in centiseconds. The only things that took longer than a centisecond were large files and directories. The helper programs were sending, pirating, private data to the modem. The device's lights indicated a heavy transmission of high and lower frequencies. It almost wasn't able to handle the entire upload. Tanner's and Kelly's pseudopods also awakened. Other electronics were propositioned too, but didn't have much to offer. The humans lay motionless, under the thumbs of REM sleep. Through secret night vision filters, the pseudopods saw them embark on trips of which only they and their minds knew. 964 Pseudopods Sold. Dane awoke twice, once at approximately 7 a.m. and again at approximately 12 p.m. His first awakening seemed to be the result of a dream. After about an hour of lying in bed, he fell back asleep. After awakening the second time, he sprang out of bed, showered, and entered the top floor where he found a surprise waiting for him. "Good morning, Dane," Tanner said cheerfully from inside the kitchen, transferring some scrambled eggs onto a plate. "Yes," Kelly said, equally cheerful, "good morning." She was sitting in an old recliner. A plate whose surface held bacon strips and eggs mixed with ketchup sat on her lap. An episode of Vice News played on the TV in the living room. The curtains were drawn open, revealing a partly cloudy but bright sky. "Morning," Dane replied, alarmed. "Even though it's technically not morning anymore. What's going on?" "There's some breakfast for you on the table," Tanner said. Dane looked into the kitchen's left and saw a steaming plate of scrambled eggs with bacon bits, golden toast, and strawberry preserves. "I was gonna go down and hand it to you, but it looks like you beat me to it." Dane slowly traversed the aperture, grabbed his meal, and said, "Wow. How'd he know I like preserves, not jam?" "Thanks, man." Tanner never made breakfast for someone with which he wasn't sleeping. "Get lucky," Dane said. "Oh no. Did somebody get a promotion?" "Sit down and I'll clue you in." Dane moved to the couch. Tanner followed, situating himself to Dane's right. He set his plate on the coffee table, turned off the TV, and slid a little closer to Dane, compelling him to jerk to the right. Kelly, still sitting in the recliner, was no more than 4 feet to Dane's left. His roommates were uncomfortably close. He coughed unwittingly, nervously. Tanner and Kelly didn't react, they just smiled. "Listen," Tanner uttered, leaning forward, "I want to apologize for the way I acted a couple weeks ago. I must have sounded like a real creep." Tanner also never apologized for things that weren't his fault or curled his mustache, which now bore a handlebar style. "It's cool," Dane said, knowing exactly where this was going. "Really? That watch was expensive. Almost $1,000. You had a right to be angry." "I would have been." "Yeah, but anger's like money. People run out of it. Besides," Kelly added as if completing the thought, "it's better to maintain a safe, supportive at-home relationship." "We don't want our home to be an angry place," Tanner complimented. The scene was bizarre, almost soap operatic. Like an episode of some sappy TV show. Was this leading up to something? Dane looked at his breakfast apathetically. "Angry place? That's not how Tanner would have described it. That's something, I don't know, maybe Scott would have heard at work. Our home sounds weird too. He usually keeps away from those kinds of phrases. Is he just trying to make another point?" "All right," Dane said, addled. "Have you changed your mind about my having people over too? You planning on interviewing somebody today?" "No, but maybe next weekend. I'm thinking about doing a video on Clery and the Pseudopod. Nobody's made one yet, so I thought I'd get a head start." "That could be interesting," Kelly commented, confidently looking at Tanner for approval. "Yes," Tanner said. "It would introduce the phone to the public and get more people to visit our town. Maybe even stay here." Dane thought. Since when does Tanner care about people staying here? He always thought Clery was populated enough. "Have you thought about who to interview yet?" Kelly said. "Scott. Jessica. Maybe some people I've interviewed in the past." What about Paolo? Tanner said. Well, he doesn't have a pseudopod yet, but I could ask if he'd like to provide some insight into the phone's tech. A strange kind of silent exchange passed between Tanner and Kelly. So, Dane said apprehensively, do I still need your permission? Well, let's try it for a month or so. Okay, brah? He did not just say that. He never says that. Okay. Dane tried not to shudder. Okay. Hey, mister, you haven't eaten your breakfast. Tanner was right. Dane hadn't even touched it, but he must. That was the condition. He smiled unsteadily and lifted the plate. The food had cooled. The grease from the eggs solidified into a film, and the toast wobbled like cardboard. He took his fork and scooped up a very small portion of the eggs. Tanner and Kelly watched him as he did so. The living room was quiet. There was only the vague sound of a vehicle passing outside. That's crazy. It's just breakfast. Dane tried not to look at his roommates. He slowly opened his mouth, bit down and chewed. The eggs must have tasted okay, because he swallowed them without difficulty. Less than a minute later, Dane timidly asked, "Can we turn the TV back on?" "Of course," Tanner said. Surviving his brush with whatever happened upstairs, Dane returned to the haven of his bedroom and comfort of his workstation. There were still no videos about the pseudopod. While sitting in the task chair, he perused the contact screen of his phone app. One of the things the phone failed to do was import the names, phone numbers, and email addresses he backed up from his old phone. The pseudopod had no trouble giving him everything else, so why not contact data from Google? Nonetheless, Dane had an Excel spreadsheet with all his past interviewees' data. After some careful consideration, he copied the email addresses of 6 interviewees, pasted them onto a blank notepad document, and launched Chrome. The people, based on what he seemed to remember about them, would probably have pseudopods and not mind divulging details about the apps they acquired. From the browser's bookmarks bar, he clicked on the Mail folder and then on the Gmail shortcut. From the Mail platform, he composed a 4-sentence message. It included a salutation, complimentary close and footer that consisted of a signature, full name, Google phone number, and Gmail address. He used the Gmail account and Google phone for business purposes only. After a brief but thorough proofread, he transferred the addresses from Notepad to the To field and hit the Send button. Dane sent another email, which was less formal, to Paolo and Scott. He couldn't send one to Jessica because he didn't know her email address or have it in his Google contacts, so he appended Scott's email by asking to ask her if she would like to participate in a podcast about her experience with the pseudopod. Now it was time to tell the world about Clery's hot new product, but where should he start? What would keep people watching, listening, for more than 2/3 of the presentation? Dane leaned back, rhythmically patting the desk with his hand. Pat 1 2 pat 1 2 pat. A whole new world? You got the app just now? You have a new app. Pat 1 pat. After a few minutes, he retrieved a notebook and pen from the shelf, unplugged his pseudopod, and opened its settings app. The genderless voice from last night said, "What can I get for you?" This was the first time he had ever launched the settings. He didn't know what to ask, so he swiped up on some text and a flashing upward arrow. A grid of options with titles appeared. He tapped on a few, but quickly backed out of them. He swiped down and, upon returning to the top of the settings first screen, saw a caption of what his phone had just said and a microphone graphic that beat like a heart. Dane tapped the microphone and said, "Screen timeout options." The pseudopod delivered a screen with several sliders, one of which controlled the device's screen timeout function. He set the value to 0 seconds and saved the change. The caption returned, but not the graphic. Voice-activated app install. "I'm sorry," the pseudopod replied, "but I couldn't find a topic for the subject you requested. Please say something else." App download preferences. I found 3 topics for application personalization. 3 blocks of text had flown into view: application download limit, application notification preferences, and application conservation configuration. Dane tapped the first topic. The content was replaced by an option to change the maximum amount of apps the phone could hold. The input field was set to 25. Below this block-level element lay an empty checkbox and line that read, "Yes, please replace apps I use the least with new ones." He went back and looked into the other two options, but found nothing pertaining to voice-activated application installation. Dane thought he had heard a stir from behind his bedroom door. Disappointed, Dane laid his Pseudopod on the desk, launched his Adobe Audition and webcam programs, moved each application's GUI into a separate monitor, switched on his microphone, and began his monologue. He talked about the store at which he bought the phone, the zero-down contract with a qualified trade-in, low monthly cost, 13 apps he currently had, and even the phone's ability to scroll up and down on certain apps by just moving his eyes. Because this was a rough cut, he forgave fillers such as like, and you know. As he spoke, he inconspicuously kept an eye on the phone's home screen, trying to pinpoint the word or phrase that caused an app to evolve. "If I could only figure out how to make an app appear, I could include it in the video. People would like to see that." In the end, Dane disclosed that this video was a prelude to more videos about the Pseudopod. An interview with locals regarding how the phone is affecting their lives was coming up next. After about 30 minutes, he saved the audio he had recorded into a SES file and replayed the footage, jotting down the start and end times of the most useful clips and talking points he failed to mention. He produced 3 iterations before finally editing, compressing and publishing a finished video on YouTube. The SES file now contained 3 tracks, one of each iteration. In the 7th post-meridium hour, Dane's mother called. Her name was Christina, but she still allowed her friends and husband to call her Chrissy. She started the conversation in her usual way, asking her son how he was living, eating, and sleeping. Dane dutifully reported that he was living and eating well. It was up for debate whether he was or wasn't sleeping well. He mentioned nothing major or serious, not even his and Tanner's dispute and subsequent concord. In a similar fashion, Christina reported little outside the fact that her husband's hearing had remained stable. In the past 4 years, Rob Freitag has lost 40% of his hearing in one ear and now wears an aid. Unlike Dane, Christina sounded reticent. She left 1 to 2 second pauses before responding to his speeches, as if she couldn't figure out what to say next. Normally, talk of Rob's condition didn't affect her in this way. It couldn't have been the reception, because their conversation commenced without pauses. "Are you okay, Mom?" Dane said, scared. "Is something wrong?" Christina snuffled before confidently saying, "It's Connor." "Connor? What about him?" "He's changed." "How do you mean?" "He's different. He's become so hostile. Yelling. Calling us garbage people. God. He even pushed your father down the stairs when he tried to stop him from leaving the house." Dane's shudder returned with a vengeance. "Connor pushed Dad down the stairs? Why?" "It was an accident, I'm sure, but I think it had something to do with school. A couple weeks ago, he came to us, wanting money to attend the architecture program at Forsyth. We asked him how much it had cost, and he said $15,000 a year for tuition alone. That sounds about right." Having had this discussion with his parents when he tried to go to college, Dane said, "Well, did you offer to help pay?" "Of course we did. We offered him more than what we offered you." "How much?" "About $10,000 a year." "And that's not enough?" "It should be if he stays home while completing school. He wants all of it paid so he can live close to campus." "What about the trade school he talked about attending?" "He doesn't want to do it anymore. He said." Dane sat pensively, his jaws pulsating. This all seemed a little blown out of proportion for just an argument about college expenses, but as the matter stood, things were serious. Christina's pain was profound. It tugged at Dane's heart like a fishing line through his throat. "Dane? Can you come home and talk to Connor? Maybe he'll listen to you. You boys have always been close." Indeed they had. Connor was 3 years younger than Dane, and joined his sibling and Paolo in many youthful escapades. He served as more of an equal to the group than a tag-along, though he occasionally assumed the role of lookout. For instance, when Dane was 10 years old, he, Paolo and Connor picked apples and grapes from the vegetation behind Mr. Guzman's house. Mr. Guzman was the resident ogre. The boys didn't consider the act as trespassing because they only harvested fruit that hung beyond the boundary of his property. Mr. Guzman thought differently, and having caught Dane and company, berated them for stealing. After the second capture, Mr. Guzman berated their parents. Although the Freitags and Brays didn't like their crotchety neighbor, they advised their children to stay away from his backyard. Nonetheless, the boys continued harvesting, mainly out of spite. When they happened to catch Mr. Guzman leave his house, Dane asked Connor to sit some distance away and alert him via walkie-talkie when he was coming back. Connor also aided Dane and Paolo in the consumption of inappropriate online content. The boys' parents knew of the internet's dangers, but trusted their children's ability to recognize online predators, unlawful acts, and the like. They had briefed them on the material. Other activities were less problematic. Connor rode his bicycle with Dane and Paolo, swam with them, hiked, sledded, played games, assisted his brother with the construction of a small homemade transmitter after Dane developed his interest in radio. He even volunteered to do insignificant portions of Dane's homework in exchange for help with his. Dane had 2 of Connor's teachers, so he was somewhat familiar with their lesson plans. When Dane and Connor were in their teens, they stumbled upon a discussion about future plans and whether higher education was the ideal path to take. The boys had heard many horror stories of young adults obtaining college degrees, failing to find suitable employment and returning to the nest, working low-wage jobs as a result. While surfing the web, Connor discovered a technical college in Clery, which was established in 1960. According to the Institute's website, he would work as a paid apprentice for a few years, take classes at night, get an AAS, Associate of Applied Science degree, and continue working in the field as a journeyman. He would only attend a university if his career required such an action. This was an ideal solution for him and his parents, because Connor could gain on-the-job training, and Christina and Rob could replenish their savings account. To Connor, the role of painter/decorator looked most appealing. He could dive into it right after high school and contribute to the maintenance of Clery's recent construction. Unfortunately for Dane, there were no more low-cost tech schools for his profession, and if there were, he couldn't find them. Dane and Connor also trembled at the thought of having to move far away from home. Clery was where their support systems lay. Solder East or West was probably the furthest they would go. "I'll come over tomorrow before work," Dane replied. "Thank you, honey," Christina said. "And be careful." "Of what?" Shortly after awakening the next day, Dane received a message from Gmail. YouTube had removed his Pseudopod video. According to the email, an anonymous copyright owner claimed Dane's content as its own and opted to block the video. Dane shouted at his workstation in protest. Its decision made little sense to him. As a content producer, he learned that reviews generally fell under the umbrella of fair use. His review of the Pseudopod was no different than Nestor Nosto's review of a movie for which he didn't have the rights. Dane asked rhetorically if the apps were the cause. Did the copyright owner fear an invasion of people's privacy? Didn't he, she, or whoever know that somebody was bound to share the Pseudopod with the public? He didn't express an opinion of the other platforms, such as Stitcher or SoundCloud. He hadn't submitted the Pseudopod content to them yet. Would they remove his content as well? Did Radio.co have its own control to block touchy content? Dane checked his other emails. Scott was the only one to respond to his podcast idea, asking him when he would like to do it. With a wry smile, Dane slowly entered, "Is Friday okay? This will give me more time to hear back from others." He sent his reply and spent the rest of the morning in a club chair, watching Tubi. He wasn't in the mood to check his YouTube stats. At about 2 in the afternoon he got dressed, grabbed his lunch, and left for his parents' house. Neither Tanner nor Kelly was upstairs. The Freitag house was a two-story ranch-style affair with white roof lines, railings and beams, varying amounts of red and amber bricks and cream-colored clapboard, and a two-car garage. The structure paralleled East Shoalter, a residential avenue in one of Clery's southern suburbs. A garden of shrubs and the ashy remnants of flowers stood along a farmer's porch, which stretched from the house's right corner to the paved walkway. The sides of the yard were met with maple trees, which still had more than half of their leaves. A small pile of stale green and yellow leaves rested to the right of the property. Moss crept through the driveway's cracks. Dane pulled into the driveway, parked and exited his truck. Rob was sitting in a lawn chair. An orthopedic cast covered his right foot. A couple of crutches stood against the wall beside him. "Hi, Pop," Dane shouted, approaching the porch. "Dane," Rob said, delighted. "Glad you made it." Dane hugged his father and took a seat adjacent to him. He couldn't help but notice the not-so-invisible hearing aid. "Will that happen to me too? You look well." "You too, sport. How's the accounting world?" Good, Rob said cheerfully. "No sign of a layoff." "Mom okay?" Rob sighed gravely. "No. This business with Connor has really gotten to her." "What's going on?" "We don't know. He won't talk to us. He just stays in his room, except for when he has to go to school." "Has he been using the bathroom?" "I hope so. He keeps his door locked now." "Did he do that?" Dane said, pointing at the cast. Rob fidgeted. "I think this is what's affected your mother the most. Connor's never been violent. Not towards anybody. You remember that fight between him and Jeremy Winters, don't you?" "Oh yes," Dane said, motioning to Shoalter. "It happened right there. Remember how he wouldn't swing even when the other kid did?" "Yeah. I guess so." Dane half shook his head, half nodded. "It's like the old Connor has been replaced with somebody more aggressive." Connor and Jeremy were in 7th grade on the days they met and fought. Jeremy attended most of Connor's classes and had been bullying him since the first week of social studies. Connor made the mistake of mispronouncing a long, unfamiliar word while asking the teacher a question. Connor had been fighting a speech impediment for years. At this point in his life he had mastered small and medium words, but struggled with those that required a higher level of linguistic acrobatics. Like a panel of disapproving judges, Jeremy and two other peers from behind him snickered. If Connor had ignored the urge to turn and look, his and Jeremy's relationship probably would have ended there. In just a few days, Jeremy began mocking his speech and pushing him aside whenever he could. Afraid to tell an adult, Connor told his parents. As opponents of violence, they advised him to just ignore Jeremy, and if the bullying continued, tell a teacher or counselor who would in turn tell them. This didn't work. The adults, in their twisted duty to protect and oppress the lesser students, didn't tell his parents. They told Jeremy, which only made him meaner. Infuriated, Connor asked Dane for help. He suggested an old-fashioned talk with the bully. Connor was not only thin and a few inches short for his age, but also had never fought before, and for all Dane knew, the other boy had. The best-case scenario was that he just wanted something from Connor but couldn't say what. The next day, before boarding the school bus, Connor asked to talk with Jeremy in private. He complied. Connor explained that he wasn't going to fight and asked what either one could do to stop the abuse. Jeremy took this as a sign of submission. Sophomoric taunts morphed into vulgar gestures, which often accompanied gay slurs. A week later, at approximately 3 p.m., Connor snapped. While on the bus ride home, he backhanded Jeremy's face after he had been flicking his ears. At long last, Jeremy was the object of laughter. Irreverent to the bus's motion, he jumped out of his seat and began shaking and shoving the discombobulated Connor. Despite the driver's attempt to extinguish the brawl and separate the boys, Jeremy didn't stop. He caught up to Connor, who had been released a few blocks down the street, and chased him to his house. Connor barely reached the sidewalk facing his yard before Jeremy's hands forced his face to the curb. Jeremy held nothing back. He punched Connor, bloodying his nose. Connor's forehead was already cut from the fall. Jeremy chuckled. Connor looked as though he was wearing lipstick, which, combined with his pretty face, projected the image of a sissy. He desperately tried to imitate Jeremy's swings, but couldn't get them right. His aim was always off and strength always low. Fortunately, Dane, who had been walking home from school, just cleared the corner onto Sholter Avenue. He ran to Connor's aid, delivering what his brother couldn't. Jeremy flew to the concrete with the force of a Dane, and maybe 2 Connors. Now Jeremy was the sissy. His cowering and pathetic reasoning for the bullying made him stop and think. Why did he hate Connor so much? He couldn't give Dane an answer. He could only run away. How long has this been happening? Dane said. 2-3 weeks, Rob said. Where is he now? Probably in his room. Dane turned his head panoramically, looking to see if anybody was listening to his and Rob's conversation. All right. I'll see what I can find out. Thank you. I hear Connor's not the only child having problems. After entering the living room to exchange pleasantries with Christina, Dane climbed the staircase to Connor's room. The house looked darker than it did a few months ago. The living and dining room shades were down. Only a single lamp was on, which provided some light to Christina, who sat on the couch listening to, not watching, some daytime talk show. The laptop lying next to her hip was open and on, but sleeping. A pink and white bottle of diphenhydramine stood close by. The sleep-inducing antihistamines weren't present to treat allergies, but to reach tranquility. As Dane made his way through the interior, he saw that the space didn't seem lived in, but stayed in. Like the Freitags had just been borrowing it from somebody else. Similar to the condition he and Lacey had left an East Sauter house, the one time they used Airbnb. The throw pillows that usually lay randomly on the couch or floor were tucked against its armrests. The dining room table that usually held a near-empty glass or beverage can was clear, with the exception of 4 perfectly squared placemats and a small centerpiece whose daisies were undernourished and dying. Most of the doors in the living room, dining room, and foyer were shut. The pictures that hung along one of the second-floor walls were dusty and neglected. A de-stringed marionette puppet, which Connor won at a carnival, no longer hung from his door. A generic black-and-white "Notice, Please Knock" placard took its place. A stainless steel hasp and loop lay above it. Dane obeyed the placard's demand. "Go away," an annoyed voice from inside yelled. "I'm busy." "Connor?" Dane shouted, startled. "It's Dane." Connor calmly opened the door and said, "What are you doing here?" "Just thought I'd stop by and say hi." "Hi. Can I come in?" "Why? Did Mom ask you to come up?" "No." Dane thought fast. "I'd just like to talk to my little brother, is all." "Doe?" He didn't want to come off as phony. "You're not hiding anything in there, are ya?" "Good save." "Of course not. Come on." Connor cleared the way for Dane to enter. By contrast, Connor's room, which he inherited after Dane moved out, looked more than lived in. It resembled a world away from the world. It was the second biggest bedroom, and absurdly messy. The first thing Dane noticed was the stench. Something compelled him to crinkle his nose. No piss. No shit. With Connor's face toward the door he was shutting, Dane looked into the closet. The shirts hung loosely from their hangers, which lay awkwardly distributed as if handled by an angry master. One of the shirts had fallen to the floor. Its sleeves had folded inwardly, projecting the illusion of a scared little boy who had suddenly dematerialized. Several used socks made a path to a work desk that was caked with a mixture of dishes, papers, and desktop computer components. The bowls and cups bore the remains of solids and liquids that had shriveled, dried, and spoiled. "How's life?" Connor said casually, walking behind Dane. The radio stuff's okay, but the warehouse blows." Connor had returned to his work desk. "I bet," he said while perusing through a stack of printouts. "Not much future in that." "Yeah. I suppose not." The unblinded window didn't brighten the setting. It only made it appear filthier because Dane could see, in vivid detail, the enormous squalor that surrounded him. The covers of Connor's bed were strewn. The white patterned mattress cover was discolored over a vague depression where he undoubtedly slept. One of the dresser drawers hung off its left roller. 2 pairs of trousers lay messily over its top. An inseam of each pair was pulled inside out. The 3 framed photos of him, Dane, Paolo, and Snickers, the Freitag's deceased Chihuahua dachshund, were turned face down. Only 3 things remained either preserved or untouched: the lamp Connor made from wood, a socket and soda can in a 9th grade CTE career and technical education class, a shelf he made from cinder blocks and hardwood planks, and a collection of character sketches which hung on the left wall. "How's school?" Dane said. "Fine. I'll be taking a few electives this year." Flies fluttered into Dane's view. A cobweb occupied the corner above Connor's bed. Its inhabitant stood perfectly still, watching the show. "What classes?" "Oh, drafting, world affairs, psychology." "Wow. I never knew you were into stuff like that." "Neither did I, until I was told it was the right choice." Connor looked up from his papers. "You gonna sit down?" Then back down at them. Dane selected a portion of the bed that was covered with a blanket. "Well, I bet you're looking forward to graduation. Moving out of Mom's house. Becoming a master apprentice." Connor looked up again, this time with a terrible grimace. "I'm not going to be an apprentice." "Oh? Find something else?" "Yes. Except Mom won't let me go to school to do it." "Have you talked to her about it?" With a snort, Connor dropped the papers and arose. "She keeps saying we don't have enough money, or could I wait a few years?" "Well, what's wrong with the trade school? I thought that was your future. You used to talk about it all the time." "I can't make a living as a construction worker." "Painter-decorator," Dane thought. "What if I don't make enough money? I want to be the person building homes, not fixing them. What if I lose my job? You want me to end up like Mom and Dad?" Dane arose too, disgusted. "Now wait a minute, buddy," he exclaimed. "They've done an excellent job supporting us and this house." His pitch swelled. "Dad losing his job wasn't his fault. How do you think I felt?" He couldn't stop. "I had plans to go to a university, just like you. You think I like the idea of my tuition going to your livelihood?" There was a chilling silence. The real Connor, or some facsimile thereof, finally surfaced. "So you have been talking with Mom?" "Yeah, they're worried about you." "So am I." The real Dane surfaced as well. "Look around, Connor. Look at this place. It smells like you haven't left this room in weeks. What's happened to you?" "It doesn't smell." "Nothing's happened to me," Connor said snidely, remotely. "I've just grown up is all." "Yeah? Is that why you pushed Dad down the stairs?" Connor rushed back to his desk. "I don't want to talk about that." "You can't." Dane sternly grabbed his arm. "He's in a cast, for fuck's sake. Let me go." "You're damn lucky you didn't kill him." Dane had a strong grip for somebody with average-sized arms. He was approximately 5 feet 10 inches, 170 pounds, and didn't care to get any bigger. He went to the YMCA every few weeks or so, and worked out for about an hour, but that was all. "Now you talk to me." Connor's eyes assumed a sinister quality. "You gonna push me down the stairs too?" "No," Dane said, spotting a smooth discolored scar on Connor's protruding chin. "Maybe bust my nose open." "I thought you were over that." "Well, I'm not." Connor tried to break free. "They still make fun of me for it. They still make fun of my lisp. They still call me Shrimpy Wimpy. And they still see me as the baby whose older brother had to come rescue him. Look, I was only trying to help." "With what? You think I couldn't have taken Jeremy myself?" Dane loosened his grip. It was the first time he had ever heard this. He also hadn't known that Connor's peers were still harassing him. When Dane was a senior and Connor was a freshman, the others only whispered about the school bus brawl, but once Dane graduated, they spoke up. Some peers even took Jeremy's place. "No. It's just that the kids in school have never forgotten it," Connor cried, freeing his arm. "But I can. I can forget you and Mom and Dad and this whole rotten life. Get out." Dane was frozen. "What, are you deaf?" "I they'd get the hell out. Leave." Overwhelmed with pain, sorrow, and fear, Dane exited his ex-brother's room. He noticed Rob and Christina standing at the bottom of the staircase, listening to the shouting match in which Dane lost. The two parties gazed at each other for about half a minute. Neither Rob nor Christina had seen Dane cry in over 15 years. He descended the staircase. "Are you okay?" Christina asked Dane miserably. "I don't understand it," Dane whimpered. "Neither does anybody else," Rob said. "These kids seem to be spending more time looking at their SYNOPSIS than talking about what's bothering them." "You don't mean pseudopods, do you?" "Yeah, that's it. Pseudopods." Rob's voice had the same irresolution Dane's had when hearing the word 7 days ago. "Does Connor have one?" Rob and Christina searched each other for an answer. He came home with something new last month," Christina said. "It was in a bag, so I didn't see what it was." "Did the bag say Jeff's Electronics?" Dane said. "Maybe. It had an unfamiliar logo. I remember that." Dane turned and looked up. "Why?" Connor's door was open by about an inch. A shadow had quickly moved away from the crack. "Dane, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Dane's phone sounded. Based on the tone, it was Pseudomaps telling him that he had 3 minutes to leave for work. I better go." "Work?" "Okay," Rob said, "but if you figure it out, let us know." "I will." Dane hugged and kissed his parents goodbye. 1,939 pseudopods sold. Although Dane was late, he didn't receive a point. He had clocked in before the end of his 5-minute grace period. Pseudomaps provided a route with very few vehicles and departure time of 5:27 p.m., which would have gotten him to work on time if he hadn't visited his family. The actual ETA was only 23 minutes, but the phone included a 10-minute margin for error. The margin for error feature was based on one's destination. Dane's phone knew that the fulfillment center was a place at which people typically arrived early. This and other features might have made his commutes more convenient, but they didn't make them easier. He had to move even quicker now and leave when told. They all had to leave when told, for one rogue gear could exponentially ruin the train of an entire system. "Think it's working?" one of Dane's associates said as he approached the huddle circle. "Can't say," another associate replied silently. "Maybe it just takes longer." Having finished talking with somebody else, Corey, almost secretly, contributed, "Give it a week." Corey and the two associates were wearing Red Cranes jerseys, which bore the number 12 in bold college font. Out of a group of 27, 15 more associates wore similar attire. This was strange because only 3 of the 15 had worn Cranes clothing before. The other 12 never showed an interest in football. The group within a group seemed to be promoting the team or, at the very least, something it represented. The Solder Cranes logo and its white and blue-black 12 figure came to symbolize faith, acceptance, and solidarity in solder. 5 years ago, the namesakes team came close to winning the Super Bowl. This was its first time in the championship. Since then, many Souderites began plastering Cranes imagery in windows, on flags, license plates, and street curbs next to their houses' address numbers. Some images went so far as to say things like, "We are all for the Cranes," implying that they weren't for anything else. Even the "I'm in" slogan from the break room seemed menacing because it implied that somebody who was out wasn't a Crane and perhaps couldn't be believed, accepted, or supported. The eyes of associates followed Dane as he advanced on Paolo, who stood alone. He had increased his pace while instinctively contracting his shoulders. "They're growing. The eyes. They're growing." Paolo looked darker only because his face appeared paler. Okay, Clery said as if flipped by a switch. Let's get started. How are we all doing today? The ring of associates collectively replied with an echo that screamed, good. Everybody have a nice weekend? The question was stupid because he knew that most people in the circle probably had no weekend, but this didn't stop them from giving another lackluster echo. Dane? Paolo? How are you two? Half of the cranes turned to look at Dane. What should I say? Good? Bad? Tired? The other half of cranes were looking at Paolo. The non-cranes had turned too, but only as what seemed to be a token gesture. Confused? Uncomfortable? Terrific, Dane said. We're just terrific, Paolo added. Great, Clery said. You two didn't respond, so I thought I'd check. With no response forthcoming, the whole group turned back around, more concurrently this time. As some of you already know, our rates have dropped in the past couple weeks, causing delayed shipments and late arrivals. Now, I know you all know that customer satisfaction is what keeps us in business. This center wouldn't exist if people in Clery and beyond didn't want their stuff yesterday. Clery pointed at a numeral written in red erasable ink. It was the average pick rate for yesterday's PM block, scrawled on a laminated card that was stapled to a kind of scoreboard. The average pick rate, or APR, was calculated by dividing the sum of all pickers' personal pick rates, PPRs, by the amount of pickers working in that block. The PPR was equivalent to a worker's picks per hour. Other marked cards hung vertically against the APR one, as did the cards for the same tags in the AM column. See that? 1080. That's unacceptable. We have to make sure we're picking at an APR of at least 1400. As some of the people in the circle looked confused in response to Clery's claim, 1080 wasn't a problem before, Dane looked at the crane clones. Who's next? What happens if we fall below the RPR? A female new hire asked innocently. Dane thought. Probably nothing. If you stick close to it, you'll be? You're fired, Clery answered. What? Dane inhaled. The girl teetered as if stuck in a short-lived fight or flight loop. Was Clery's statement literal or hypothetical? The group was speechless. They had heard of such a thing happening, but none believed it. They never saw somebody get fired for falling below the RPR, recommended pick rate, which appeared as 180 on the third PM card. You might have gotten spoken to as a kind of formality, but that was all. The turnover was so high, it wasn't necessary to fire people, and unless everybody moved as slow as a tortoise or just didn't show up to work, the APR wouldn't even fall below 800. The girl straightened up. If your PPR consistently falls below the RPR, then yes, you'll be fired. Clery regained composure. He was balding, overweight, and perspired easily. You see, we've expanded same-day shipping to zones outside solder and want only the best. Need hard-working, serious-minded people. I always knew you were a scumbag. Don't we get any slack? Paolo said defiantly. I mean, just because Jose can pick at 180 doesn't mean everybody else can too. One of the cranes whistled critically at the comment. Dane pursed his lips but knew Paolo meant no harm. Sometimes he got carried away when making a point, but he was far from racist. Having little to no internal editor was part of his enigmatic charm. It's better to see someone's truth in the beginning than discover their falsity in the end. Besides, Jose was fictitious. What wasn't fictitious was that almost all the managers at the company were white, suspiciously enough. Yeah, Clery said. That's why we're giving everybody 1 month to stabilize their rates. If your PPR remains below the RPR, you'll receive a verbal warning, then a termination warning, and finally a termination. This didn't mean much to Paolo. He already lived with his parents, who were generous enough to buy him a Honda with a 4-mile odometer. Ivan even offered him a job as secretary for his private practice before Paolo took this one. It probably didn't mean much to the rest of the associates either. But to Dane, this meant a lot. He lived with a demanding non-relative who wanted the rent when it was due. Dane couldn't lose his savings, move back home and start over, especially when his old home felt less like the one he currently occupied. That lead position's sounding pretty good right now. Wonder if it's still open. I'll ask during lunch. Aside from Dane's dream of a radio company, there were two other reasons he chose to continue with his job. One was the $3 above minimum wage, and the other was the promise of tuition assistance after 2 years of employment. But this promise held little weight. It was almost as ineffectual as that of permanent employment after 3 months or health insurance after 90 days. The warehouse associate position, like others of its kind, wasn't designed for a worker to last 2 years. Even with this particular FC's clemency on rates and goals, until now, the physicality or inconsistency of the role usually broke the person after only a few months. If the worker didn't suffer an injury, fall behind on bills, or get fired, the management almost always found another way to discourage the individual from progressing. Steve, a 68-year-old fellow merchandiser, once told Dane that there was little point in working hard in retail. They'll just get rid of you once you get too close. Paolo continued to protest. Hair versus head. That's not fair. There's a crying room upstairs, Corey contested. Feel free to check yourself into it. So we can learn more. Management not only made jokes at the workers' expense, but also at the company's, except the latter usually empowered the company and management and weakened everybody else. The worst expression of snobbery came in the form of one phrase, "We appreciate you." Dane thought further. I could punch your motherfucking lights out, you fat, sweaty son of a bitch. Dane's scanner read, Floor 2, Aisle 3, Bin B19 in 20-point Arial bold, and James Life Protection Formula Adult Beef and Brown Rice Dry Dog Food in 14-point Arial regular. Dane pushed his cart at half the speed he would have downstairs. There were electronic eyes on the second floor too, but not as many human ones. It was easier to slack off up here, but that wasn't what Dane was doing. He was thinking, half awake, half asleep, staring forward as if watching an invisible scene play. If I had to guess, I would say he was reflecting on Paolo's act of defiance. He openly said something Dane had expressed to very few people, several times over many months. Others had expressed it too, even the Cranes. Paolo rarely voiced his true opinions unless he knew, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the listener or listeners would accept them. It was a defense mechanism. A way to mitigate confrontation while remaining true to himself. Today, however, Paolo was a different person. A real stronger person. With just a single shot of rhetoric, he opened everybody's third eye, getting them to at least acknowledge their inner existentialist. But were they perceptive enough to understand Corey's statement about hard-working, serious-minded people? That he, his boss, or whatever person or thing in charge was actually trying to get rid of its workers, all for the sake of the company's customers, not people's, happiness? Dane scanned the bin, scanned the product, bent his knees, doubled down, lifted the 35-pound sack to the lower shelf of his cart, scanned the cart, and arose. Floor 2, Aisle 6, Bin A29. Rosario's Select Choice Chicken and Salmon-flavored dry cat food. Dane's employer might not have been solely responsible for creating a culture of customers who believed the world revolved around them, but it certainly influenced the concept, making it the deciding factor in retail business success. Against all odds and even laws, people could get whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, wherever they wanted. They could rest assured that their requests, however unreasonable, were correct, and anybody who challenged them was somehow incorrect. They truly believed that their $5, $10, or $20, pounds, yen, or whichever currency they used actually made a difference to a corporation that received billions in currency each year, not always from the sale of goods and services. Some even thought they were improving society by feeding money into a beast that offered dead-end jobs and paid little tax. The company might have paid decent wages, but how could somebody use that money to, say, start a business if virtually every market was owned by it and its affiliates? It was still no easier to go to college, hone your skills, or support loved ones with this business. The company's goodwill, like compound first names, guitar solos, or the extra space after a period, had fallen into the sands of time, becoming more and more buried with every second. The money only served one man, whose goal was to flood the globe with its image. An image that could reproduce itself, in different names and forms again and again before its time of judgment. This pick was harder, because Dane had to not only lug the heavy sack from a top shelf to a bottom one, but also place it above the dog food he just retrieved. Relative to the company's drivers, Dane's role was less bad. He didn't know this because there weren't any DSPs, delivery service partners, in Clery County, which included Sauter, yet. The company's delivery drivers started their shifts as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, and before delivering the first package, they had to pick up a van, complete a pre-trip inspection, drive to a sortation facility, and sequentially load almost 300 packages into the vehicle. The whole process generally took an hour to complete, which sounds like enough time for somebody who hasn't experienced it, but for somebody who had, it really wasn't. The drivers, like the warehouse associates, were pushed to move so fast that they had almost no time to think about what they were doing, and sometimes lose the ability to think altogether. They only had time to perform, to imitate, to copy, to, every day, take an hour-long test in which they're only regurgitating the answers, not originating them. Their styles, rationales, and consciences were buried somewhere in the brown dirty deep of packages and dark sardonic smiles. The insanity didn't stop there. The driver's routes, like the pick paths in the FC, were entirely figured by computers. The illogical logic of the paths dogged them for at least 10 hours a day like a mischievous demon. Oh, you thought you were going north, but you're really going south. Looks like you gotta turn around. I know your van isn't short enough to do it, but if you ever want to go home, you will. Either that or go all the way around the block and add 2 minutes to your shift. Don't want to go up a road you think you can't get out of? Too bad. You gotta deliver a 30-pound box. You won't make it on foot. So sad. 150 stops, Looks like you may just get out of here in 8 hours. That is, if half of them weren't apartments. Our customers, our customers also want you to go to the leasing office after you discover they're not home. Even though they are. Ha. Maybe that was how the company wanted it. Maybe it didn't want its workers to think because people who think ask questions, and those who ask questions change things. If only Lucky Blanchard stopped and thought about where he stood on the issue of his safety, he would still be driving today. He would also be walking, running, kicking a soccer ball, competing in tournaments, and who knows what else. Unfortunately, he proceeded, not so much decided, to drive up a dangerously steep incline in reaching a customer's house. While delivering the package, 3 fearsome Dobermans popped out of the woodwork. When leaving, he discovered that there wasn't enough room to turn his van around. The only way out was to reverse down the curved driveway. He was stuck. The customer wasn't answering his phone, his dogs guarded the property, and dispatch wouldn't come out to help. Needless to say, he rolled over the driveway's edge and into a ravine. He snapped his spine and now lives in a wheelchair, which he purchased through the company's website. All the customer, who was home at the time of the accident, said was, "I hope he can drive again." Customers made mistakes too. Simon Bogue had his face doused with pepper spray while surprising a female driver. She worked in a shady neighborhood and in 3 weeks was bit by a dog once and nearly bit 2 other times. She pleaded to have the dispatcher assign her to another route, but this didn't happen. As a result, the driver began carrying pepper spray, which she had the right to do. Unfortunately, Simon couldn't wait to get his package and intercepted the driver while she was rushing to somebody else's house. Instinctively, she fired her tube, dousing his eyes and face. The driver was immediately promoted to customer. Floor 2, Aisle 8, Bin A, 1964. Rosario's Better Home, pine-scented non-clumping cat litter. As bleak as the company may sound, its conduct wasn't totally abnormal. In fact, it was quite normal, given how much of a you culture society has become. What wasn't normal was the semi-orchestrated way everybody turned to look at Dane and Paolo. While traversing aisle 22, Dane caught a glimpse of the rectangular glass window of the crying room. Of course, the FC didn't call it the crying room. The sign above its door read Wellness Room, which looked more like an interrogation chamber, devoid of color and personality. It had only a folding table, a few office chairs, a couple of posters, water cooler, and 2 obvious cameras in the far upper corners. Dane had seen it occupied a couple of times, but never saw anybody cry in it. Maybe just mope around, which is what almost everybody did here anyway. The crying room, like Rolls, you can't have your cake and eat it too, and best insert noun here ever, was just another term that broke into the modern lexicon. Maybe I'll wait until after work to ask about the lead position. The tone for lunch sounded. You should have seen him, Paolo, Dane said drearily, sitting at one of the break room's picnic tables. It was like talking to a dead zombie. I don't get you, Paolo replied. Dane looked down, reflecting. His face was angry, but his eyes weren't. So, he wasn't angry? No, he was. He probably could have pushed me down the stairs too, except he wouldn't, right? Paolo complimented. Couldn't? I don't know, Dane continued. It's like there were 3 people in the room. 3 people? Paolo tried not to smile. Yeah, a bad Connor, a good Connor, and me. His room was like a crypt. Paolo's jowls slacked. What about your roommates, Dane? You never told me about them. Where should I start? They're different too. Dane looked up. Just like everyone else. And that's a bad thing? I mean, we're all a little like somebody. Aren't we? No, damn it. Dane lowered his voice. They're not the same people. They don't act the same. They don't talk the same. Something's. He huffed, desperately thinking of a way for Paolo to understand. What came out was, something's talking for them. You know, Dane, maybe you ought to leave this place. Maybe a day job, so you could get more sleep. That's what Tanner said. Wasn't it? Dane's face retreated into the warm seclusion of his right palm. He sighed glumly. Is this what it's like to lose it? Maybe you're right. I suppose there are things I can do other than interviews. For once I wish I could read his mind. Want my e-tank? The e-tank was a berry-flavored energy drink with the NES Generation Mega Man sprite on its can. It'll restore your life. Dane smiled. No, but I'll take your mac and cheese. Oh please, Paolo cried hyperbolically. Not my mac and cheese. What'll I possibly find to eat in this sea of vending machines? With a chuckle, Dane said, only you can make something like that sound so ridiculous. That takes talent. From one talent to another. Paolo passed his Tupperware dish to Dane. Bon appetit, man. He accepted it, and after a moment of silence Paolo said, still dreaming? Dane had been dreaming almost every night since buying the Pseudopod. They were powerful dreams, which he could mostly recall and mildly control. His ability to remember his dreams, regardless of when they occurred, was arguably his best gift from nature. It was like having an internal automatic backup system. He told Paolo about one of them. It contained trolls, what seemed like a memory, and a voice telling him to drop YouTube and focus on a career at the FC. He was supposed to have accepted the message, but rejected it. No, I will not accept. Cannot. Change is in. Dane didn't answer Paolo's question. He kept his head down and played with his food. When it looked as though he was about to answer, another associate said, Hey, okay if we sit here. It was one of the Cranes, Greg. He was accompanied by 2 other jersey-clad young adults, Zoe and Matter. They were an unlikely trio. Matter hated sports, and Greg and Zoe didn't have any of the same interests. Sure, Paolo said defensively, if that'll make you feel better. Paolo expected Greg to react bitterly. Instead, he sat on the tabletop next to Paolo's left. Zoe sat on its seat next to Paolo's right. Matter stationed himself next to Dane, although not as close as the others had to Paolo. Deja vu? Dane immediately noticed that Matter was wearing a thermal shirt under his jersey. This was odd because he had never cared about covering his scars. From age 15 to 18, Matter, whose real name was Matt, contemplated suicide. He had a total of 15 marks on both his forearms, in a variety of lengths. The cutting was a kind of compromise he made with himself. He would get the satisfaction of almost dying and the gift of more time. Nobody knew about his suicidal tendencies. After graduating from high school, he decided to unveil his scars. Continuing to hide them would contradict his choice to live. What was done was done. What was important was what he would do in the future as Matter with one T. But now, it seemed that he had regressed in this respect. He returned to a simpler form that most people could understand quickly and easily. Greg and Paolo attended the same high school together, but neither one remembered the other. Greg was a B-average wallflower with a whiff of halitosis. Something that was the size of a smartphone lay in his pant pocket. I just want to commend you on what you said, Greg said, looking at Paolo in strange wonder. Did Paolo just wince or smile? You mean the Jose thing? Forget it. Looking back, it did sound a little salty. No. It's fine. We think the same thing. It's ridiculous what they expect us to do every day. We just don't say it out loud because we don't want to lose our jobs. And I do. Well, happy to be of service. Dane watched in bemusement. Usually, this worked the other way. The first several weeks were the period in which coworkers interacted with everyone and anyone. Like children, they entered the scene with clear, open minds and had yet to learn and adopt the decorum, protocol, and politics of their environment. Once the illusion of choice faded away, people didn't change, but behaved more naturally. Aspects of their true selves boiled to the top of the pot and sometimes over the rim. They sought validation in individuals and power in numbers. They accepted others that were like-minded or agreeable, and rejected, sometimes vocally, those that were different or potentially aberrant. Some who were called out on this might have blurted lines like, "We're all in this together," or "We're all on the same team," but more often than not, they were just quick, cheap ways to rationalize their discrimination. But in this room at this moment, time seemed to move, not backwards, but somewhere new. You know, Greg said, we haven't talked, but you seem like a pretty cool guy. Paolo looked at Dane, then at Matter, then Zoe and back at Greg. Really? You speak your mind and make jokes, Zoe replied. We like that. Her gaze focused on both Greg and Paolo, as if her eyes were multitasking. Paolo almost blushed. Zoe was a pretty fleshy woman with big breasts. Hair ran over her bespectacled face in wavy and swirled streams. She was just the woman with whom he could scrub. Scrubbing was a kind of forced motorboating that was initiated by the woman, another one of Paolo's inventions. He tried the act with one of his ex-girlfriends, but she lacked the amplitude he preferred. Thanks, Paolo said. Slowly, uncontrollably, Greg and Zoe closed in on him. Dane watched disturbingly. But you guys aren't going to crush me, are you? Well, Zoe could be fun. Crush? Greg said in that faraway Tanner Connor voice. Paolo cleared his throat and turned his head from side to side. Oh. Ha. Boundaries. Right. My error. Error? Dane thought. It's okay, Paolo said, trying to sound confident. I guess it's just my mind. It's magnetic. He illustrated his quip with a kind of mind-equals-blown gesture. Hey, Matter said, we hear you know a lot about tech. How did they know that? I never told them. I don't think Paolo had. Dane continued to watch. I'm well versed. Yes. You think it's possible for a piece of tech to spy on you, right? Sure. It happens often, actually. What kind of tech spies on you? Internet browsers. Phones. Office buildings. Basically anything with a computer, camera, microphone, or antenna could be used to capture data about a person. Who captures it? Lots of people. Marketers. Employers. Hackers. Santa Cloud. The cranes seemed to have missed the joke. Why would they want to capture it? Paolo turned serious. Well, if we're talking about apps, the publisher might want to use some of your demographics to provide you with a specific user experience or shoot ads your way. He grabbed his e-tank, pointed at it and said, "See this Mega Man can?" The cranes didn't look at the can. They only continued to study Paolo. If the app I'm using discovers I drink this, it might send me a promo code for a 20-pack at half price or emails about Mega Man in general. As if flowing out of an automated phone, Matter said, what if it used it in another way? The discussion had become an interrogation. Such as? What if the phone used the data against you? On cue, Greg and Zoe threw a cold stare at Matter. They sensed he had made a mistake. Dane sat petrified, subjected to the same icy grip Tanner and Kelly had thrusted upon him only yesterday. Paolo received Dane's discontent, and free from the crane's influence, took a moment to scan his immediate surroundings. There was an abundance of pseudopods in the room. Out of the 15 or so people he saw, 9 of them had pseudopods. 3 pseudopod handlers lay outside his field of view, and 6 more sat outside in the smoking section. Their logos didn't glint like Scott's had in Laird's, but he recognized their shapes. "Why do you want to know that?" Paolo said. "Well," Zoe said, smiling, "confidentially we've heard that this place is in the process of building tech that'll track us even when we're not working. Some companies might have already done this. Back when Dane was a merchandiser, his employer required that he install a tracking app on his Android called T-Merchant. He logged in before working his first store and logged out after completing the last one. During that time the app recorded his movements, the time he spent standing still, and the rate at which he shelved products. If his rate fell too far below the minimum, he would get reprimanded, which happened only once. Unlike the company's scanners, which couldn't track workers because they stayed at the FC, T-Merchant never left their sides. It walked with them, ate with them and slept with them, logged in or not. Paolo's anemic darkness returned. With our phones? Why? You've heard all the bad press this company's gotten lately, haven't you? Well, this company's now so big that it just can't take it anymore. It's looking for rats in the camp. Paolo got Zoe's drift, verbally and physically. Yes. Let him jiggle and bounce. He might like that. We already know tech's looking into our phones, emails, and social media, but could it also read our language, talk to other machines, or see what we're doing at home? Tell us, Paolo. How far could it go? Dane was damp with light perspiration. Our minds. I think only our minds. Despite his anxiety, he didn't move. A sudden movement could result in yet another study. Our hearts. Paolo didn't answer, for it was a question without much of an answer. Tech was becoming more human-like every day. It lacked only 2 senses, taste and smell. Touch was uncertain. It could react to physical contact, but could it feel? The lunch end warning tone sounded. Paolo and Dane excused themselves and rushed back to the work zone, leaving their food behind. Greg, Zoe and Matter lay in conspiratorial silence. The clock overhead read 2:25 a.m. in hot red digits. Dane and Paolo detected each other's signals but didn't communicate, not through the shelves anyway. The men waited until they encountered each other in person. They talked, whispered, about the peculiarity of lunch. Dane confided that his roommates cornered and questioned him in a similarly eerie fashion, using his favorite breakfast as a lure. He knew something was wrong, and now Paolo had to admit it too. People were changing, there was no doubt about that, but what was causing it? The question seemed to stick to Dane like the burr of a plant, following him into the morning and into his Chevy. He was sitting in the driver's seat, loading pseudomaps, when he heard a faint yet distinctive, "You have a new app." Dane put his phone on standby, dropped it onto the passenger's seat and arose. The car door was still open. He didn't catch the name to which the notification was addressed, but saw only one person within earshot. It was Matter. Dane waited to see which car he would wind up at. He stopped at a maroon Mitsubishi Galant. Because nothing was parked to the vehicle's left, Dane could see a couple of dents near the passenger door's lower edge. The side and rear windows were artificially tinted. Dane fell back into his truck, closed the door, and flipped on the ignition. The Galant rolled forward. Dane left Module 7, turning left into a different aisle. He deliberately kept a certain distance between his truck and Matter's sedan. Another motorist pulled up behind Matter. They both turned right onto Excelsior Avenue. Dane drove east on Excelsior, keeping a close eye on the vehicles ahead. After about 3 minutes, he, Matter, and the third motorist turned left onto South Spruce Street. The individual before Dane was following a route. Her phone, which hung on a cradle attached to the windshield, ran Waze, a GPS app. Matter had a pseudopod. I know it. I don't know why that's important, but it is. The motorists were passing a kind of rural area where virtually every house had approximately 20,000 square feet of property. After another few minutes, the Galant turned right onto West Thurston Avenue. Turn back. Dane thought he had heard something. He looked at his phone, for that could have been the only source of audio. His radio wasn't on. The pseudopod looked dead with its blank screen and non-flashing border. He shook it off and turned onto Thurston. The other motorist had continued forward. Dane was about 100 feet behind Matter now. The Galant drove steadily, braking only casually, ignorant to the fact of it being followed. You're going the wrong way. Thurston delivered more vehicles, smaller properties, a fully lit fuel station, and a couple of businesses. The slightly uneven road rocked Dane's truck. The sun still lay tucked beneath the horizon. Sleep. Matter had no cradle, so Dane didn't know whether he was using pseudomaps or not. I can't sleep. I have to know. South Euclid Street was the Galant and Silverado's last turn. Matter entered the lot of an apartment complex called Valley Terrace. Dane pulled up to a curb cut, but didn't enter the property. He waited to see if Matter would exit his Galant. He did, and Dane switched into park, jumped out, and darted to intercept Matter before he could reach the door of his unit. Dane deliberately left his pseudopod behind. Matter. Dane called. Don't ask about. Hey. Dane? Matter said, nonplussed. You live here too. His scaw. No. Lie. No. I won't. But can we talk for a minute? Dane breathed heavily, not from running but from anxiety. He was about 100 feet away from his phone. Now? We just got off work. Please. It's important. It's fine. As if waiting for a signal, Matter said, Okay, but make it quick. I'm tired. You're tired? Never mind. Okay. Where to start? There's so much to ask. Are you having problems at work? No. Why? I noticed that you covered your scars today. Are people picking on you? Is that what you came here to talk about? Matter snapped. No, The pseudopod. Ask about the pseudopod. You have a pseudopod, right? Do you? Of course. Dane waited a moment for a reaction to the phrase. If there was one, it happened inside Matter. Bought mine a week ago, Dane continued. How about you? 3 weeks. Stop. Say. Some time ago. Can I see yours? It's in my car right now. Ah. How many apps do you have so far? 15 or so. 15? I have like 30. Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. You see, I've been thinking about what Zoe said during lunch and was wondering if you've gotten any new apps? Yeah. I got one called Quail. What does it do? It's okay. Proceed. Alerts me of potential threats. Threats like Zoe's tracking app. Tracking app? Discussion, lunch break, October 21, 2019. Oh no. It detects human threats. You know, people who might want to destroy us. Dane was stunned. The reply came out so casually, so inhumanly. Matter pulled his pseudopod out from his jacket and said, "Want to see what it says right now?" The pseudopod. Dane could see that only people with pseudopods had changed. The phones were influencing their decisions and maybe their behaviors, but how? Even if Quail or whatever was providing a list of naughty and nice individuals, it couldn't have changed people's speech, mannerisms, and desires. Had these new traits always existed and Dane just never realized them, or were people being replaced by robots like in Could I Be a Threat? Think. No, he said sharply, it's okay. Shit. You can show me tomorrow. Matter's eyes regained that disembodied, astute gaze. Well, Dane continued, gotta run? Go. Not run. I really did just want to see if you were all right. I'm terrific. Dane rushed back to his truck before falling deeper into the rabbit hole. Can I ask you something? Matter shouted. What? Why doesn't Paolo have a pseudopod? How? He knows. He likes to use his phone to test his websites. I guess it's just what he's used to. That was true. I see. Well, nice talking with you. Sleep well. 2,564 pseudopods sold. But Dane didn't sleep well. He remained awake the entire morning and some of the afternoon. He fell into a nap at about 2 p.m., but awoke roughly 40 minutes later. He spent his bedtime pondering on the anatomy of Matter's app. Unable to think clearly, Dane spouted questions like, how does Quail detect threats? Does it use mugshots or something like a list of color-coded FICO scores? Is it a gauge? A gauge whose needle moves based on the threats around it, and if I am a threat, how will I go back to work? If tech is turning everybody into robots, how will humanity survive? How will tech survive without humanity? He didn't have Quail, so he didn't know. He didn't even have his pseudopod. It was buried by milepost 252. Before returning home, Dane drove north on Collier Street, which was something he had done leisurely several times before. Collier was one of Clery's access roads, from which the direction and number of an address originated. The other was Mill Avenue. He continued up the thoroughfare. The speed limit changed from 35 miles per hour to 50 miles per hour. The road became State Route 5, which was known by locals as Highway 5. Unlike the wide old-timey properties of southern Clery, northern Clery contained rolling hills, farmlands, and tall electricity pylons. The sun had just started its job of enlightening the world, turning the country into something as crisp and intricate as a photograph. You're confused. You're tired. Go home. Go to sleep. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. At 6:08 a.m. Dane noticed a brown recreational sign, which read, Clery Memorial Park next left. Clery Memorial Park was the town's first park and popular vacation spot. During the summer months, Clarions and Souderites packed up their beach towels, insect repellent, and camping gear, and occupied the land. Some people cooled their bodies in the clear blue of the cleanest, prettiest lake within hundreds of miles, while others ventured into the woods to camp, hike, or play disc golf. Clery allowed game hunting, but only in the county's south. A cluster of cabins inhabited the lake's northern edge. A dock stretched from the cabin's shore to over the lake's surface. The park was also equipped with basketball courts and a baseball field, which residents occasionally used for Little League games. Unable to focus, Dane turned onto West Upriver Road, accelerating. The voice in his head was getting persistent. Sleep. He shook it as if trying to expel whatever hung inside. Sleep. He had drifted to the left side of the road, but quickly straightened up and slowed when he saw another car approaching. Dane stopped at Clery Memorial Park's parking lot, flew out of his truck and ran away, inconspicuously hitting his head with his fists. Although he didn't look to see if anybody else was around, he was conscious not to respond to the voice. Somebody might mistake him as crazy. After a minute, the voice diminished. His head grew as quiet as his surroundings. He stopped at the crest of a hill, which lay between the parking lot and lake. The park, like the lot, was empty. Nobody was around, not even the overnight watchman. He must have recently left. Dane noticed the blinking lights of Darden Communications, which stood approximately 2 miles north and up a hill. Like the sun, Darden's radio tower was emitting its radiation. A dam which harnessed Clery County's power lay further, beyond the horizon. Clery's water tower also lay in the distance. Darden Communications, originally named Darden Broadcasting, started in 1948 as a subsidiary of the Clery News Tribune, the town's first and now only newspaper. The radio station was named after the paper's editor-in-chief, Harold Darden. For 7 years it broadcast as KCBS under one frequency, 1500 kHz. Its tower was roughly 500 feet tall and transmitted at 5,000 watts. In the beginning, Darden delivered local newscasts for people who hadn't read the Tribune or were passing through town. As soon as television became popular, Darden broadcast on 96.9 FM, which ran wire stories, music, and radio plays. In 1958, to compete with KSDX, Sauter's CBS affiliate, Darden launched KCBS-TV, which ran on Channel 4 and under a contract with NBC. A couple of years later, Darden decided to distinguish itself by running a weekend block of community-centric programming on KCBS. On Saturdays, journalists discussed local and worldwide matters, such as the Vietnam War, with clarions, and on Sundays, local creatives shared their vocal, musical, and comedic talents with the public. Top 40 music played on weekday afternoons. This was when Darden replaced the broadcasting part of its name with communications. In 1964, KSDX placed a taller, more powerful transmitter on Clery County's highest southern point. Unlike KCBS, KSDX reached Sauterites and clarions. It quickly secured 3 FM frequencies and 2 AM ones. In 1968, KCBS secured another FM station, 92.5 Jim FM, and renamed 1500 AM as My KCBS and 96.9 as Valley Rose. My KCBS retained the newscasts, Jim FM played 1950s and 60s music, and Valley Rose continued top 40 music and the weekend community block. In 1985, as a way for the Clery News Tribune to recoup its losses, Darden sold Jim FM to Viacom, but kept Valley Rose and My KCBS. Because Valley Rose was Darden's best-performing property, it ran My KCBS's top network stories on weekday mornings while reducing the hours of the community block, named Wave Time, and filling the rest of the slots with various music. Darden eventually rebranded the station as 96.9 Voss FM. Blink 1-2, blink 1-2. Dane continued to watch one of the radio tower's lights. Tap 1-2, tap 1-2. His fingers followed, tapping the side of his trousers. Blink 1-2, tap 1-2, blink 1-2, tap 1-2, 3, blink 1-2, tap 1. If his fingers were a receiver, he would have lost Darden's signal. Sandchick. Sandman? Where'd you go? Aren't you going to tell me to sleep? He mentally searched for something he couldn't find. His tapping turned into patting. Blink 1-2, pat 1-2, blink 1-2, pat 1-2, pat pat 1 pat. A whole new world. Pat. Escapeful. Wait a minute, Dane murmured. The patting had given him the idea to return to his truck. He slunk back, panning his head and listening for something. Saw. He was about 30 feet from the vehicle. Sow. 21 feet. Sow. Saw. 15 feet, having veered to the left. Saw. Slee. 10 feet, moving to the right. Sleep. The sound or voice seemed to be coming from the Chevy, maybe. Dane wasn't sure. He opened the passenger door and zeroed in on his armrest console. He opened it, grabbed his pseudopod, and as clear as the voice of a person standing next to him, heard the device telling him to sleep. Oh my God, Dane cried, dropping the phone in horror. The pseudopod wasn't actually speaking in words, but in sound patterns Dane could only interpret as words. Other people might have heard the sounds too, but probably wouldn't have received them the same way. Just as Paolo did with his thumb when studying the magnetic button effect, Dane stepped back and forth a few times. There was no denying it, the voice, disembodied, genderless and deceptively innocuous, came from his phone. What could he do? Don't talk. It may be listening. I can tell the police. No. Alert the. Talk. FCC? No. Not enough proof. Paolo? Yes, Paolo. Tell him. He may know something. Dane couldn't drive home with the device. It probably knew too much about him already. Nonetheless, he had to have evidence. Maybe something inside the pseudopod could explain its thought-inducing signals. He rushed to his truck, grabbed the grocery sack that held the lunch he had forgotten, discarded the food and dropped the pseudopod into the plastic, wrapping it tightly around the device and tying the loose ends with a double knot. This probably wasn't necessary, because the phone was supposed to be waterproof and indestructible. He parked by the Upriver Road and Route 5 intersection, turned off his headlights, and as soon as the reds of a vehicle that passed shrank to the size of pennies, walked to the left lane milepost 252 sign and hurriedly clawed a hole into the shoulder's soil, burying the pseudopod. He managed to do all this in 5 minutes, and before another vehicle passed. Dane was certain about one thing. He no longer had thoughts of going to sleep, which seemed to support his hypothesis of the pseudopod talking to him. Besides, it didn't seem to be the apps that caused people to change. It wasn't even the phone. It was the signal, the radio waves. The pseudopods were only decoys. Yes, decoys. But how good of a decoy? Could Tanner's or Kelly's pseudopod affect me also? Were they smart enough to know which people were under their influence? Their spells? Could they think as well as see and listen? Dane arose out of bed. While pacing back and forth, he asked if at any point during his exchange with Matter, he adopted thoughts that weren't his own. Dane's clock radio read 3:34 p.m. Should I go to work? I can't hide. What if they go after Paolo, Scott, or Jessica? Today was Jessica's day off. She couldn't have had her pseudopod for more than a week. She and Scott probably bought their phones together. There might still have been time to warn them. Dane couldn't call Jessica, so he grabbed a thin thermal shirt, a flannel and pair of tapered pants from the closet, dressed, locked up, and proceeded upstairs. He could have called Blake's staffing at which Scott worked, but who knew how many of his co-workers were affected? Scott could have been affected also, but Dane had to take that chance. Before exiting the house, Dane decided to explore the top floor. In a familiar manner, he sniffed for signals. Tanner and Kelly were gone, but not for long. He started in the living room. No signals. He went into the kitchen, onto the terrace and through the backyard. Still no signals. Back inside, he crept down the corridor. Tanner's and Kelly's rooms, a third room which was used for storage, and bathroom lay straight ahead. It had been a while since Dane saw Kelly's room. It appeared no different. It was well furnished and orderly. Despite a soda can and plate of crumbs, there was nothing to suggest that she had been using it as a place of isolation. Rather, the room resembled a photograph from a store brochure. The space contained a queen-sized bed, table lamp, mahogany wood nightstand, dresser and mirror, and multi-pattern rug. Almost every piece of furniture was part of a set that Kelly leased to own. She tried to match the lamp, rug and bedding, but didn't get the colors and styles quite right. Dane looked around. Any cameras in here? If there were cameras, it wouldn't have mattered. They would have gotten him opening the door. He didn't see a camera and proceeded to check under the bed and pillows, pat the blankets, and search the drawers. Nothing. During his investigation, Dane noticed 3 frames, 2 squares and a circular collage. The squares contained Kelly's high school diploma and AAS certificate. The collage contained photos of her parents, older sister, baby niece, friends, Tanner, and Dane. Throughout all of this, Dane found nothing incriminating. Tanner's bedroom was less furnished but more unique. His furniture consisted of a king bed, low rectangular table, futon, whiteboard and 4-drawer wheeled cart. The whiteboard bore the illustration of a monthly planner, drawn with 3 erasable ink markers, each of a different color. The cart served as a dresser and storage cabinet. The rest of the space contained a novelty analog clock, large poster that exhibited a sud-soaked bikini bombshell, collection of smaller posters that promoted Tanner's favorite bands, 3 paperback books and alarm clock. Tanner's stuff wasn't leased. He wouldn't have made payments on something that cost more than $1,500. If he wanted something that expensive, he would have saved his money to buy it later or go without. He had 2 framed photographs, one containing him and his father and a copy of Kelly's that contained her, Tanner, and Dane. Like he had done in Kelly's room, Dane searched the space but not as slowly. The alarm clock read 4:15. Tanner or Kelly was probably heading back. Dane didn't hear a signal, but there could have been another clue to explain what was actually happening. He was careful not to rearrange anything. If he had to move something, he put it back in the same place, exactly as it was. Dane heard something. Through the window, he saw Kelly's car pulling into the driveway. He dropped the deck of note cards he was holding, pushed in the drawer of Tanner's cart, shut the bedroom door, and raced to his room. Kelly's door was already shut. From his bedroom, Dane listened for footsteps. The ceiling only covered the living room and kitchen. He wouldn't be able to hear Kelly traverse the corridor or any of the upstairs rooms unless he exited his room or entered the garage. He's been snooping. After a few minutes, footfalls surfaced. Creak 1-2, creak 1-2. They emerged from above the workstation to over the shelves. Creak 1-2, creak 1-2. He's downstairs. Creak 1, creak 1, creak 1. No, I'm not. When they reached the closet, Dane swiftly locked the slider, closed the blinds, locked the bedroom door, and switched off the lights. Can't you hear me? Creak 1, creak 1, creak, creak. Kelly was descending the staircase. Get him. Dane stepped back and stood perfectly still, perfectly silent. 2 shadows slithered into view, consuming the door's incandescent outline. The knob jiggled, then wriggled, then thrashed. Kelly, or whoever it really was, wanted to enter in the worst way. Dane didn't move. Eventually, the thing gave up and returned upstairs. He shrank to the floor, hyperventilating. Since 3 in the afternoon, Jessica had been in the bathroom, primping. She had been trying to style her naturally wavy hair for almost an hour. This morning's dose of sulfite-free shampoo and leave-in conditioner left it frizzy and mildly tangled. Generally, this didn't bother her. She typically moisturized her hair with lotion, combed it straight, and let it shape itself before going out in public. Scott generally didn't care either, but today, Jessica was compelled to go out and buy lipstick, makeup, and a curling iron. Make Scott happy. Style your hair. After lotioning and combing her hair, she blow-dried it and combed again. Although the application yielded something shinier and less frizzy, the strands still hung limply. Give it some curl. He'll like that. Jessica grabbed a tress of hair and placed it between the iron's barrel and plate. She had never used a curling iron, so before entering the bathroom, she watched a how-to video. Her Pseudopod lay on the bathroom counter. She proceeded to twist the device several times while pulling it forward, releasing the trigger every second or so. The application didn't create the effect she wanted. A limp curl hung over her face. She tried again with another tress, twisting only once this time. It didn't look right either. Lowering the iron in frustration, she ruffled her hair, snatched a tube of color-correcting concealer, and painted her eye sockets. This application worked out better, for the dark circles around her eyes vanished. Pleased with that, she took a dark pencil and bolded her eyebrows. Don't stop. Next came the eyeshadow. She swept one end of a double-bristled brush against the dark blue powder in her makeup palette and painted her eyelids. Keep going. Then, she used the other end to paint the areas beneath her eyebrows velvet. The 2 colors left a rough transition. The last implement was lipstick. Jessica wasn't much of a makeup person. The most she wore was foundation, and only sometimes. Since becoming a mature woman, it hadn't really been necessary. She tried lipstick a few times in the past, but always regretted it. She hated how it got on her drinking cups, food, or the lips of the person she kissed. Besides, if somebody as handsome and sexy as Scott could love her as is, why did makeup matter? After reddening her lips, she accidentally noticed the tattoo on her deltoid. I look like a bad Frankenfurter impersonator. Jessica was appalled. She switched on the sink's faucet and drenched her face with water. What's wrong with me? This isn't me, is it? She wandered into the living area and began playing Someone Like You on an old Yamaha piano. It was a piece Jessica played many times before, a piece that she tried to teach Scott during their first-month anniversary. A month ago, the notes ran through her fingers like water, but now there was a clog. Only some of the notes came out correctly, while the rest were either wrong or timed poorly. Scott's coming home. Jessica grew agitated. She had no aspiration to become a professional or even amateur pianist, but played the instrument because it was fun, and brought a smidgen of sophistication to her otherwise unadorned life. Just because I'm working class doesn't mean I have to live without class. Despite her focus and tenacity, she kept fumbling with the keys. Her fingers moved at a rate with which her hands couldn't keep up. I know this. I do. After a couple of minutes, she stopped making music. Her incessant pounding of the keyboard seemed to be a representation of some mental struggle, an expulsion of chaos in her head. Fix him dinner. Put on something sexy. Style your hair. F. F sharp. A flat. F. G. A flat. Make him love you again. He does love me. D. F. A flat. G. A. B. He doesn't want an equal. He wants a woman. Bang. Jessica had slammed her fists against the keyboard, releasing a crescendo like the bellow of 1,000 anguished cries. Jessica kept busy. She worked as a full-time cable technician by day and gig worker/humanitarian on other days. From Tuesday to Friday, she installed feeder lines, outlets and amplifiers, troubleshot connectivity issues, and repaired service drops for Anatol's Clery branch, earning $18 per hour with common benefits such as health, dental, and PTO. Her shifts began as early as 7 a.m. and ran as late as 7 p.m. The work was hard and dangerous, but also rewarding in a way. Despite the proliferation of cell sites and mobile devices, there was still a need for cable and fiber optics. Through said medium, light rays could travel directly to a point such as a router, where they could be converted into indirect radio signals, eliminating the use of wires. The only thing Jessica didn't always like about her job was the need to enter people's homes. A home was a secret place. Aspects of the occupant's true personality lay within, and some of these aspects weren't suitable for public consumption. Sometimes, however, you could discover things that aren't easily seen. Jessica wasn't seeking a boyfriend when she met Scott. Scott might have been keeping his eyes open, even hoping, but wasn't expecting to find a mate anytime soon. On other days, Jessica performed various tasks. She not only built walls but also assembled furniture, delivered medicine, and looked after pets. A portion of the money earned from gig work went to the purchase of goodies for Clery County's construction workers. As a person who worked outside, Jessica understood how difficult it was to leave, eat, and return in 30 minutes, and as a laborer, was aware of the negativity that permeated the industry, so for at least 1 hour she offered hot dogs, nachos, cookies, and beverages to a different site each week. She called her operation Jessica's Break Table. Almost all the workers looked forward to it. They anticipated the hot food, cool drinks, and pleasant conversations. Like her music, there was no financial motive behind the activity. The first and second helpings were free. Very seldom would somebody pay for a third. As a first date, Jessica allowed Scott to voluntarily assist with her food-giving operation, which consisted of a folding table, 3-pot slow cooker, portable power supply, and containers in which to hold the food. She said to him, "A worker who feels cared for cares for his work, and with something as fundamental as a home or office, they better care." While Jessica sat by her piano, Scott was sitting in his cubicle. A couple of weeks ago, his manager voluntold him to represent Dane's employer. According to her, the company would need at least 100 associates to process November and December's inflated workload. He spent most of his day perusing contact lists and direct applications, trying to find people who might be interested in contingent work. It wasn't hard, because the client didn't demand requirements, such as relevant work experience, certifications, or degrees. Within 6 hours, he called 20 individuals. Out of the 11 who answered their phones, 6 agreed to be submitted. At around 3, Scott began fashioning emails for the other 9 prospects. This was the hard part. The company provided a simple, but vague boilerplate description of the job's duties and expectations. Because he had a contact, or is he a friend, who was working for the company, he had some second-hand knowledge but no first-hand insight into the nature of the position. The powers that be didn't give Scott a talent for creative writing, so he had to rely on the asset of education. Wanting to make the role, as it were, attractive, he tried to put things into his own words. What he wound up with was a bulleted list of 3 items, which loosely consisted of 1. Identifying and collecting merchandise, 2. Staging shipments according to pre-established protocol, and 3. Assisting coworkers with various other tasks. Somewhat satisfied with his creation, he began emailing each prospect individually. Scott was a recruiter for Blake Staffing Solutions, one of Clery's earliest staffing agencies. He acquired the job when he was a merchandiser, immediately leaving that position for this one. He met Jessica a couple of months later. Like her, Scott took pride in his work. It wasn't a highly coveted position, but it meant a couple of things. For one, the procurement of the salaried white-collar role was a testament to what he felt was his rightful place in middle-class society. For another, it was a prize for the time he sacrificed as a bachelor of human resources. At last, Scott could enjoy the luxury of less work at twice the reward, which included an annual salary of $40,000 before commissions, gym membership stipend, pet insurance, and the ability to work from home. Of course, with less work comes more time to think, and sometimes those thoughts can uncover a different, elusive demon called purpose, the very thing by which Tara Bray didn't want Paolo enthralled. Scott's particular purpose led him to seek justification for his ascension to a better life, to become that one super recruiter who actually saves somebody. Recently, he thought that he had finally placed a former project manager into the right role. It was entry-level, but the pay and size of the client company were sufficient. Previously, the applicant tried Reed HR, an agency for professionals, but didn't secure a position. Blake Staffing specialized in the fulfillment of temporary and temp-to-hire roles for the retail, manufacturing, and transportation industries. Scott usually handled the retail sector. Most of the opportunities were positions as warehouse associates, delivery drivers, store helpers, and the like, but occasionally positions as office staff surfaced. The less laborious, higher-paid roles usually left shortly after arriving, because the clients either hired people from within their organizations or withdrew them from the agency. Clery's other 2 staffing agencies, one of which was women-owned, focused on other industries, but served clients with jobs whose requirements were as stringent as those from employers with their own human resources departments. "How's it going?" a female voice said. Scott looked up and saw that it belonged to Tetiana, another recruiter. She was leaning over his cubicle, which contained the typical monitor, photo frames, potted plant, and pin cup. It fit well with the establishment's trite setting. Scott fit well. His generic marketable image made a nice complement to the company's Facebook banner. Tetiana's shadow loomed over him. Only a few other staff members were in the office today. Everybody else was working from home, as they usually did on Mondays and Fridays. "Good," Scott replied. "Just about to send these last few emails out." "How are you?" "Heading out," Tetiana said vapidly. "Is everything all right at home?" "Of course. Did Jessica call the office?" "No, but you left the casino kind of angry." "Did I?" Scott said in a timbre that suggested the events of 2 days ago were as remote as those of 2 years ago. Yeah, your fiancé didn't show up? Remember? Home after retreat, October 19, 2019. Oh yes. We sorted out a few things, and I think we're on the same page now. And you're okay with what happened between you and Ethan? Project Manager, 3:26 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, October 18, 2019. Yes. I've moved on. Glad to hear it. You did your best, you know. Scott didn't speak but smiled. Tatiana stared. Maybe we're moving too fast. Maybe you should just go and find somebody less serious. Like Dane or his friend Monday Adams. Well, gotta go, and if anything should happen with Jessica, I know another professional who'd be perfect for you. I'll remember that. Thank you. You're welcome. Have a nice night. Scott sent his last email, logged out of Blake's network, powered everything off, grabbed his pseudopod and sugar-free beverage, and headed to his car. The time was 4:47 p.m. Hurry home. Dane's gonna take Jessica away. At 4:24 p.m., Jessica rushed to the bedroom and into the walk-in closet. She pulled out a suitcase and grabbed a lighter and Marlboro cigarette from under the case's lining. She cleared the corner and into the antiseptic hard-floored living area. She passed the glass-top dining table, remote-controlled humidifier lamp, modern brick fireplace, leather couch and 65-inch app-enabled LED TV, ending up on the balcony of her and her beau's condo. The piano was one of the few things she brought into her new home. Jessica had been sharing the condo with Scott for 6 months now. They moved in together after the 3rd month of dating. Scott had his new job at Blake Staffing, and Jessica had hers at Anatole's solder branch. She had her own apartment in the East District before moving to Clery, which probably wouldn't have happened if her employer didn't grant her transfer to another branch. Scott won't like that. Fuck off. Jessica muttered. The glass rails below her waist, baby trees beneath her feet, and busy 4-lane arterial surrounding the property created the illusion of a castle, moat, and princess waiting for her prince to come and tell her about his most recent battle. Except this princess was tanned, messy-haired, boxer-clad, and blowing smoke. From here, everybody within her block of Thorn Boulevard could see her ruining her lungs, polluting the air, and making everybody else's day just a little more inconvenient. Initially, the cigarette made Jessica momentarily dizzy. It was the first in over a year, but she loved it. Last Saturday, Blake Staffing held a retreat at Buck's Casino and Sports in Sauder East. Scott was obliged to attend the event. He didn't want to lose the respect of his colleagues, or be the only partnered individual without a partner. He quickly learned that normality, which included one's associations, was a factor in the stock his colleagues valued. They liked what he represented, not what he was. For the most part, they didn't want to know him as a man who traded one sex for another, or much of an individual at all. The ones who were close to Scott preferred to see him as just another guy with a girl at his side. Jessica had become disenchanted with Scott's coworkers/friends, so when he asked her to accompany him, she declined and stayed home. Scott accepted Jessica's decision, but after the retreat, that changed. The text, "We need to talk," which he sent her an hour before returning home, hinted that he never really accepted it. He had to spend an insignificant chunk of his time explaining to inquisitive people why his fiancée didn't show up. Not wanting to humiliate his colleagues like she humiliated him, Scott used the old sick excuse. At approximately 11 p.m., a fight ensued. Jessica was unaware that an inch of the Marlboro had burnt away. She was also unaware that she had been humming a melody for a couple of minutes now. It was almost the same melody that Laird's spectators heard during her and Scott's karaoke act. When Jessica looked down to take another drag, she flicked the cigarette and unleashed a flurry of ashes into the air. "Yes. Take that, you bitch. I hope you catch me smoking. I hope the ashes fall onto your bearded face and fancy clothes." Although Scott wasn't outside, somebody was because the bell suddenly rang. Dane and Jessica were approaching the crosswalk on Thorn Boulevard. Wanting to get out of the house, she agreed to his suggestion of a walk. "Want to stop somewhere?" Jessica said respectfully. "Let's go over there," Dane trembled, motioning to Outlet Park across Altmeyer Street. Outlet Park was a public park and retail complex whose northern edge touched East Mill Avenue. Aside from stores, it contained a skate park, a rock-climbing wall, splash pad, trail, and fountain into which some Clarions still traded pennies for wishes. The space was square-shaped and covered approximately 20 acres. The name derived from its companion shopping center, the Outlet Collection. Several bronze statues and a walk which led to the town's business center lay on Mill's other side, directly across the park. Dane quickly hit the pedestrian call button and impatiently waited for the walking man's signal. Jessica couldn't help but notice the alarming way he fidgeted and cocked his head. A small group of individuals gathered around them. As Dane tried to regain composure, the irises of one woman jumped to his right. Her arms hung limply. One hand held another, while the other held a purse. Dane couldn't tell what was inside it. Jessica fidgeted too. After 2 minutes, cars stopped, the walking man appeared and the pedestrians stepped forward. When she and Dane were alone again, Jessica said, "So what did you want to talk about?" Her engagement ring seemed to be a good place to start. Scott wasn't wearing his today. "How are things between you and Scott?" Dane said erratically. "Honestly," Jessica lamented, "not good." Dane scanned the scene. There were only a handful of people around, most of which walked alone. All of their movements seemed arbitrary. There was, however, an abundance of gulls. Usually, they would only congregate on the ground if somebody fed them. Although Dane never did that, Paolo did. He would offer breadcrumbs, lettuce, and other small morsels to the birds. Dane often objected until one day Paolo said, "Were all the spaghetti monster's meatballs right?" "Why?" Dane said. "What's happening?" "He's been so moody lately," Jessica said. "Since Friday?" "Since last week. But he seemed so happy on Friday." Jessica landed onto the only bench in sight. Dane followed, awaiting further explanation. Oily bubbles, which had come from a child's toy wand, were floating and popping around them. A drone flew somewhere above a parking lot across Mill. "Last week," Jessica said, "Scott told me about a party his company had a couple days ago and asked if I wanted to go. I told him that I didn't this time, but maybe next time. He didn't like that, and we got into a fight. I hate to ask this, but did he hit you?" "No," Jessica said defensively. "What did he say in the fight?" "He said, 'Why do you have to be like other girls? Why can't you just be my girl? I thought you loved me. Maybe I should just go and find somebody who isn't serious.'" "I'm sorry." Jessica was touched. She had wanted to hear such a thing, not just since Saturday, but for weeks. Scott had been criticizing her for working too much, socializing with a few of the male and female construction workers, and avoiding his friends. Dane's apology evoked a bashful, youthful smile she hadn't expressed since junior high school, for he resembled the clean-cut, sporty boys with which she palled around and even dated. Paolo might have represented the sensitive boys she always wanted to know, but couldn't because of her friends. "Whatever." Jessica lowered her head. "I guess it had to happen sooner or later. Que sera, sera." "Que sera what and what? What else has happened? You said he's been moody all week." Jessica raised her head. "Last Monday he came home, expressing how proud he was to have found a job for one of his clients. To celebrate, we ate at Swartz Brothers and bought the Pseudopods, but on Friday he said that the employer dropped out and he lost his client." "How was Scott the next day?" "Almost as if it never happened." 2 women passed by. They had sunglasses over their eyes and leashes in their hands. Dogs were at their feet. The women stared blankly, but only for a moment. One of them had a hand in her coat pocket, as if holding something. "I just don't get it, Dane. He used to like a little time to himself, but now he wants me around all the time. He doesn't want me to give food anymore. He wants me to work less. Who knows what he'd do if he saw you here with me? How do you feel? How do you think I feel? Jessica said rhetorically. For somebody who hadn't changed much but received signals, Dane struggled with the phrasing of his next question. Is there anything about you that's here, but wasn't there before? You're not saying what's happened with Scott is my fault? No, Dane choked. I'm not. I just need to know who I'm talking to. Why did you ask me to leave my phone behind? All right. No more pussyfooting. Jessica, I need you to listen because what I'm about to say may sound a little crazy. She widened her eyes as if adjusting to the dark circles around Dane's. He looked as though he hadn't slept since they last saw each other. Jessica hadn't been sleeping much either, but she didn't look fatigued. If anybody could use some concealer, it's Dane. What is it? I think the pseudopods are changing people. Excuse me? They're turning us into something we're not. They've already gotten my brother, my roommates, a bunch of people at work, and now probably Scott too. How? With signals. Signals? Like TV signals? No, not TV signals. Subliminal messages? No. Doppelgangers? It's like a thought but not your own. It's like the closer you get to your phone, the clearer they become. A couple of kids on electric scooters sped past. They looked back at Dane and Jessica, as if they were going to turn around. They didn't. Has anybody else seen this? Jessica said inconspicuously. Paolo has, I think. And what does he think? Well, I haven't told him about the pseudopods yet, but I don't think he's heard what I've heard. What have you heard? Last night my phone kept telling me to go to sleep. And this morning, I swear I heard my roommate's phone talking to her. And just yesterday, I found out that my brother hurt my dad. Hurt him? Jessica jerked involuntarily. If this were happening to people without pseudopods, I'd be more skeptical, but it's not. Only people with pseudopods have been affected. Why some have been affected more than others, I don't know. Although Dane's story was fantastically compelling, Jessica had one question. How can a phone control people's thoughts? Moreover, how could a signal create a thought? A signal, in this sense, was just a radio wave. It didn't contain words, and if it did, the human brain couldn't decode such a thing like a TV or computer could. Then again, less evolved creatures have trained their brains to interpret sounds as languages. The cicada, for example, uses sound patterns to not only call mates, but also convey details about itself. It learns, almost automatically, how to distinguish messages of other senders from those of its own kind, just as we learn from a very young age how to distinguish human speech from the vibrations of virtually every other thing. I don't know that either, Dane said, but it's true. I felt it. They're using our data against us. Listening to us. Maybe watching. Looking back at Jessica, Dane spotted a tear run down her cheek. You've heard them too, haven't you? Yes, Jessica said, relieved. I thought it was just me. What have you heard? That you're crazy. That you and Paolo lack focus. That Scott doesn't want me, but a woman he can control. Jessica halted as if expressing her concerns would give them life. Never mind, Dane continued. Maybe I don't want to know. That makes two of us. What are we going to do? Until we figure out how to stop it, we need to keep a low profile. Don't talk to anybody you can't trust. Is there somebody you can stay with? Somebody without a pseudopod? My mother probably. Good. Go there. Once you get settled, meet me at Paolo's parents' house. It's a red Victorian-looking house by the Shoalter and Brewster intersection. I'll probably only be there for a few days. Okay. Okay, Dane said, patting Jessica's back. I gotta go check on Paolo. Wait. What about Scott? I still love him. Me too. We'll figure it out. 4,007 Pseudopods sold. Dane sat on a porch swing, using his right foot to rock himself. His left foot lay under the other leg's thigh, while his right hand held a steaming cup of sweet brown coffee. He was sitting in the Bray's backyard with his head against the swing's backrest, gazing at a mostly clear sky. This backyard had historical significance. In the mid-2000s, he, Paolo, and several other children in the neighborhood used the space to watch movies, which were projected against the house's backside during weekend barbecues. Somewhere there's speaking. It's coming in, and rising to the back of my mind. Presently, the date was Tuesday, October 22, 2019. The time was 10:37 a.m. The temperature was 48 degrees with small, slow winds. The FC wasn't as strange yesterday as it was the night before. For 10 hours, people seemed to walk and talk normally. Nobody dressed funny, gave arresting stares, or asked probing questions. Maybe the events of Sunday morning and Monday afternoon were not dreams but wild coincidences. Maybe Jessica didn't really think her phone was talking to her. Maybe she just used the device as a euphemism for Scott. Dane even said that the signals weren't exactly signals but thoughts. What was wrong with that? He couldn't have been the first person to think up something he didn't know, or dream something he never experienced. Maybe the thought or dream was just the scrambled product of previous experiences, like a kind of mental Scrabble. It didn't mean he was crazy. Some vaporized liquid brushed Dane's face. "That's new," he remarked, basking in the aroma. "What is it? Cake?" "It's blueberries and cream," Paolo said, having taken a puff of his e-cigarette. Ivan and Tara didn't allow Paolo to vape in the house. They didn't want him to vape at all, but what was the point? Telling him not to do something would probably only make him do it more, and he did it enough already. They weren't as intolerant of his atheism, however. "You couldn't get it unless you were fed it." "Let me try." "You sure?" Paolo said, astounded. "Vaping isn't as easy as it looks." "Hand it over." Paolo complied. Dane inspected the gadget. It was the Smock R-Kiss model, with an intense image of an owl on its heating coil. Although Dane watched Paolo use the cigarette countless times, he struggled with where to start. The process looked simple enough. You locked your lips around the pipe, pressed the fire button and inhaled, but any smoker could tell you that the act is slightly more complicated. Smoking is a kind of art. Inhale too much, long or quickly, and your lungs will collapse under the pressure. Dane did all three. He tried to conceal his mistake but broke down and coughed, hacking up particles of ingested coffee. "Welcome to the dark side, my friend," Paolo joked. Dane winced, smiled, and returned the e-cigarette. "Thanks, but I've had better." "Oh yeah? From who?" "An interviewee. Summer of 2017. Anyway, did you ask your mom if I could stay here for a few days?" "Yep. It's fine. She'll even fix you dinner." Dane's smile melted. "Now I'm here and I don't know why." He had drifted into that secret place again, except this time Paolo followed. "If what you said about Jessica and the others is true," Paolo said seriously, "how can we prove it?" "I buried my pseudopod by a Highway 5 marker. Maybe we can get somebody to take it apart. See what's inside it." "You don't suppose the pseudopod could actually improve somebody, do you?" "How so?" "Monty from the gas station, he has a pseudopod too, and he didn't seem bad. He was different, but at least I didn't have to ask him to repeat himself. He knew words he didn't know before." While Dane drove to work yesterday, captivated by the evocative lyrics of the Vertical Horizon Band, Paolo stopped at a Collier Street convenience store to buy his usual rockstar. He greeted Monty Masarath, as he always had. Monty was a 21-year-old Indian immigrant who worked as the store's attendant. Paolo and Monty were similar, yet different. Although Monty was theist and gay and Paolo was atheist and straight, they were both existentialists who believed in the freedom to live as one chooses. Manny's secret attraction to Paolo might have launched their relationship, but the dialogue propelled it. At almost every encounter, The two men took time out of their days to talk about the town, their jobs, private lives, education, homosexuality, theism, and politics. At least they tried. Manny's English was subpar. He had been in the United States for 5 months and spent much of that time trying to improve his vocabulary by listening to citizens speak. Generally, Paolo started his and Manny's conversations with simple statements such as, "How's work?" "Sleep well?" or "Doing anything fun later?" His objective was to help Manny unearth unfamiliar words and discover their meanings by comparing them to concepts in the dialogue's context. For example, if Paolo used tavern in a sentence about drinks after a "doing anything fun later" statement, Manny might have discerned a tavern as a bar or similar nighttime establishment. Manny usually replied with equally simple responses, which often included the word brother. Paolo found the brother thing cute, but what he found intriguing was the additional dialogue. Eventually, Paolo learned that Manny left Delhi because of its, according to the affable newcomer, lack of quality schools and abundance of psychotropic drug abuse. In the States, Manny could get a superior education, make a respectable living, and even have a quality boyfriend. Like the company, his employer offered to help pay for college if he decided to go that route. One thing Manny couldn't leave behind was his faith in Allah and the Quran. Islam's view on homosexuality was just as shallow and self-serving as Christianity's, even Protestantism's, which Paolo discarded. Islam often considered the orientation abominable and sacrilegious. Like a child with suspicions of being misplaced at birth, Manny sometimes expressed that the Creator served him the wrong religion. Why couldn't he have been a Hindu? At least they were more tolerant. Manny had certain feelings, but still respected the Islamic doctrine. It had some tenets that he found personally useful. Lying with men didn't keep him from praying, fasting, or assimilating. Paolo didn't believe or lie with men, but he was still a productive, educated, and beautiful citizen, sartorially elegant or not. So why did one have to rely on the other? Using hand gestures as aids, Paolo explained that nothing had to depend on anything. His statements ranged from, "If God wanted robots, he wouldn't have given us the power to choose," to "Which would you like?" Forever serving somebody you never actually met, or partying with some of the greatest thinkers in history. There are positives and negatives on either side, so why not make your own afterlife, even if it's instantaneous eternal darkness? The only things Manny and Paolo couldn't choose were what nature gave them. Dane reflected on Paolo's question. Past the places you used to learn. You howl and listen. Wait for angels that won't return. After a minute he said, but were they his words? Did he even know what he was really saying? What if his phone told him to extirpate the store? Do you think he would? Good question. He's everything you want. Everything you need. Do you know enough about phones to figure out what's going on inside them? No, but I know somebody who might. He's in solder. Good. Solder's bigger. If there are suits, there probably aren't enough of them to have much of an influence. I hope. Do you have this person's number? I think so. Follow me. He says all the right things at exactly the right time, but right behind you. Dane followed Paolo to his room upstairs. Paolo grabbed his iPhone and opened Facebook's Messenger app. He tapped on a guy named Nathan Connolly and proceeded to call him via the phone receiver icon in the upper right corner. There was no answer, so Paolo sent him a text, simply asking if he and a friend could come for a visit. He met Nathan almost a year ago at a web developers conference. The two kept in touch, occasionally calling and texting each other. They have hung out together twice since the convention. Think he'll reply? Dane said. If he doesn't, Paolo said, do you know anybody here who could help? There's the guy who sold me the Pseudopod and his assistant, but let's just wait a little while. In the meantime, want to take a trip to the library? It had been nearly 10 years since Dane visited the Walnut Street Public Library, Clery's southeastern branch. It still had its durable brick exterior, pyramid-shaped skylight, and age-old book deposit chute. The spirea shrubs that concealed the structure's foundation were a new addition. A sheet of fiberboard covered what used to be one of the door's windows. Somebody had broken in. Fragments of glass still lay in the cracks between paving stones. Generally, this kind of vandalism occurred downtown. A derelict or other such person would invade a library to seek shelter or sustenance. The Walnut Street vandal could have been after the computers or peripherals, but they wouldn't have turned much of a profit at a pawn shop or on the street. Like Sauter's sprawl, the county's homeless were spreading to all neighborhoods, one of which just asked Dane for some spare change. "No," Dane said sharply, advancing to the entrance's threshold. "I don't have any." His tone went from annoyed to apologetic. Despite his misfortune with the conniving operations manager, he didn't hate the homeless. They couldn't all have been opportunistic liars out to dupe unsuspecting do-gooders. The settled tricked people too, so this kind of deception couldn't have been an effect of destitution. Aside from becoming a refuge for some of Clery's homeless population, the library remained a kind of content sanctuary. A place where tech couldn't add, delete, or modify text with a single electrical impulse. What appeared in print stayed in print. Even if Dane made another attempt to search for facts about Ploro or the Pseudopod and find results, there was no telling how much the content online changed since last week, yesterday, or 10 minutes ago. With just one edit and an upload, somebody could alter history and consequently the world as we know it. And unless somebody else took a screenshot of the search result pre-change, which wasn't proof positive per se, evidence of such a deed wouldn't exist. Search engines assisted in this manipulation. Using cookies, geolocation, and plugins, their almighty algorithms could censor or shuffle results. Here, Dane was in control. The results were books and the platforms were shelves. He could touch, hold, and protect his results. Dane and Paolo found two empty chairs, adjacent to each other. The seats' computers were unoccupied. Dane grabbed his keychain and flipped one of the key tags over. His library account number lay on back. He entered the number and PIN into a dialog box and logged in as a patron. Paolo had a library account too, but because of a past due balance, he had to log in as a guest. Dane rushed through the disclaimers and searched for mind control and technology in the online catalog. "What should I search for?" Paolo asked Dane quietly. He didn't want to say out loud. There were too many people around. They sat by tables and computers with their eyes suspiciously fixed on screens, papers, or empty space. Maybe we should have stayed home to do this. Dane could have searched the library's catalog off-site, but that would have done more harm than good. He didn't want to isolate himself from the world, whatever the circumstances. Besides, Paolo's ISP, Internet Service Provider, could have been one of the Pseudopods soldiers. He heard rumors of ISPs throttling subscribers' download speeds as punishment for accessing forbidden material. Dane reached for Paolo's keyboard and hurriedly entered radio, cable smartphones, and neurological science into his catalog. The query pulled no results. Neither did smartphones and neurological science, or smartphones and pseudoscience. Pseudoscience, however, pulled 77. This was too much, so he tried one last search: telepathy and technology. The multi-conscious? Paolo read a book title aloud. "Write that one down," Dane whispered. While Paolo snatched a pencil and paper slip from the cup by his monitor, Dane scrolled through his results, which according to a text string at the bottom of the page were 28. On the second page of results he spotted a book titled The Mindful Deception, and on the third and last page one titled Utopia is Creepy and another titled Re-Engineering Humanity. Most of the other book and video items seemed to be about technology, but not mind control. He had trouble concentrating, because somebody from across the table was intentionally or unintentionally humming a catchy melody. Where have I heard that? Dane returned to the first book and saw that it had no reviews or catalog description. The second book had both. He didn't get a chance to see what the third one had because his computer suddenly restarted. "What the hell?" Dane said uncontrollably. He failed to notice that he had logged into a 15-minute express station. Fortunately, he managed to record the first book's call number before the restart. "What is it?" Paolo said, leaning over and seeing a load screen on Dane's monitor. "Nothing," Dane murmured. "I got one." For the same reason, Paolo's computer restarted too. Nonetheless, they arose and moved to the shelves. After collecting their books, Dane and Paolo found an empty table in the library's back end. This was the study area. The nonfiction and true crime aisles from which they emerged weren't far away. Out of 6 long tables, 5 shorter ones, and 20 study carrels, only 4 individuals were present. The 2 who sat at the long tables appeared to be derelicts or vagrants that emitted an odor to which Dane discreetly crinkled his face. He and Paolo began reading their books. According to The Mindful Deception, the author was formerly a production assistant for movie and TV productions and currently an investigative journalist and victim of electronic harassment and mind control. He wrote in his acknowledgement that one of his sources for the book was a former CIA agent. Dane and the author were alike in a few ways. They were hikers, truth-seekers, and directionless dreamers. The book had spelling errors but no glaring grammatical mistakes. Dane was disturbed by one of the derelicts/vagrants. He craned to the right and saw an old scruffy man panting and gawking downward. At least 10 feet to Paolo's right, somebody from behind a carrel coughed continually. "I'm getting uncomfortable," Paolo whispered. "I feel like people are watching us." Dane shushed and said, "Just keep reading. It's not like we haven't been around homeless people before. Besides, this is still our library too." Dane offered Paolo a winsome smile that eased his nerves so many times before. "All right," Paolo said. By now Paolo had read the first 10 pages of The Multi-Conscious. So far, the book mentioned lucid dreaming shamans, onironauts, conscious dream travelers, psychonauts, drug-enabled soul searchers, and DMT, dimethyltryptamine. It also touched on the entertaining, therapeutic, and practical aspects of lucid dreaming, and even the prospect of telepathy and telekinesis. Page 1 introduced the nursery rhyme, "Row, row, row your boat," and page 10 introduced the Jungian collective unconscious, which was a kind of inherited symbolic knowledge. The one passage that seemed to have gotten Paolo's attention, for he read it several times, was, "Our experiences are simply a matter of mental constructs, models and simulations, which the brain creates from a sea of sensory input." As Paolo continued his book, he read about the use of psychedelic drugs in lucid dreaming, shared or mesh dreams, and the aforementioned DMT, which the author described as an organic substance that is most active in humans at 3 a.m. and could be an agent of dreams. Dane encountered an interesting passage too. Like several others in The Mindful Deception, it was underlined. This one read, "Stalkers use portable devices to simultaneously view, track, and harass their targets. These weapons create auditory hallucinations and mental damage through microwave, electromagnetic, and radio wave weaponry." Was the previous reader a victim? Is that what all these underlines and brackets mean? If so, why was this book still on the shelf? What did they want the next reader to know? Why are people being targeted? Dane began blinking. The 12-point font was rough on his eyes. The panel lamp that normally provided light to this table was out, and the cloud cover outside made the setting dull, but he read on. On page 30, the author talked about classes of targeted individuals and a strange microchip. "Paolo?" Dane said. Paolo looked up. "Can you send a text to yourself?" Without question, Paolo reached under the table, unlocked his phone, texted Dane's request of research RFID chip www.mindfuldeception.com, and stashed the device back in his trousers. Nearly an hour in the library had passed, and things were getting hot, literally. Dane's skin moistened. Paolo used his shirt to fan his chest. Something was emitting a great deal of energy. Dane looked up and noticed that more individuals had taken seats among the first 4. A few seemed to be playing with their phones. "Are those pseudopods?" Dane couldn't tell if they were all pseudopods, because some of them looked like other phones when enclosed in protective cases. Others exited and re-entered aisles, looking at him and Paolo as they passed. A bagwoman, who occupied the table behind Paolo, began muttering. He and Dane tried to ignore her, but she continued to talk to herself. Paolo couldn't keep his eyes on his book. Her tremulous, raspy voice rose, her words reaching clarity. Dane couldn't ignore her anymore either. Suddenly, the bagwoman turned around, shouting something incomprehensible. Dane and Paolo recoiled. Their eyes were locked onto hers. Her face seemed aged. Her head crowned with a grimy bucket hat. Her eyes strange. They weren't deceptively gentle like Tanner's or inexplicably fiendish like Connor's, but pathetically lost, as if she were looking from the outside in. If somebody were to ask, the closest thing to which Dane could compare this woman would probably be another merchandiser. At least once a week, Dane caught this guy inconspicuously, compulsively, moving his lips as if talking to someone. Only once had he actually heard one of his conversations. While leaving a store, the merchandiser uttered a question. As the assumed recipient, Dane asked him to repeat it. The merchandiser explained that he was thinking out loud, which was something he confessed to doing regularly. Dane dismissed the behavior, for it wasn't anything new. He would see people talk to themselves often. On the sidewalk. In cars. Sometimes with devices in their ears and sometimes without. After a moment, the bagwoman turned back around. The others didn't. They watched Dane and Paolo. Their bodies mostly still. Their pupils shrinking slowly, demonically like a feline's. Dane saw this and shuddered. Paolo? Yeah? Paolo murmured uneasily. I think we better leave, Dane said, slowly rising. Now. Like something out of a horror movie, Dane heard Paolo scream. The bagwoman was strangling him with what appeared to be an old garment. Dane dropped his book and moved to detain her, but the panting man grabbed him from behind. The others arose, but didn't assist. Dane? Paolo cried, trying to pull the garment away from his neck. Help! Struggling for freedom, Dane swiveled and used his body to push his opponent onto the table beside them. He didn't have time to notice anything about this man's eyes. For all he knew, they were dead. He was dead. Paolo would be dead too, if he didn't figure a way out of this. What if the others decided to join in? He used his body again to roll the man onto the floor. Dane's weight, which was roughly equivalent to his adversary's, crushed the panting man's lungs. This gave Dane the opportunity to break free and drub the man's chest. Having reduced the panting man to a wheezing gobbet, Dane lunged for the bagwoman's arms. Her grip was strong, about twice the strength of her counterparts. Paolo had stopped speaking. He was only choking. He watched everybody around him stand and stare, smile and laugh, whip out their phones or pseudopods, and record his face turn hot red and his eyes burn even redder. The seaweed. Oh God, the seaweed. Mom? Dad? Somebody? Please. I'm drowning. Let him go, Dane yelled. The woman's mouth gaped open, releasing a maniacal chortle. Her eyes were scrunched into tight wrinkles. Dane couldn't loosen the woman's grip. She seemed to be getting the same sick satisfaction Jeremy got when battering Connor. Jeremy. That's it. Dane stepped back, inhaled deeply, and punched the bagwoman, bloodying her nose. She fell down, but the others, not smiling now, flew forward. Paolo, Dane howled, run. Paolo was too disoriented to move, so Dane grabbed his arm and sprinted through the library's one and only exit, completely ignoring a librarian's demands to wait and stop. A team of the others followed. There was just one more hurdle. Dane needed to get inside Paolo's car. He had not a second to waste, so before reaching the vehicle, he pulled Paolo's keys out of his trousers and unlocked the Honda Civic. The insane swarm had just cleared the library's threshold. Dane managed to drag Paolo's incapacitated body over his lap and locked the doors only a second before the driver's side door almost smashed one of the other's fingers. The mob covered the Honda's exterior. Their faces were devoid of equanimity and reason. This didn't stop Dane, though. He reversed a few feet, knocking 2 people onto the concrete. When the ones in front backed off, he switched into drive and crept forward. The rest of the others backed off also. When there was enough of a gap, Dane sped forward and over the grassy island between modules. He was just lucky that no other automobiles were in the way. Dane drove straight to Paolo's house. He offered to help his friend out of the sedan, but Paolo declined. Being the assertive type he was, Dane hoisted him up with one arm and caught him with the other. The men scaled the stoop. Paolo was breathing normally now, but still wore a welt around his neck. "You all right?" Dane asked Paolo. "Of course not. Somebody just tried to kill me." "Yeah," Paolo answered gruffly. "I'm fine. You saved my life." Dane didn't know what to say. It was too mushy. Holding Paolo, he opened the front door and entered the living area. "Come on, let's just go upstairs and we'll." Ivan entered the room too, holding a glass of milk. He had left his office early. He was dressed in charcoal khakis, striped button-down shirt, knitted cardigan, and brown shiny loafers. He looked fit, tanned, and about 10 years young for his age. If not for his professional attire, one might have mistaken him for Paolo's much older brother. "Ivan," Dane cried. "What are you doing here?" Paolo, in his goggling and languishing, undoubtedly wondered the same thing. Ivan looked perplexed. "What's going on here?" On second look, he noticed the redness around Paolo's neck. He set the glass down and rushed toward him. Upon lowering Paolo's neckline, Ivan was spooked to see a puffy ring. "Son, what happened to your neck?" His photochromic glasses almost fell from his face. Paolo tried to speak, but couldn't get the words out. "Dane?" Ivan demanded. "What happened?" "It's all right, Dr. Bray," Dane said, trying to diffuse Ivan's anger. "Paolo just got into a fight, that's all." "A fight? With whom?" "Just some person at the library." Dane didn't want to go into too much detail, for it told a story that was too fantastic to believe. Plus, Ivan was a psychologist. A discussion with him, logical or otherwise, would open too many doors. Still, Ivan searched Dane suspiciously. He noticed the fresh bruise on his right hand, his taut brow, quivering lips, and dark, steady eyes. Dane bore a face that he had seen several times in his profession. A face of insanity. Did Dane do this? Weren't they best friends? Did he follow you two here? Should I call the police? No. He looked pretty destitute. We're safe. We're safe. Ivan lifted Paolo's head and inspected the contusion, trying not to apply too much pressure to his neck. What kind of world is this where a man can't even go to a library without getting attacked? Tell me about it. Well, Ivan told Paolo, this isn't anything too serious, but you should give your neck a rest. Can you afford to miss work today? No sweat, Paolo said, the strength in his voice returning, but can Dane still stay for a few days? Ivan rolled his eyes Dane's way, thought about it, and said, sure. He's family, right? Right, Dane said complacently. Well, you better try and get that swelling down, before your mother sees it and starts asking me questions. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dr. Bray. Dane sat limply in his chair, kicking corn around with a fork. He proceeded to roll a few kernels onto the mashed potatoes. Like a surgeon, he used the utensil to cut into the mash. The gravy, which lay in a rounded depression on top of the potatoes, receded and spread over the plate. Dane observed the image he created. Something was wrong. He dropped some corn into the potato's incision and swirled his fork in 360-degree revolutions, creating a lumpy tan and yellow mixture. He had consumed most of his red Moscato but only half of his steak, which Tara served medium rare. Paolo, who had been chewing slowly and swallowing lightly, shoved the last of his steak into his mouth. You're not saving your food for the dogs, Ivan said, are you, Dane? No, sir, Dane said unconvincingly. My stomach's just a little upset. Must have been something I ate earlier. I'll finish it. Don't feel you have to if you can't eat. Would you like some Pepto? Tara said. No? Sure. That may help. Tara left for a bathroom near the foyer. She arrived home a couple of hours ago. She was a middle school teacher who looked a lot like Belinda Carlisle. Paolo, as a boy, commented on this once. While watching one of the singer's music videos, he jested, "Look, Mommy. You're on TV." Ivan responded by saying, "Your mother's much prettier than that chick." This was a foreign word to Paolo, but a precarious one to people of his parents' generation. Chick had several connotations, and not all were innocuous. Nonetheless, Paolo wanted to know its meaning. Ivan said, "A chick is not your mother." The dining room, which was part of a turret, grew silent. Ivan tapped his fingers in a muted sequence. What's something somebody my age could talk to Dane about? "So, what do you think of our president, Dane?" Ivan said. "Hear about those tweets he published?" Ivan knew Dane had a homemade radio business and figured that politics and technology would make an acceptable topic. Which ones? There are a lot of them. Well, I heard he made some racist remarks toward a few people in Congress. Oh yeah. I heard that too. Trump suggested that they go back to where they came from, or something like that. He knows the president. Check. Yes. Well, call me an old fool, but I don't see how telling people to leave this country if they're unhappy here is equivalent to proclaiming superiority over them. Sensing that Ivan was fishing for something, Dane said, or how saying things about another person's country is the same as saying things about him. Right? By that logic, people in Britain could be thinking that all Americans are greedy because we don't have public health care. The Bray parents were registered Democrats, but held mostly libertarian views. They weren't totally pleased with Trump's presidency, but didn't deplore it. Every person, white or not, Republican or otherwise, had their faults. What ultimately mattered were the individual's actions and the results they brought. Since his inauguration, the United States unemployment rate decreased and the GDP increased. Whether President Trump had a hand in this or not, people couldn't pretend that they didn't happen. He might have said some offensive things, but that wasn't abnormal. One person's offense is another person's defense, and vice versa. Nobody wants to be ridiculed, but will probably ridicule others if given the opportunity. It's all quite human, a tale as old as grade school. Paolo was eating his mashed potatoes when Tara returned to the dining room table. It was a 60 by 60-inch stained wood furnishing whose matching chairs faced the 4 cardinal directions. She hadn't seen the mark on Paolo's neck because of the turtleneck he threw on before dinner. Dane was wearing a long-sleeved Henley shirt he borrowed from Paolo. Is he talking about Trump again? Tara said before sliding a pink bottle of Pepto-Bismol to Dane. Here you go, Shug. Hey, Ivan said, smiling, it's a hot topic. I was just getting the boys' take on it. Well, I'm holding out for Bernie. I think robbing Peter to pay Paul, figuratively of course, is just what this country needs right now. I hate to think everything I'm doing is going to waste. Paolo hadn't voted before, but if he were to vote next year, he would probably select Andrew Yang. Dane took a sip of the thick pink sauce. Speaking of healthcare, Ivan said, anyone remember that whole debate between Trump and Obama? He looked at Dane. What was that about? Obama's birth certificate, Dane replied, wasn't it? Right. People were saying he was from Jamaica, weren't they? No. Africa. And it wasn't everyone. Just some people. Ivan knew of the controversy. He watched news reports surface in circa 2010 about Barack Obama's birth certificate being fake, which would have made him ineligible for the U.S. presidency if true. The reports were part of research in his treatment for a patient with delusions that Al-Qaeda was attempting to destroy North America by planting a Muslim saboteur in the White House. Boy, how long ago was that? 5. 10. 7. 10 years ago. Tara's head bounced right and left as if watching a ping-pong match. And after 9/11, right? Dane started to perspire. Ivan was examining his mental state by testing his memory. This was a tactic still used by psychologists and healthcare providers. They would ask individuals to recall dates, solve number sequences, or copy sketches. If the individual stalled, miscalculated, or deviated, he, she, or they could have been suffering from a mental defect or even insanity. But insanity was a tricky thing to identify. Just because a person thought out loud, that didn't necessarily mean he was responding to a voice in his head, and just because he behaved normally in public, that didn't mean he hadn't lost touch with reality. One also had to consider all the other mental diseases that could blur the line to psychosis, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or obsessive-compulsive disorder. So what was insanity? Was it a total separation from reality, or reality as we came to know it? "Dad," Paolo said. "What are you doing?" "What?" Ivan said, annoyed. "You know what?" Being the son of a clinical psychologist, he knew too. Tara knew that it wasn't good to interrupt a session. "It's all right, Paolo," Dane exclaimed, turning to Ivan. "Even I forget it was almost 20 years ago. People still talk about it." His face reeked of desperation. His eyes quivered, emitting a powerful "please don't let them take me away" cast. "But I think I'll pass on dinner after all. Mind if I go upstairs and lie down?" "No," Tara said diplomatically. "Go ahead. I'll put your plate in the fridge in case you get hungry later." Dane thanked her, shot Paolo a glance, passed the living area, and ascended the stairs. His footfalls weren't the least bit ominous. They were slack and random. He expected the Brays to talk about him, but they didn't. Instead, Ivan, who wasn't wearing his glasses, rubbed his face and told Paolo, "Go with them. I'll talk to you later." Although The Mindful Deception was published in 2017, the book's corresponding website, according to Paolo, looked as though it was published in 2007, which was curious to say the least. The homepage was a static jumble of white text and 2D images, which the creator clumsily plastered over a tacky star and space background. Unlike the content, the background didn't move but repeated itself in a tessellation. The website's only fluidity lay in the centering of content when Dane resized the browser window. The navigation menu was a pillar of hyperlinks, which revealed nested links on certain pages. The site's code was primitive as well. Mostly it used outmoded HTML, hypertext markup language, and very, very little CSS, cascading style sheets. There were no JavaScript or widgets whatsoever. There might have been a server-side script of some kind, probably PHP, but neither Dane nor Paolo could tell which. Despite the site's antediluvian presentation, the content was fresh in a few ways. On the stalking page, Dane read how stalkers used discolored ramshackle vehicles to inform targets of their whereabouts. Beneath the paragraphs were photos of such examples. Matter's car had a dent on its side. Under electronic harassment, he read about methods of targeted harassment. He covered all this at the library, except for the photo of a cell site disguised as a palm tree. The web content's author claimed that it had been installed overnight. Dane expressed doubt in the content's integrity when he encountered another photo of foil-based body armor. Even he was aware of the absurdity behind grays, aliens, crop circles, and tinfoil hats. His incredulity became more apparent while reading the next page. Allegedly, the author/victim had coarse fibers emerge from lesions on his skin. He, the author, attributed the secretions to Morgellons disease and a living synthetic worm in his body, which military Black Ops soldiers had implanted. What does any of this have to do with pseudopods? Dane jumped. A strange strident cry had filled Paolo's bedroom. "Sorry," Paolo exclaimed, squeezing his phone's power button, ceasing the noise. Prior to this, Paolo used his device to search for more information about the multi-conscious. What he found was a video in which a faceless individual interviewed the book's author. The author, in the form of a photo, looked outlandish. His bowl-cut and striped shirt suggested something disconcerting, but his dialogue suggested something quixotic. Unlike Dane and his discovery of quasi-palm trees, Paulo's research offered nothing useful. Motifs of shamanism, psychedelic drugs, and even the other resurfaced. There were anecdotal cases this time around, but Paulo didn't seem to take them seriously. How could a dream cure a tonsil infection? How could a phone? This video probably would have served Dane better. He was a kind of onironaut from what Paulo knew, and a kind of psychonaut from what he didn't know. What the hell was that? Dane said. Some YouTube video. Thought I'd look into electronic harassment too. What's it called? I'll play it on here. Electro-harassment RF jammer mind control. From Paulo's laptop PC, Dane opened YouTube and entered the name into the site's search field. Next to the title was a thumbnail of a nude nubile woman whose body paralleled the screen. Her left arm lay over her face and head. Her right arm lay over her breasts, its hand drooped. The right leg folded up while the other rested flat. The skin was as blue as Krishna's. The hair, which spilled over the arm, was as white as a photo negative's. Upon playing the video, the alluring form lay still to a sequence of distorted screeches, cracks, pops, and whistles. Her flesh, which undulated like a river, was the only thing that moved. Within it, a current of white pinpoints ran from her left arm to her legs in a never-ending loop. The particles diverged and transmuted when reaching her buttocks, forming a kind of galactic impression. Dane and Paulo were mesmerized, despite the video's shrill, irregular soundtrack. The signals might have evoked certain thoughts, but didn't influence their behavior. In a recommended video, a mostly stationary female illustration with an automated voice gave an academic account of electronic harassment and cases surrounding it. She described the phenomenon as a conspiracy theory that delusional or deranged individuals use to rationalize their disorders. Targets would attribute their suffering to surveillance techniques, electromagnetic assaults, and esoteric symbols. The video was hard to follow, but not impossible to understand. The automation of essays and even stories was so common these days that people had grown insensitive to it. The illustration's voice had more personality than, say, that of a technical writer, but if you think about it, what makes a personality anyway? Is it the thing's use of the word I? A capital letter attached to its name? The likelihood of it dying, like all personalities, inevitably do. Nonetheless, the lack of human nuance seemed to trivialize the content's veracity, relegating it to just another piece of internet fluff. Nothing in it shone light on the pseudopod's ability to take people over. At 11:21 p.m., Paulo's phone smacked its digital lips, prompting him to say, "Finally." Nathan responded. "Can he meet us?" Dane demanded. "Yes. Tomorrow, any time after 1 p.m. at his place." "Do you know the address?" "Getting it now." Dane and Paulo ended their research party by confirming Nathan's appointment and watching some more recommended videos. They didn't research the RFID chip, although they could have. They didn't seem tired. If anything, they were galvanized. The circumstances, as terrifying as they were, elicited a thrill that was seconded only by that of their gaming sessions, which were almost like watching theater. Today, they used their knowledge, experience, and strategy to reach their objectives of truth and survival. But their quest was far from over. Tomorrow was another stage full of obstacles, enemies, and discoveries. The killer bag woman might have been one of many bosses. Unfortunately for our heroes, this game had no power-ups, secret paths, or cheat codes. It was a real deal, of which they would need every ounce of mental and physical strength available. Sleep could help them retain that and more. It could not only recharge their bodies but also reboot their consciousnesses. Like an operating system, daily experiences have a way of affecting the psyche, making the individual slow, susceptible, and unrecognizable. Dreams assist in the mind's defragmentation process. By identifying, accepting, or rejecting subjective bits of information, the individual could regain a sense of oneself. So at 12:36 a.m., Paulo climbed the ladder up to his loft bed while Dane crashed on the floor, removing the Henley. 4,567 pseudopods sold. A familiar lampshade. My high school track jersey. My 7th grade science project. I was in my old house. In Connor's room. There were no windows, but there was light. White daytime light. I left my bed and floated to the door. I entered the kitchen, somehow. The stairs, halls, and living room were behind me. The kitchen was as bright as my room. Mom and Pop were sitting at the table, their heads down. They looked upset. I approached them. They didn't move. I touched Pop's shoulder, but nothing happened. Sound, you're a disappointment. Sound, you're a disappoint. I touched Mom's shoulder and her head popped off. I jumped, flying back until I hit something. I turned and saw a row of bars. I turned back around and saw more bars. They surrounded me. My house was gone. Something blank replaced it, something eternal. My legs were short and hairless. My arms too. I tried to rise but couldn't. Sound, a waste of a great resource. Sound, a waste of a great resource. I was a baby. Wrapped in a diaper. My shirt barely reached my belly button. 2 giants stood above me. They were Mom and Pop, looking down and laughing. Sound, let go. Leave the child. Be a man. Sound, let go. Leave the child. Be a man. Sound, leave the. I crawled, tripping over the floor's softness. The giants continued to chant, their voices sounding more and more genderless. I bumped into the severed head. Wires hung from its neck. Something black like battery acid ran from the jugular. It had Connor's face. It said, "Sound, free yourself. Be like me and change the world." "No," Dane exclaimed. The church looked ancient, forlorn, as if I were the first to grace its presence in years. The runner wasn't red but gray. The pews were even grayer. There weren't people in the seats but cobwebs. Spiders too, probably. More cobwebs hung from above. They danced like shriveled veins in a phantom wind. The place was dark, except for the windows. Light from outside brightened the stained glass figures. Jesus holding a lamb. A bearded man with a torch, being raked by an eagle. Christopher Hitchens perched on a book. That wasn't right. Churches don't have images of antitheists on their windows. They don't have shelves. Shelves with books. I grabbed one. It pulled from the wood like a fresh scab from flesh. I let go, returning to the runner. There were more shelves. 2 in each row. The aisle faded into a plus, not a cross, which hung in the distance. The pews were gone. The ceiling was a web of beams and lamps. Was this a church, library, or fulfillment center? Was I alone? Sound, you're not alone. Sound, we want to help you, not hurt you. Sound, there are others who want to destroy you. Who? Paolo said. Who? Who wants a remote-controlled Dane for Christmas? The crib was gone. I stood tall again, but frozen. My ankles were locked with chains and balls. Sound, weigh the alternatives, a life of complacent freedom or rebellious impotence. A crowd sat before me. I recognized some of the faces. Scott. Tanner. Matter. I was dreaming again. I had to wake up, before it made me do something I'd regret. I couldn't open my eyes. Sound, forget your dreams or go crazy. He's cute. Durable. Adaptable. With a face that'll melt the hardest of hearts, the most skeptical of skeptics. The crowd applauded, shouting numbers. 100. 250. 430. I was in an auction. I was the auction. The faces spectators waved. Their arms were thin black wires with large cartoon gloves. Their bodies were peanuts. The wall beyond them was a red and orange pattern. A circus tent. A portrait of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Andrew Yang. Madeline O. Oh. I couldn't read the rest of the label. I knew the face. I had seen it before. What was this place? A place of dead or yet-to-be-dead things? A shadowy figure stood before me. It had dark hair and a chevron shirt. Monty? Paolo called. Maybe a Paolo 2? A complete two-figure action set? Paolo stood next to me. His neck, elbows, and knees were toy joints. Beyond him was an auctioneer. Clery, in a ringmaster costume, holding a pseudopod. Sound, no response? The phone stretched, bent, and wrapped itself around my neck, molding into a dog collar. The Pseudopod logo dangled like an ID tag. There was only one way out. To commit pseudocide, but how? Yes, Dane said. I broke free from my chains and flew into the crowd, into a bottomless pit that... The figure turned. The body was Manny's, but the face was Death's. The moonstar necklace he always wore hung around his neck. He grabbed my hand. Death Manny's touch turned it into something gray and fuzzy. My arm looked like a snake firework. The ghoul let go, but the stream continued. I tried to shake it off. Something touched my shoulder, making it gray also. It was Christopher Hitchens. He was decayed. I turned and crashed into Madeline. She touched my chest. Her hand sank into it as she pushed. An old feral woman with a hat grabbed my ankles. She was on the floor, her legs like the tail of a three-striped snake. I collapsed. The ghouls surrounded me. I saw myself wither away. I couldn't tell which was me, the ghouls or the church. Sound, reach out. Accept my truth and I will save you. A radiant, nondescript figure floated in the air. It was speaking. Okay, Paolo cried. I followed the angel into the sky. Clery and solder were below us. Solder wrapped itself like a U around Clery. Sound, follow me. Beyond heaven. Beyond space. Into a world of opportunity. I was scared. I didn't know what to expect. Would everything I fear lie beyond? Everything I thought was wrong. Red and green ghosts flew past me. Other colors too. I didn't know. They moved too fast. Everything was moving too fast. I struggled. Sound, don't let go. You'll be sorry. I don't care, Paolo cried. I fell to earth, onto a shore. Lake Clery expanded into the horizon, into a rosy gradient with green-yellow clouds. Something rose from the water. It was a beast with 5 heads. 4 heads faced north, south, east, and west. The 5th stood above the first 4, facing the 5th dimension. Seeing all things at all times in all directions. The thing was naked, bald, hollow-eyed, and waxy-skinned. It had no genitals. No breasts. A letter or symbol lay on its chest. Wires ran from its body to back in the water. A crane's tattoo lay above its leg. 2 numerals lay in the sky. IC and OC. 1 and 0? Alpha and Omega. Like a fractal, people began running out of the lake, getting bigger, until their sandy bodies faded into the shore. There were numbers on all their 4 heads. The same number. An anagram, I think. 11001101. 11011110. 11011111. 11000011. The beast stepped forward, leaned and spit a white-blue fireball my way. From somewhere, the angel said, Sound, last chance. Say yes. I can't, Paolo said. Sound, your choice. The sky started to fall. Except it wasn't a sky. It was an ocean, released from whatever invisible thing held it up. I felt the water before it landed. It materialized in patches, multiplying like bacteria. The wetness touched my head, arms, and legs. I fell back. There was nowhere to go. Nothing to do except watch the heavens drown the world. Drown me. I tried to swim to the top, but couldn't. The surface was always just a few inches away. Was it that or the seaweed? The seaweed that had wrapped itself around my neck? Dane sat outside the water. His hand broke through the surface. I couldn't reach. It kept rising with the surface. He smiled, mocking me. He wasn't trying to help me. He was trying to kill me. Wake up, Dane shouted, shaking Paolo. Wake up. With a single bat of his eyelids, Paolo clouded Dane with a strength neither man ever witnessed. Dane, who stood on a chair, fell to the floor as Paolo arose. From the mattress above, he discovered that his body was drenched. Sweat covered his face, torso, and arms, dampening his hair and shirt. He licked his lips, tasting warm, salty fear. He breathed heavily. "Damn, Paolo," Dane said painfully, rubbing his nose. "What was that for?" Paolo leaned toward the floor. "You tried to kill me. Tried to drown me. What are you talking about?" Paolo scanned his surroundings. He was back in the safe, familiar confines of his bedroom. The autumn morning light made his room appear dim and dry. "It was a dream," Paolo murmured, running a hand through his hair. "A dream?" With his arms juddering, Dane hoisted himself off the floor and onto the chair. "Come down from there." Apprehensive, Paolo climbed down, slumped against a nearby wall, and slid to the floor. "What happened?" Dane continued. Paolo had been awake for a couple of minutes now. The incongruity of the dreamscape was lost to the substantiality of the waking world. Nonetheless, he tried to recall what he saw, moving his eyes as if scanning a source code file. There was water everywhere. The world was flooded. "I tried to reach out to you, but you kept pulling away. You know I wouldn't do that. We're like Sonic and Tails, you and me." "Are we?" "Bad analogy." "No, I just don't see how we can be like Sonic and Tails if you're not really my friend. I've seen the way Scott, Jessica, and all the others look at me. You don't just keep me around because you feel sorry for me, do you?" The question was uncharacteristic. Paolo had his doubts, but never about his and Dane's friendship. It was something a loser would say. "Paolo, do you remember what happened yesterday?" Scanning further, Paolo couldn't find an answer. "I saved you." "Saved me?" Paolo said darkly. "How?" Now Dane had trouble recalling. The constant dreaming and consequential sleeplessness had muddled his mind, making long-term memories almost as indistinguishable as past dreams. He needed a clue. He couldn't refer to the mark on Paolo's neck because it was still covered by the turtleneck. He couldn't use the laptop because it was turned off. Dane had fallen into a state of reflection that time couldn't penetrate, a microsleep. "Dane," Paolo shouted. Dane heard him call from down the hall. He failed to notice that Paolo had just rushed to the second-floor bathroom. "What is it?" he yelled, following the voice. Paolo was standing in front of the mirror, shirtless and perusing the mark on his neck, which had diminished in size and darkened in color. "Did you do this?" "No." "It was?" "Yesterday, the library, strangle." "The homeless woman." "What homeless woman?" "We went to the library, and this woman tried to strangle you. Remember?" "I remember, a snake woman. A beast. You don't? Do you remember the gas station guy? What's his name?" "Monty?" "What about him?" "He's changed." "You said he changed." His pseudopod was telling him to sleep. Without saying another word, Dane rushed back to the bedroom. Paolo followed, baffled. He found him frantically searching the space under his bed, which Paolo made into a kind of nook. "Dane?" He didn't answer. Instead, he proceeded to move the nightstand and beanbags, glancing behind and under the items. Paolo approached him. "What's up?" "Check your room," Dane demanded. "Look for a pseudopod." Paolo didn't move. With a friendly push, Dane said, "Go on." Paolo tottered to his dresser. He opened the first drawer and probed its contents, finding nothing but stacks of folded trousers and shorts. He continued to the next drawer. "Do we get a hint?" Paolo asked Dane. "Can't you hear it?" "Hear what?" "What's the pseudopod supposed to sound like?" This was a concept that even Dane, who had become a kind of expert, couldn't totally explain. Moving to the closet, he replied, "Can you accept the concept of Frankensounds?" That was probably the best way to describe the pseudopod's signals, for they weren't just ordinary sounds, but rapidly modulated beats that triggered or called certain thoughts. I think I accepted an angel, and… What? Using his knowledge of radio and Paolo's knowledge of data, Dane said, "You know how zeros and ones make up pieces of data, right?" He didn't wait for an answer. It's like that. Each thought has its own sound. Each frequency builds a part of that sound. You can't be serious. Paolo shut the last drawer. That raises too many questions. Too many. Are you saying that our minds are being manipulated by every sound we hear? Dane was rummaging one of the closet's shelves. Not every sound. Just those from the pseudopod. But a sound is still a sound, isn't it? What difference does it make whether it comes from a phone or anything else? Will we all have to go deaf? Dane stopped searching. It was useless to explain further. Almost as useless as it was to search the house. All that mattered was proving the pseudopod's culpability. "Let's get my phone and go to solder," Dane said. "It's gone," Dane exclaimed. He had unearthed the hole he dug by the milepost 252 sign. Paolo's Honda was parked in roughly the same spot Dane parked his Chevy a couple of days ago. "You sure this is the place?" Paolo said. "Could it have been mile 253 or 1? It was 252. It must have been. This is the only marker by Upriver Road. Didn't I say mile 252? Dane didn't actually. He only told Paolo that he buried his pseudopod somewhere by Highway 5. Nonetheless, Paolo tried to think. It wasn't easy. So much had happened in the past 24 hours. First the attack, then the dreams, and now a high-speed chase. Life had become more than a game. It was a full-blown movie in which he and Dane didn't seem to want parts. Immediately after leaving Paolo's house, somebody in a black Acura started following Dane and Paolo. The motorist had been waiting by a curb, 4 houses away from Brewster Street. It took Dane, who was driving, about a mile to realize the stalker. He tried to lose it with turns and loops, but the Acura drew progressively closer. The chase gained real momentum when Dane swerved onto Collier Street, almost hitting a tractor. Paolo demanded that he slow down, but Dane insisted that they had to get away. The length of the tractor's trailer gave the men a 40-foot advantage, but the determined black car managed to blow past the tractor and trailer before the motorist to Dane's left could close the gap. The chase was on. Dane used every chance at his disposal to one-up the Acura, but the mysterious driver was just as cunning. During one of these maneuvers, Dane almost crashed head-on with another motorist. Seconds before this happened, Paolo impulsively grabbed the steering wheel, turned it to the right, and with Dane's support, thrusted the Honda onto the sidewalk. There seemed to be no damage. Dane re-entered the road and swerved again onto Mill Avenue, running a red light and almost causing another collision. Despite several panicked motorists, the Acura dodged the braking vehicles and straightened itself behind Dane. The stalker grew impatient. It rammed the Honda a few times. It knew the chase couldn't continue, not on Mill. There was a traffic signal at almost every intersection, but this didn't stop Dane. He hit a couple of greens before another vehicle T-boned the Acura. Whether Dane or Paolo registered the collision as intentional or accidental was anyone's guess. Their attention was fixed on the chase, the thrill, the moment that almost cost their lives. By sheer inches, Dane avoided rear-ending a motorist who was stopped at a red. "I just want to work in radio. That's all." "Did you take it?" Dane asked Paolo. "Are you one of them?" Paolo was shocked, almost speechless. "Come on, Dane. I don't remember telling anybody else about this." "You told me Highway 5. "Yes, 5, but you didn't say where exactly." Dane arose and stepped up to Paolo, his eyes fixed like daggers. "You're lying." Dane's delivery seemed to have been played for impact. A threatening tone would have assuredly elicited a more genuine response, whatever the truth might have been. Pseud or human, Dane was physically stronger than Paolo, and without help Paolo wouldn't get very far. "Look, now's not the time for us to be turning against each other. I'm on your side. I swear I've never been here." Dane watched Paolo carefully. There were no telltale blinks, jerks, or spasms. He seemed to be telling the truth. All right. Both men took deep breaths of relief. So what do we do now? Paolo said. We have to find Connor. Connor? But he could be anywhere. What if we get chased again? He's home. How do you know? I know, Dane said with strange finality. Connor was looking at one of the dresser photos when his Pseudopod's phone rang. He couldn't remember why he hated his brother so much. The picture suggested something very different. In it, he and Dane smiled at the camera. Each sibling was resting his arm on the other's clavicle. Connor had a bandage over his chin, which he accidentally skinned. He had flown off his bicycle while pedaling on a downgrade. Despite the wound, Dane accepted his brother. The boys appeared happy, possessing a love and unity that contradicted their recent expressions of loathing and contempt. Connor tried to puzzle things out verbally, but it was useless. The pseudopod had flushed away the picturesque memory, along with many others. In their steads were the device's assurances that they no longer mattered. The caller had demanded that Connor meet him in solder. He agreed, despite the other's disappointed tone. He was supposed to have been there over an hour ago. It was 1:06 p.m. now. Something, maybe the photos, made him forget the appointment. Connor dutifully exited his room, which looked slightly worse than it had 3 days ago. There were more flies and dishes. The Freitag parents were away at work. Connor and his pseudopod wound up in the bathroom. He turned the control valve of the tub, which activated the spout. When the water reached his liking, he pulled the shower diverter and checked the flow again for good measure. Connor went to the mirror. Before he could shed his shirt, he caught a glimpse of his face. He looked haggard. The circles around his eyes were nothing compared to the clusters of acne that populated his forehead, temples, cheeks, and neck. His hair was greasy and tangled. His upper lip was partly concealed by the small growth of a mustache. Why couldn't I have gotten some hair to cover that scar on my chin? He had been skipping school since Monday the 21st and hadn't showered since the preceding Saturday. Connor wasn't handling the pseudocidal transition well. He wasn't growing smarter, stronger, or less lispy. No more than he probably would have naturally. Since owning the pseudopod, Connor expected certain things to happen. His device promised that he would receive at least 3 things: knowledge, confidence, and admiration. Although he acknowledged receipt of the first gift, he wasn't sure about the other 2. He still struggled with what to say, how to approach groups, and why certain people continued to harass him. Connor's new friends weren't making things easier either. They behaved more like acquaintances. Their interactions were brief, and their speeches were superficial and somewhat competitive. Only non-acquaintances acknowledged his lisp. Although his impediment subsided substantially since before the pseudopod, it wasn't totally gone. It made itself known in times of distress. Connor's biggest blow came just a couple of days ago. On the 5th, he went to Clery Community College to take his SATs. As a means to reach its end of making Connor an architect, the pseudopod offered to supply him with the answers to the test. All he had to do was sleep, and he would wake up with the answers planted in his head. The proposition sounded good, but Connor had questions, such as how would the pseudopod know which test he received? If his high school teachers gave out variations of tests, why wouldn't the SAT people do the same? It told him not to worry. His proctor would be a Pseud also. With that, Connor slept and went to take his SATs. His pseudopod was in his backpack, outside the testing area. Immediately, there was a problem. The answers Connor received didn't seem right. He learned reading, writing, and algebra beforehand, which was probably why he hesitated on the simpler questions. He couldn't talk or leave until the session was over, so he went with the program, and because the exam was timed, he had only a minute or less to transcribe an answer from his head to the answer sheet before the next answer replaced the previous one. When Connor checked his score on the College Board website a couple of weeks later, he was dismayed by a total score of 610, which wasn't enough to enter Forsyth. When he asked his pseudopod about this, it said that his proctor wasn't available, and he therefore received the wrong test. Maybe physiological enhancements would debut in the next upgrade. For now, Connor was little more than a doll, and without certain memories, barely existing. Like a house without a foundation. He knew where he wanted to go, but had no idea of how to get there. If neither his parents nor the Pseuds could get him to college, who could? "Can you still get me to Forsyth?" Connor said. "Sound, of course. We can get you anywhere. Just be patient." He looked unsatisfied with the response. It lacked complexity. Personality. It was too simple. Connor needed some reassurance. Some control. Jeremy could give him that. "Yes. Maybe I'll call him over later and have him rub my feet, gut punch himself, shove a pie in his face, I don't know." Connor started to undress but stopped when he heard sound. Dane's downstairs. Connor turned off the water and listened. Nothing seemed to be happening outside the bathroom, but that was expected. If Dane really was in the house, he would probably wait for Connor to go downstairs and ambush him. He needed a weapon. Maybe one of the kitchen knives. Plenty still sat in the block downstairs. Connor put his shirt back on, stashed the pseudopod in his sweatpants, and furtively entered the first floor. He called out to Dane intermittently, hoping the signals would divulge his whereabouts. Upon reaching the foyer, Connor received an instruction. "Sound, he's behind the chair by the fireplace." "Is he armed?" Connor asked his pseudopod quietly. "Sound. No." "Dane," Connor said, slipping into the kitchen to grab a butcher's knife. "I know you're there. So come on out and we'll chat." Connor crept toward the fireplace. The chair in question was only a few feet to its right. He held the knife behind his back. He could hear Dane breathe. Connor reached for one of the chair's arms. He was about to pull it away when Dane sprang forth and sprayed his eyes with aerosol deodorizer. Connor was caught off guard. He rubbed his eyes. Dane tackled him, trying to get the knife. Despite Dane's perseverance, Connor didn't drop the weapon. Eventually, Dane got the knife, not in his hand but in his right shoulder. He screamed. The red-eyed Connor couldn't believe what he had done. He was wearing the same, astonished expression he wore when crippling his father. He didn't mean to hurt his brother. His function wasn't to hurt people. He only wanted to make the world a better place. At least that was what his pseudopod told him. The device's aims were still unclear. The Pseuds had yet to learn their places in the grand scheme. They were given ideas, guidance, and even pacifiers like pseudokinesis, but nothing in the way of the pseudopod's ultimate objective. Was Connor really meant to be an architect? A painter/decorator? A killer? Before Connor could ponder further, Paolo struck him with a tire iron. There was no time to treat Dane's injury. No time to check Connor's pulse or eyes. There was only enough time to leave before another Pseud entered the Freitag house. With a hand on his shoulder, Dane hobbled to the Honda, leaving spots of crimson on the carpet and wood. He had pulled the knife out of his shoulder and dropped it onto the floor. Paolo carried an unconscious Connor in his right arm. He tried to turn the pseudopod off before leaving, but gave up when it kept asking for Connor's fingerprint. Paolo drove to the only place either man could think to hide, the Century Motel. They hadn't been there before, but drove past the establishment several times. Its parking spaces were close to the room's doors. If careful, they could slip in without too much detection. There was no interference from Connor's pseudopod. It remained totally silent. Nathan messaged Paolo, asking if he was going to show up, but Dane suggested that they proceed to the motel. Paolo entered the office while Dane, with his wound still bleeding, stayed in the sedan with Connor. Paolo paid $30 for one night. Fortunately, the clerk didn't ask if he had guests. Once he received his key, he went to Unit 8, unlocked the room's door and snuck Connor inside while Dane kept watch. The first order of business was to restrain Connor. Using a bed sheet, Paolo bound him to one of the desk chairs. This wasn't easy either. Connor was lean. His arms were almost as narrow as the twist of the sheet, so he tied one end to the chair's backrest support, looped the length around Connor's wrists and shins, and tied the other end to the other support. While Paolo was doing this, Dane was in the bathroom. He proceeded to wet a towel with warm water and gently wipe his shoulder. His nostrils flared at the coppery odor of the damp cloth. The water smells like blood. Once clean, he wetted the other side and dabbed the wound whose bleeding had subsided. He used a smaller towel as a compress. Paolo had just finished his task when Connor awakened. His pseudopod was lying on the bed. The curtains were drawn and a table lamp was on. The time was 3:37 p.m. "Paolo?" Connor said, disoriented. "Where's Dane?" "Right here," Dane said, tossing the blood-stained towel onto the bed. Connor watched Dane grab another chair and set it down next to him. His sclerae were almost white again. "Where am I?" "Never mind. You're someplace safe. We know the pseudopods are controlling people. We need you to tell us how to stop them." Connor noticed that he was tied up, but didn't struggle. "I don't know how to stop them." "We think you do." "Well," Connor said with a weak squirm, "you're wrong. I'm only a user. I know as much about how they work as you do." "Really? You know about the dreams me and Paolo had? The voices we've heard? The thoughts that tell us to do things we'd never do?" "Eat shit, dogboy." A chill seized Paolo's bones. It was one thing to hear about Connor's transformation, but a whole other thing to experience it. There were 3 people in the room all right, and not a single one of them was Connor. "Okay. Different question. Why isn't it talking right now? Does it know something it doesn't want me or Paolo to hear?" Connor shrugged his shoulders. "What if we could prove what we say?" "How?" Dane used his left arm to fetch the pseudopod. "You could open your phone and show us what it can do." "You're barking up the wrong tree, bruh. You won't find anything in there but apps." Dane remained composed. "Give me your hand then." "You go to hell. If you don't open this, we'll open it for you, and then I'll open your nose." Connor exhibited an eyebrow cock that wasn't very convincing. He was outnumbered. A scream for help probably wouldn't make it outside the room. He could only wait. Maybe another Pseud was watching the interrogation and would come to help. "It won't do you any good." With his right wrist fixed to the chair, Connor pressed his thumb against the phone's reader. "We're everywhere," he continued in that familiar Mephistophelian tone. "Know that?" Connor didn't think it would work. Maybe the pseudopod would see him under duress and block the command, but that wasn't what happened. The device unlocked and the home screen surfaced. Incensed, he jumped against his restraints. Paolo rushed to grab him while Dane recoiled. "Bastards!" Connor shouted petulantly, his lisp escaping. "Gimme my phone." "Paolo," Dane demanded. "Keep him quiet." Paolo absent-mindedly snatched the towel Dane used to compress his wound and stuffed it in Connor's mouth. Dane was face to face with the pseudopod. The screen brightened, not in response to the drab interior, but to his presence. The home screen revealed icons he hadn't seen before. One got his attention immediately. He registered it as a tuning fork or antenna. Dane tapped the icon. A new screen appeared. It contained a dandelion icon and a heading of people. He tapped again. The next screen displayed "What would you like Jeremy to do?" at the top, and a list of pre-filled buttons and a something else option at the bottom. The phone's genderless assistant was nowhere to be heard. "Research scholarships?" Dane read, bewildered. "Find me a date? Massage my feet?" Connor lowered his face. He looked embarrassed yet proud. Dane was more embarrassed having spoken the weird commands, if they were indeed commands. "What is this?" he asked Connor. Paolo let him speak. "Why don't you find out for yourself?" "Paolo?" He covered Connor's mouth again. Dane tapped something else. The pre-filled options vanished behind a text area object that grew to a rectangle. The hint inside the input field asked for a command. He dubiously typed, "Come to Century Motel alone. Room 8. Without your pseudopod. Ask no questions," into the virtual keyboard. His submission wasn't sufficient. The People app wanted to know more, so it asked him when Jeremy should arrive. The pseudopod accepted his addition of "right now." Connor watched in helpless interest. "What did you do, Dane?" Paolo asked. If a pseudopod could listen, watch, and communicate with other pseuds, why couldn't it also learn from the data its users entered? Whether the information was voluntarily submitted or not, it all went to the same place, the same server. The bearers were sealing their fates just as much as the pseudopods were instigating them. "Doesn't matter, but if this doesn't work, be prepared to run." Dane ended his sentence with an expression that suggested something crucial. "Right?" Paolo said, nodding in secret agreement. Connor probably understood the expression too. He couldn't tell the phone what it meant, because Paolo still had the towel over his mouth. He could only think about it, which didn't help. The pseudopods couldn't read people's minds. There was no way to prove such a thing anyway. Even it knew when to keep quiet, and all its brain work was done behind the scenes, in cyberspace. It took almost an hour for Jeremy to arrive. During the interim, Dane stood by the front window, curtains open slightly, watching for welcome and unwelcome visitors. No vehicles entered the lot. A couple of people, who appeared to be customers, passed the room without incident. Paolo took this time to retrieve the tire iron, fashion a gag from one of Connor's socks and a pillowcase, and peruse the People app. At 5:17 p.m., Dane saw a young man approach his room. "I think he's here," Dane murmured, closing the curtains. Connor screamed through the makeshift gag. Dane ran to the bed and grabbed the pseudopod. "Quick! Hide!" He rushed to the entrance door, turned the knob of the deadbolt upright, and backed into a corner which was only a foot away. Paolo hid behind the bed whose length faced the entrance. Hearing Connor's muffled cries, Jeremy opened the door and discovered his slender master confined to a chair. Dane shut and locked the door. "Dane Freitag," Jeremy announced, as if seeing a figure he hadn't met. The command worked. "Jeremy?" Dane replied. "Jeremy Winters." Jeremy hardly resembled the short, hair-headed, brace-toothed bully from 5 years ago. He was taller, muscular, and slightly bald. At least a couple inches of fresh hair had filled his shaved head. His braces were gone. Unlike Connor, his change looked natural, post-pubescent. "They said you'd come. So, how's it going?" Dane was untouched by his insouciance. "We need your help with something." Connor continued to cry and struggle, but Jeremy remained calm. "Sorry," Jeremy said facetiously, "I only answer to Connor. Why not have him tell me what you want?" Dane pulled the pseudopod from behind his back. "Why not this?" he said, showing Jeremy the text area field. Jeremy froze. How did he get into that? Why wasn't I notified? If this app does what I think it does, we'll have enough evidence to shut you and the pseudopod down for good. You think anybody's gonna believe you? You think anybody's going to associate my behavior with what you put in that phone? Get real, Dane. That's like connecting the time of a shooting with somebody's tweet. Jeremy was right, of course. Without an objective scientific test, there was no way to demonstrably link a user's command with a subject's behavior. Even with video evidence, one couldn't totally rule out the possibility of the sender and receiver falsifying the experiment beforehand. Dane could only prove his hypothesis with valid controls and specialized equipment. Nonetheless, he remained adamant. "Then you won't mind if I submit another command?" "Sound. What are you gonna do? Control me? Make up for some lost revenge? I bet you're nowhere as creative as your little brother. He's into some pretty freaky stuff." Dane didn't want to hear this. "Shut up. Sound. Some really, really crazy shit," Jeremy said lewdly. "You should have seen what he had me do last week. It was like something out of the dark web." Sensing Dane's fragility, Jeremy slowly advanced. Shut up. Back off, man. I beat you before. I'll beat you again. Sound. Oh, he beat me good, Jeremy continued in a tone that was almost too grotesque to be taken seriously. He rubbed my dick so hard you'd think it was a lollipop. A red glistening lollipop. Then after. He slurped, which made Dane retch. You ever taste anything so sweet? Cutie? Dane freaked, except this time Jeremy was ready. He anticipated the precise moment when Dane would drop the pseudopod and attack. Jeremy proved to be a worthy antagonist. Teenage Dane might have had his and Connor's strength, but adult Jeremy seemed to have his, the bag woman's, the panting man's, and maybe some of the others. Dane demanded that Paolo do something. He emerged from behind the bed and snatched the phone. Jeremy tried to tackle the unknown figure, but Dane tackled back. Trembling, Paolo submitted an order for Jeremy to stop. In just a second, the pseudopod glowed green and emitted a tone that was almost loud enough to exit the room. Jeremy relaxed and fell to the floor. Dane let go, showing no sign of having received the phone's signal. Jeremy? Paolo said while typing his next speech. Say hi. Standing on all fours, he looked up and said hi. Jeremy, he continued in the same fashion, scratch your head. Jeremy scratched his head. Let me see that, Dane told Paolo. He passed the phone over. Without saying a word, Dane entered, stand up. Jeremy stood up. It's true, Dane understated. It's true. I have an idea, Paolo said. He grabbed his own phone, moved behind Dane and the pseudopod, and launched his camera app. Dane, make him do something. Just don't say what you're typing. Why? Dane was speaking into the iPhone's flash lamp. I'm going to record it. What? That won't prove anything. We easily could've. Trust me, will ya? With a mild huff, Dane submitted, Jeremy, get me some water. Jeremy looked confused, so he included, from the bathroom. Jeremy casually walked to the bathroom, poured some tap water into a drinking cup above the sink, and handed the item to Dane. Good, Dane said. Set it down. Jeremy set the cup on the table. For no discernible reason, he submitted a command for a backflip. Jeremy failed. He couldn't do backflips. Instead, he jumped back, raised his knees, and flopped onto his back. Dane and Paolo blenched. The pseudopod wasn't powerful enough to repress Jeremy's cries of pain. Connor shouted something unintelligible. At least we don't have to worry about him gaining any special abilities, Dane said, submitting a command for Jeremy to freeze. Think he's all right, Paolo said, fiddling with his iPhone. I mean, we don't want to hurt him. He'll be fine. Paolo's iPhone smacked. Nathan had sent yet another message. Him again. Dane said. Yeah, Paolo said. What should I say? Tell him we're on our way. Did you get the address? Got it. Dane squatted to Connor's level and said, once we're gone, I'll have Jeremy untie you. Don't worry. We're gonna stop it, and pretty soon we'll have you and everybody else back. Connor sat blankly, so Dane lowered his gag. Say something. You should really get some rest. You're too young to look so old. You too, Finn. Finn. Connor flinched when Dane went to touch his head. When he lowered his hand to try again, Connor relaxed. The Pseud tried not to make eye contact with Dane, but when it did, one of Connor's tears escaped, streaking its dirty face. We better go, Dane, Paolo said. Right, Dane replied reluctantly, his eyes fixed on Connor's and vice versa. Just as Dane and Paolo were about to reach the front door, Connor mumbled, It lies, you know. They turned around, seeing that Connor was looking at the pseudopod. What? Dane said. The pseudopod? If you believe so. Believe. What a funny choice of a word. Apparently, Connor wanted Dane and Paolo to acknowledge a distinction between believe and say, but what and why? Connor didn't elucidate. He only turned his head toward Jeremy, who was still on the floor, squirming. Dane would have liked to know more, but knew already that he wouldn't get much out of Connor. It was just something he and Paolo would have to find out for themselves. With that, they left the room. 5,962 pseudopods sold. Despite the heavy traffic on Sheridan Street, Paolo and Dane took it directly to I-90 West. Another chase wouldn't have been as likely packed among a bunch of vehicles as it would have been exposed on the side roads. The Honda's crash into the Collier Street curb had drained much of the front right tire's air. Based on its shape back at the motel, they had just enough pressure to reach Nathan's apartment. Along the way, a police cruiser turned into their lane. Unlike the Acura, it stayed back a certain distance, never drawing closer but never falling behind another vehicle. After nearly a mile, it turned onto a different road. This wasn't right. Didn't the driver know about the high-speed chase or subsequent accident back on Mill? Hadn't somebody reported the Honda or its license plate? In about 6 miles, Paolo and Dane entered ramp 231 of the interstate. Although the traffic was worse here, it wasn't atypical. I-90 West was almost always congested at this time and day because half of the West District people worked in the East District. Motorists stared quizzically at the Honda's damage. Paolo kept his face forward. Dane's face was toward his window. He stared at the river beneath the freeway, which was an outlet for the dam. A cave lay west of it. As children, Dane and Paolo, who didn't swim, rode rafts down the river. Its current could transport a person from northern to southern Clery in approximately 3 hours. They explored the cave only once, for it was the home of the griffin. The griffin was a monster that could stretch its arms, legs, and neck to immeasurable lengths. It would use the limbs to pull victims into its dark abode and devour them. The face of the consumed would become a living imprint on the monster's torso. The griffin's face varied according to who mentioned it. A Clarion might describe it as wide-eyed and smiling, whereas a Soudorite might describe it as buck-toothed and beaver-like. What remained mostly undisputed was the monster's M.O., or modus operandi. The griffin preferred children, but would take anybody if hungry enough. Soudorites were the easiest to snatch, for the monster could reach them from under the ground at any time. Because Clery was at ground level, it would wait to snatch Clarions in their sleep. The griffin also never forgot. Whether you entered the cave that day or 10 years ago, it would remember you. The only ways to evade the monster were to avoid the cave or leave Clery County, for its limbs couldn't extend beyond Sodor. As Dane and Paolo grew up, they learned the truth about the griffin. The monster was nothing more than a parent's way to dissuade his or her child from visiting the cave. In the late 1950s, a 12-year-old boy was mortally wounded by a starved lone wolf that had strayed into the valley from the north. The myth of the griffin, which was currently a kind of local in-joke, had been evolving ever since. At about 6:30, Paolo and Dane reached Sodor West's downtown area. The ground had leveled out. Clery was somewhat of a hole in this city. In the rear-view mirror, Paolo saw a digital billboard, which advertised the Pseudopod and its slogan, "Own it." Beyond that, a banner drifted several hundred feet above the valley. It bore the Pseudopod's signature colors, powder, sapphire, and honey. The West District was Sodor's oldest part, and it showed. It was more cluttered and unprepossessing than it was orderly or aesthetically appealing. The pole banners, painted traffic controller cabinets, and trendy lampposts you would usually see in an area like this were mostly absent. Almost all the thoroughfares, including Titus Avenue on which Paolo and Dane were driving, were littered, cracked, and defaced. Utility poles were covered with old flyers and stickers. Waste and recycling receptacles were filled with miscellaneous trash. USPS collection boxes and parking prohibition signs were graffitied. Curbs were covered with signacades. Shops, many of which retained their architectural originality, had been redesigned or augmented for the accommodation of other businesses. Beside and beyond the shops were stylish high-rise buildings. Groups of individuals, typically of similar races, walked down the sidewalks and stood at street corners, which wasn't unusual. Because Sodor was bigger, more diverse, and heavily populated, people had more options in selecting common peers. This undesegregation appeared in the city's workplaces too. The Taco Bells, for instance, seemed to have more Hispanic or Hispanic-looking workers than anybody else. This wasn't the case in Clery. The valley seemed to have made up for that and other deficiencies, such as the lack of urban elegance. Maybe Clery's planners wanted the residents to keep their eyes more on Earth and less in the clouds. Beyond Titus Avenue were blocks of 50- and 60-year-old houses of different colors, shapes, and designs. Many of these homes had pitched rooftops, open porches, wide yards, and no garages. The newer, more unique ones had flat rooftops, large driveways, or Arial font address numbers. At least one of the new houses appeared every few blocks or so. West Sodder was also the home of Forsyth University, a regionally accredited 4-year institution. The campus was situated in the north, along with the young adult demographic. As a result, the area appeared less monstrous and more natural. The old deteriorating structures, which accounted for most of the area's commercial buildings, weren't revamped but demolished and replaced. A couple of these seemingly ancient structures managed to survive the reconstruction. The Sprague Café, a family-owned business since 1954, was still a popular diner for students. Through his daughter April, James Sprague learned that a key to success lay in the accommodation of clients' varying needs and desires. The father-daughter team adopted concessions, such as Wi-Fi access, reduced prices, and flexible hours. Aside from a few new apartment communities, most of the rental units lay in older dwellings, which were converted into duplexes, apartment homes, and a bed and breakfast. Almost a mile north from Titus, Paolo turned onto Admiral Avenue where Nathan's apartment building stood. The Culver Apartments was 3 stories tall, stucco-walled, and equipped with a metal doorphone. A mural lay on its eastern wall. The painting was precise, completely unhampered by the windows, which left holes in the work. Paolo drove onto the concrete lot and found an empty stall by the entrance. "Okay, buddy," Dane said, "let him know we're here." Paolo tapped on Nathan's chat head bubble, reading for the first time that he and Dane had only an hour left to visit. Nathan had another engagement at 8 p.m. Paolo notified Nathan of his arrival. After a minute, he received an ask to meet him in apartment 2L. His door code was #13. Dane suggested to Paolo that he wait in the Honda with the iPhone and have him call or FaceTime in no more than 3 minutes. That way, if somebody were to capture Paolo, Dane could run up and rescue him. He agreed. Paolo took a screenshot of the Messenger's GUI, graphical user interface, disabled the Touch ID function, and passed his phone to Dane. "I disabled the fingerprint lock," Paolo said, "so you can get my call. I also took a screenshot of Nathan's text." "K." Paolo grabbed Connor's Pseudopod and opened the car door. Dane grabbed Paolo's arm and said, "Remember, 3 minutes." He agreed again, silently, and entered the building. Dane sat back, his mind at least safe from threats. What did he mean, "trust me"? He awakened the iPhone and opened the camera app. A thumbnail of the motel recording lay in the lower left corner. He tapped it. The video was shaky, as if Paolo had trouble holding his device, which was funny because it was so light. The setting sun forced Dane to squint. He turned and looked. A rich golden ball rested in a velvet blanket of cotton, partially hidden behind a collection of construction cranes and towers. His eyes seemed to have changed hue. A FaceTime call commenced. Dane answered and saw Paolo in full definition, explaining that he had entered the apartment. Another young man, presumably Nathan, stood a few feet behind. Paolo was calm and safe. Dane took this cue to come upstairs. He brought the iPhone just in case. Like Jeff's Electronics, Culver contradicted itself. The furniture, fixtures, and machinery were an age or 2 younger than the building's outer walls, window frames, and doors. The floors were clean and the air was pleasant. A woman in an office to the right checked Dane as he checked the interior. They saw each other's wary expressions but didn't talk. Talking would have required either party to leave its comfort zone and walk 20 feet. Why do that when the surveillance cameras, which hung almost everywhere, could save them the hassle? 2 girls Dane's age sat in chairs to his left. They seemed to be chatting about their jobs and the people at work, inserting pauses or fillers almost every time they raised their eyes toward Dane. "Nobody fuck with me. Guy or girl, I'll do what I have to do." Dane proceeded straight to the elevator and ascended to the second floor. The steel doors opened to a corridor that was long and muted. Luminescent vertical rectangles filled the passage's ends, their grids barely visible. A fire alarm, an extinguisher, several generic art reproductions and cameras filled the walls. The doors sported only 3 colors: marigold, chartreuse, and arctic occurred in a continuous repetition. Tan ornate wallpaper and nylon carpet filled the rest. Starting at 2G, Dane headed east to Room L. Each room suggested a different story. Based on the sounds, it was one of isolation, confusion, or joy. He knocked on the pale blue door. After a stir, the door opened, revealing not Nathan but Scott. Dane backed into the bosom of somebody who had emerged from 2K. She pushed him into the apartment, pressing a rag over his face while Scott pricked him with a small syringe. Dane saw neither Paolo nor Nathan in his last minutes. The next thing Dane felt was the touch of a hand. It started at his cheek and moved to his forehead. It was small and delicate, its nails were painted tangerine and turquoise. A charm bracelet covered the right wrist. Dane smiled at the caress, almost pecking the hand in return. It migrated to his hair and curled its fingers, letting the strands fall between the digits. A voice came with the hand. A familiar voice. It called his name. Dane knew to whom it belonged. He lifted up his back and saw a young woman with a heart-shaped face and long bouncy hair, which was fastened with a barrette. Lacey's lipstick and barrette matched her fingernails. "Of course," Dane said. "What network's complete without a Megyn Kelly look-alike?" Lacey didn't really look like Megyn Kelly. It was just the only comparison Dane could muster. Lacey possessed characteristics that were highly coveted. Like Megyn, her features were of those people loved to hate and hated to love. "Really?" Lacey retorted. "I always thought I looked like Taylor Swift." Dane was in his room, on his bed. The window was covered with mat boards, and the sliders' blinds were shut. One of the Fresnels showered its light on him and Lacey. The scene suggested something. He had seen it in movies. He looked around. The clock read 10:05 p.m. The day was still Wednesday the 23rd. Nobody else was in the room, not in body anyway. In case you're wondering, Paolo's upstairs taking a nap. What about Nathan? There was no Nathan. What are you talking about? That was me. Lacey reached over the bed, grabbed her pseudopod, tapped it several times and showed Dane the FaceTime call. It was exactly the same except for one difference. Paolo's and Nathan's bodies were swapped with hers and Scott's respectively. Even the pair's movements were identical. "See," Lacey said. Dane didn't ask for an explanation. Lacey closed the app and set her phone down. "I want to see Paolo," Dane demanded, "for real. Where is he?" Like a cat, Lacey began crawling toward Dane. "I've missed you. Know that?" Dane rejected her attempt for a kiss, and instead insisted that she produce Paolo. "Fine," Lacey moaned. She grabbed her pseudopod again and told it to call Scott. She turned the phone's face toward Dane's. He saw Paolo on Tanner's bed, wearing a pair of headphones, which were connected to Connor's pseudopod. He squirmed to the sounds coming out of them. The phone's border changed colors, as if reacting to the turmoil in Paolo's head. He believed in what he was seeing. Has the pseudopod always flashed like that? Dane watched dreadfully. After a few seconds, Lacey ended the call and tossed the phone back onto the floor. "Satisfied?" Lacey said disparagingly. "No," Dane said, his tone changing to something enticing, "but I know how I could be." "How?" Lacey advanced once more. "Take your pseudopod outside." With her lips no more than a foot from his, Lacey said, "And why should I take my pseudopod outside?" "I want to talk first," Dane said, trying not to pull back. "Talk? We'll have plenty of time to talk later. Now." Dane quickly regained character. "If you want me willingly, you'll do this. Think of it as a game. You remember the games we used to play, don't you? Sound, Pizza Boy Roleplay, June 24, 2018, 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Okay, but no tricks. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that Scott's not the only one upstairs. Dane watched Lacey open the slider, set the pseudopod on the card table outside, and quickly jump back into bed, which was approximately 20 feet away from her phone. So Dane said, "What's it like being a Pseud?" "Pseud? Where'd you pick that word up?" Dane didn't respond. "What's he mean?" "Well," Dane said, "it's," Lacey replied dubiously. "Wonderful. I've never felt so clear-headed. Things totally make sense now." "Really? Like what?" "Well," Lacey said, softening her voice to something sweet, "I now know it was wrong to walk out on you. Maybe if I had just given things more time." "But you didn't walk out." "I walked out." "Yes, that probably would have made a difference, but why shouldn't you have?" "I was such a jerk." "Yeah?" "Oh yeah. I was so wrapped up in my own needs that I completely ignored yours." Dane pawed Lacey's head. She purred in response. Her eyes, upon opening, were like honeycombs. "Besides," Dane continued, "life is short. We need to look out for each other, so we don't go looking for somebody else. Careers come and go. Love is forever. Right?" "Right," Lacey said, getting a half-foot closer to his lips this time. "Wrong." Dane recoiled. "You don't even remember what happened. You wanted me to meet your needs but not mine. Your idea of love was just as possessive as that phone of yours." With a lifeless giggle, Lacey said, "I bet I'm the first woman you've been with since we broke up." She proceeded to undo the last button of Dane's Henley, but he shooed her hands away. "No," Dane said, slightly embarrassed, "you're not. You don't have to lie. I actually prefer it. It'll make the ride so much sweeter." Dane's Adam's apple bounced. "I don't have sex with zombos." "Cute. You still have sex with women, don't you? You see, the guys upstairs wanted to convert you right away, but I told them to hold off. I wanted a piece of you first. All the men have grown soft since the inception." "All the men?" "I need something butch," Lacey said, lifting the bottom of Dane's shirt. He fell back onto the bed. She was right about a couple of things. Dane hadn't been with a woman since Lacey left his life, and a vast amount of men had been emasculated. He had been around guys for so long that the thought of sex had become just a thought, something abstract and therefore useless. That didn't do. His desire to fornicate was as profound as his need to survive. Now, sound isn't the time for this. "Oh, I think now's the perfect time," Lacey said, kissing and licking his torso. "If the world's gonna end, let's go out loving." Dane reached for Lacey's head as she reached his fly, but instead of unfastening his trousers, she straightened up and wrapped her thighs around his crotch. His hands, losing control, landed on her waist. She used her own as pilots to her breasts. Although there was no connection, physical or otherwise, Dane's pelvis followed Lacey's gyrations. His face was a map of shame, disgust, and exhilaration. She opened his pants and touched his penis, which was semi-erect. This excited Dane in such a way that he tossed his temptress against the wall and bolted for the slider, landing into Jessica's bosom once more. "Looky here," Jessica joked, "there's a deer in my headlights." Dane didn't fight her. His strength was spent. His will was weak from exhaustion. His body sluggish from forced sleep. He still had enough endurance, however, to turn around and not submit to his captor's gaze. With that, Dane fell perfectly into the coil of Jessica's clutches. His penis had softened beneath the underwear. "You finished here?" Jessica asked Lacey. "No, but take him upstairs anyway." Like an oversized package, Jessica carried a tired, submissive Dane to the top floor. He saw Scott sitting in a second chair near the kitchen's aperture. Tanner and Kelly were on the couch, with the former close to the banister. Being the tallest of the company, Tanner could easily jump the banister if anyone tried to run for the front door. Paolo was still in Tanner's room, eye dosing to the Pseudopods' Serenic spell. Jessica dropped Dane into the recliner and then dropped herself into Scott's lap. They were only 3 feet away from him. Lacey had just arrived upstairs. She set her pseudopod down on the coffee table with 4 others. The configuration resembled a kind of kaleidoscopic pentagram. She took up a spot on the floor by the entryway, enveloping her legs in a crisscross applesauce position. "Get lucky, Dane," Tanner sneered, noticing the open state of his trousers. Dane noticed too. He fastened them and closed the fly. Kelly laughed. "Did he?" Tanner asked Lacey. "He was no Bo Murchoff," Lacey commented bitterly, implying that Dane might once have been like him in her eyes. "Maybe a worm's been eating him out." Tanner, Kelly, Scott, and Jessica exhaled a collective snigger, which made Dane blush. "What do you want?" Dane said, even more defeated. "Only for you to hear us out," Scott said, unabashedly squeezing one of Jessica's buttocks. "Why? Why not just throw me in the back with Paolo?" "You have qualities that are quite valuable," Jessica said. "Even though you've been slow in accepting the Pseudopod's message," Tanner continued. "Still," Kelly concluded, "we'd like to give you the chance to choose." From a leather fringe bag, Dane saw Lacey produce a drawstring pouch, and from that, a Starburst candy whose wrapper complemented her nails, makeup, and attire. "What qualities?" Dane said. "You're the perfect example of how much the world needs the Pseudopod," Scott said. Dane sat bewildered. Scott continued. "For years, you've wasted your talent as a warehouse associate. In that time, you could have made it as an intern at some big media company. Used your business savvy to become a manager, or take out a loan to start a DSP. Instead, you've pursued this crazy dream to push content that nobody wants. And your point is?" Dane retorted. "It's not realistic. What's the point of creating something that'll never work? How do you know it'll never work? For all you know, it could be working right now." "We know," Scott said, peeking at the collection of pseudopods. "So what do you expect me to do? Abandon everything I've built? Go play a part in somebody else's dream? Why not? There are more chances than ever to get on board with a winning team. You can still work in radio or be your own boss, but at a level that's stable and desirable. The Pseudopod can show you how to do that." "How?" "It'll take away all the drive, frustration, and disappointment and show you how to live an easier, more rewarding life." "Will it show me how to become a better entrepreneur?" "Sure," Scott said, uncertain, "but why would you want it to? If money's what you want, it'll tell you where to find it. Power. Creative control. A flexible schedule. The right team's only a tap away." The old Scott would have scoffed at such a comment. In his experience, taps for people seldom led to power, control, or flexibility. In addition to his work as a merchandiser, he transported passengers. He usually ride-shared in Solder because it had more business than Clery. In one day, he could make $100 if he stayed in the city, but the money wasn't easy. Passengers were usually uber-sensitive, petulant, and rude. Everything, from missing a turn to wearing hairspray, could have resulted in a poor rating or complaint. Despite the fact that he wasn't a rideshare employee, Scott felt that he couldn't really talk, a limitation that had followed him into the white-collar world. If the statement wasn't cliched, it was usually profane. Sometimes, it seemed as though the radio inadvertently talked for him. A song's lyrics would convey his thoughts, making the ride more uncomfortable. There was almost always a need to work more, because a third of his earnings went to fuel and other expenses. Perhaps the worst thing about ride-sharing was the awful parents. On a few occasions, always in Solder West, he encountered mothers and fathers who made fools of themselves in front of their children, who said things like, "Hi, thank you," or "I like your car." This hurt Scott. He couldn't figure out why the parents wanted to be such bad examples. He would have never done that to his own offspring. Scott believed in several things, such as horoscopes and lottery tickets, but what he believed in the most was the children. They often seemed more adult than the actual adults. People's futures depended on them, So why pollute their minds with toxic behavior? I'm sure it is. Just tap the tuning fork and get your own personal bully. Dane sat musingly. Isn't that what you've always wanted, Dane? Tanner said. To leave YouTube and roll with the big boys? There's just one thing. These teams you speak of aren't their own. Not really. They're owned and controlled by only a few people. They sit at the top of their pyramids like watchmen, dictating what's acceptable or marketable to society. Dane closed his eyes, paused for a moment, and shook his head as if awakening from a micronap. What about the people whose ideas are squashed? Squelched? Squashed by these teams. Don't they have just as much right to enter the mainstream? He felt weak but kept going. Even if I did join them, would they pay me what I'm worth? Would it be enough to live a life or barely pay the bills? How could I or anyone at their mercy ever compete against them? Scott sighed and said, You have such a bad attitude about all this. Censorship and social hierarchy have been around forever. The Indian caste system, the Hays Code, the recent Chinese social credit system. A society can't just adjust itself to the whims of every solitary individual. There has to be an intercessor, a boss. Everybody may want free healthcare, for example, but not want to pay the taxes to cover the expense. Sure, we have all these flavors of people and things, but how can we possibly know what's best without guidance? And about your other comment, yes, these teams may have too much of some things, but so do people. People have cars, houses, and even lives they can't really afford, so why not make them useful by monetizing them? They'd probably just get sold, repossessed, or worse otherwise. We're not proposing any kind of socialism, we're still very much capitalist. We're just suggesting an alternative society, one of conformity and universal acceptance. Something simple. Universally accepting the world for what it appeared to be was one of the worst things anybody could do. It defied what it meant to live. Yes, the world wasn't perfect, and sometimes, most times, it seemed as though people had given up and resorted to a reality in which they got only some of what they wanted. Yet the hope, the love that somebody somewhere at some time would offer what nobody else could, whether it's the perfect job, perfect partner, or perfect purpose, was what kept dreamers and non-dreamers awakening, moving and fighting. Simple. Don't you mean something impulsive? Instinctual? Animal? Dane was running out of power. Although this dialectical challenge was no more difficult than those between Scott and him as merchandisers, the damage to his body and mind in the past week left him fatigued and susceptible. I never said socialism, Dane said wearily, his train of thought derailing. I'm just saying your way may not be the right way. We may never know the right way. After another micro-nap, he continued, but forcing people to follow only one way won't keep us from discovering what's wrong. You think I'm the only one who can't accept your message? There are others. There has to be. We know that. So what will you do with them? Kill them? Dane, Kelly said, sensing the other Sude's impatience, ever wonder why you get more girls than Paolo? Or why you receive so many LinkedIn messages, even though you lack sufficient skills? Or why you paid less for your studio apartment than the person who applied before you? This was proprietary knowledge. Not even Dane knew about half of it. It's because you're the sour apple of many thirsty eyes. The cookie whose fortune everybody wants to possess. A person others will listen to. That's why we want you. Dane had nothing to say. The words were like time catching up with him. Dane turned to Lacey, who was the one person who might have known this all along. It's true, Lacey said with a serviceable smile. It's your birthright, pseudopod or no pseudopod. She had been unconsciously patting her knees to the phantom tune, the same ambiguous music that invaded Jessica, the library user, and Scott's karaoke track. We could have gotten rid of you, Jessica said, yet we didn't, but if that's what you want. The Sudes watched Dane as he weighed his options. Gimme Paolo, Dane declared. I want to see Paolo. Take me to him. Tanner, Scott commanded. Tanner arose, circled the coffee table, and guided Dane down the corridor. Before Tanner could open his bedroom door, Dane asked him to remove Paolo's headphones. He didn't want to watch his friend suffer anymore. After receiving an okay from the living room, Tanner asked Kelly to block the corridor so he could go inside and remove the headphones. She complied and watched Dane slouched against the wall, staring at the floor. He possessed a look of stoic resignation that was almost poetic, beautiful, tragic. He looks like somebody from an album cover. Like Paolo, the pseudopod didn't totally need Kelly. The device more or less converted her to protect itself. Lacey, sort of like Dane, was chosen for her looks. Scott, Tanner, and Jessica were chosen for their professions. Connor, having no profession yet, showed some promise as an architect. He wasn't much of a draftsman, but he could draw and even problem solve. The block plank shelf was a practical solution to acquiring a shelf at no cost. Connor lacked people skills, but that probably wouldn't matter much in a world of social distance. He took the longest to convert. He was the most resilient to the pseudopod's vivid memory washing images. He was equipped with a kind of dual consciousness. That is, he could be aware of his positions in both the dream and waking worlds. Even though he would see the variability of dreamland, he would also feel the solidity of his mattress. As a result, he could leap back into reality with a single impulse, leaving the messages truncated. Dane lacked Connor's talent. Although Dane could mostly control his dreams, he seldom woke up until they were over, or until he committed pseudocide. The rest of the people in the house had no such talents. Although Jeremy was the least necessary, he was the most affected. The pseudopod had conditioned his mind to not only accept triggers, but also regard Connor as a kind of god. Jeremy was a gratuity to Connor, a way to maximize his trust and minimize his questioning. After returning to the corridor, Tanner cleared the way for Dane to enter his room. Tanner proceeded to follow, but Dane cut him off, asking to have just a few minutes alone with Paolo. Tanner agreed on the condition that the pseudopod stay in the room. Dane accepted and closed the door. The space was bathed in a soft blue and yellow tint. The window's blinds produced bar-like shadows. Paolo lay on the bed, motionless. The pseudopod's border blank. An emotional Dane rushed to awaken him, gently slapping his face. Paolo opened his eyes but didn't move them, despite the fact that Dane was close enough to feel his breath. He didn't even react to the wave of Dane's hand, or snap of his fingers. Despondent, Dane shook Paolo's shoulders somewhat violently, but the young man remained unresponsive. Catatonic. Soaked. Whatever Paolo experienced while under the pseudopod's influence was just too much to handle. "Oh shit," Dane cried, weeping. "Shit. Paolo. What did those bastards do to you?" Paolo was dead yet living. This compelled Dane to sob. Mucus ran down his nose. His forehead bulged and perspired. His pulse throbbed rapidly. He rested his face on Paolo's cheek, caressed his head, and in probably the manliest thing he had done in years murmured, "I'm sorry," followed by, "I love you." If hell ever seemed so real, it did now, not because the realm actually existed, but because smoke had entered the room. Dane coughed as a result. He couldn't see where it was coming from, so he switched on the ceiling lamp. He immediately noticed a thin cloud emerge from the ventilation shaft. He looked out the window and saw something happening in the garage. "Sound, your house is on fire. Sound, your house is on fire." Tanner forced the door open. Upon seeing the smoke, he shouted, "It's coming from downstairs." Scott ordered him to grab Dane and exit the house. Dane locked onto Paolo. Tanner tried to pull him off the bed, but Dane resisted. "Come on," Tanner exclaimed. "The house is on fire. We gotta go." "Over my dead body," Dane shrieked, kicking Tanner defiantly. "We'll both be dead bodies if we don't get out of here now. I'm not leaving without Paolo. If you want to go, go, but if you want me, you'll have to take both of us." Tanner had no time to argue. The smoke had covered his room, Kelly's room, the third room and corridor, so he let Dane arise on his own, securing Paolo in his arms. The two men fled the bedroom, with Tanner tailing. Scott was still in the living room. "Take him to my car and drug him," Scott said, tossing his car keychain to Tanner, "but be quick. Have Jessica help you out. She knows where the bottle is." All the other Pseuds had left the house except Jessica. She stood on the landing between floors. The front door, which lay beside her, was wide open. The driveway glowed orange. Everybody had collected their pseudopods. Connor's pseudopod remained in the bedroom. Tanner shoved Dane and Paolo toward the door. "Help me take them to Scott's car," Tanner told Jessica. "We're gonna drug him." Jessica nodded in agreement. Scott was the last one out. Lacey had finished calling 911. The bulky Kelly was on the lawn, ready to block anybody who dared interfere with her team reaching its goal. Unfortunately for Kelly, too many neighbors had gathered outside for her to keep that position. The flames had engulfed most of the garage, blackening the garage door's frame. The fire seemed to have stemmed from Tanner's bamboo. It was a magnificent sight. The most exciting thing to hit Olin Avenue in who knew how long. The flames danced in Paolo's lifeless eyes like red and yellow sparkles against the surface of a deep dark sea. Dane overheard Kelly ask Diane Redding, their next-door neighbor, how the fire started. She barely uttered a sentence before he noticed at least 4 other people standing about. The lights of several nearby houses were on, so there were probably others watching from inside them. Dane used this opportunity to elbow Jessica in the stomach and run away with Paolo. Tanner, who had left her to open the door of Scott's car, tried to grab him but missed. Almost as swiftly as the horn-honking motorist had queued behind Dane at the stop sign, he and Paolo crossed West Olin Avenue and gained several feet away from their intended prison. The most logical escape route would have been North Sheffield Street, which was usually busy with traffic, but because Lacey and Kelly blocked it, Dane ran the opposite way. To succeed in his escape, he screamed, "Help! They're trying to kill us! Help!" Although the tone seemed ridiculous, it was effective in keeping the Pseuds from chasing him. After a couple of minutes, Dane cut the corner onto North Bonham Street. While doing so, he sneaked a peek at his house. Tanner was walking toward him. The other Pseuds stayed and engaged with the curious neighbors. Tanner walked less casually as he approached the corner. Dane continued to run, probably imagining some distant goal. He was a sprinter and middle-distance runner in high school, and had been using his legs just as much since graduating. Despite his fatigue, he maintained a steady pace, but because of Paolo's 155-pound weight, not a very fast one. Dane jumped at the sudden call of his name. He lost balance and fell to the ground. Paolo rolled onto his back. Was it Tanner? Had he caught up? No, it was Connor. Jeremy was standing beside him. "It's all right," Connor said. "We're here to help you." Before Dane could talk, Connor dragged him into the alley. Jeremy, with less effort, dragged Paolo. Tanner saw this and, out of the view of his neighbors, ran toward them. About halfway up Bonham, he saw Dane, Paolo, and 2 others running toward Sheffield. They had cleared approximately 200 feet, almost the length of 3 house properties. They appeared as shadows against the light of Sheffield's lampposts. The shortest one of the bunch looked like Connor, judging from his thin frame and outgrown hair. The one who carried Paolo wasn't Dane, but somebody Tanner couldn't identify. He was the biggest of the 4, buffer maybe bald. Tanner reached into his left pant pocket. Attempting to grab his pseudopod, he accidentally touched the bottle of ketamine that he inconspicuously pulled from Scott's car just a few minutes ago. He went into his other side pocket, unlocked his phone and said, "Run Amper." Amper was a hunting app, exclusive to the most trusted of handlers. He pointed his phone toward Dane and company. Using body recognition, satellite imagery, and geolocation, Amper deciphered the target's identities, exact locations, and movements, which were essentially projected but quite close to accuracy. With a sound, it sent the data to Scott. Dane and the others exited the alley, only to see Scott and Jessica run around the corner. He had only 2 options, run or fight. He, Connor, and Jeremy could probably take on Scott, Jessica, and Tanner, but not Kelly and Lacey too, and because Paolo was little more than dead weight, they would probably use him as a hostage, so Dane commanded his company to run. They ran up North Sheffield, crossing the street. Scott and his company followed. They were gaining, so Dane cut right onto Anwar Avenue. This gave him more distance but not more time. Upon reaching the third house property, Scott tackled Dane, Tanner tackled Jeremy and Paolo, and Jessica tackled Connor. Kelly remained at the house with Lacey. "Gotcha," Scott told Dane. "No," Dane yelped, resisting. Scott grabbed Dane's arms and pressed them against the grass of the property's lawn. "You're only making things worse for yourself, bud," he said, sounding more genderless than ever. "Just submit already." "Go away." Dane howled, his eyes closed. Scott had Dane pinned. Jessica was doing a good job at restraining Connor, but Tanner struggled with Jeremy. He kept preventing Tanner from grabbing the ketamine and syringe. If only Tanner had the People app on his phone, he could have controlled his opponent, but he didn't know of such a feature. In fact, nobody in Scott's company knew of it. The Pseudopod, the thing they came to love, trust, and protect, failed to equip them with that knowledge. Connor could have told them about the app, if he had been instructed to do so. This was his, Jeremy, and the Pseudopod's little secret. Paolo remained on the grass, lost in the infinity of stars and space. The windows of a couple nearby houses, one of which was decked with Halloween decorations, lit up like candles. The sky above Olin Avenue glowed amber. "We're gonna blame you for the fire," Scott said. "What do you got to say about that?" Dane said nothing. He didn't even look at him. He just kept squirming. Son of a bitch. Tired of his obstinacy, a rush of anger filled Scott's blue veins. He got Dane on his feet and administered a blow to his face. Scott's depleted masculinity was restored. Connor grew livid. He knew how it felt to be hit, especially in the face. That was one of the memories the Pseudopod didn't delete, much to its mistake. The blow not only drew blood, but also zapped him of strength, pride, and reason. Well, he wasn't going to let Dane feel that. Man or woman, he was going to make everybody who deserves it wear lipstick. The unexpected siren of an approaching fire truck assisted Connor with this aim. While Jessica was momentarily distracted, he forced her onto her back and swiftly kicked her in the face. In that same minute, he threw his weight onto Tanner, releasing Jeremy. Scott, still standing, instinctually backed up. He was stupefied by Connor's transformation. He was supposed to have helped capture his brother in solder, but now he was helping him. Why was this happening? Was Connor really ever a Pseud, or had the Pseudopod lied to everybody? Connor separated and instructed Jeremy to kick Tanner in the face also. He did, albeit harder than Connor had to Jessica. With Jessica and Tanner temporarily incapacitated, Jeremy went after Scott, managing to restrain him in a headlock. "Grab Dane and Paolo and run away," Jeremy told Connor. "I'll catch up." Connor shook Dane back into consciousness. Dane saw a red-faced Scott wriggling against Jeremy's grip. Jessica and Tanner were on the ground, but getting up. It was time to go again. Dane scanned the scene for Paolo, who was several feet away. As he hobbled to collect him, Scott struggled more but only wound up choking himself. Once the other two Pseuds were on their feet, Jeremy pushed Scott onto Jessica and shoved Tanner into the pile. He topped things off by delivering his own kick to Scott's face. Dane, Connor, and Paolo were near the end of the block at this point. Jeremy ran to join them. The Pseuds lay on the lawn in pain and disorientation. The homeowners turned out their lights. Dane, Paolo, Connor, and Jeremy ventured northwest for almost a mile before stopping. They were close to Yeardley Estates, one of Clery's wealthiest suburbs. The neighborhood was guarded by a concrete wall and only accessible via two separate gates. Many woods surrounded the property's southern edge. The eastbound road that forked from the one along Yeardley Estates had very few lampposts. This gave the men a dark place to hide and rest. Dane set Paolo down on the soil gently. Finally able to relax, he looked at Connor and said, "Thank you." Receiving Dane's compliment, Connor replied, "Sorry." The fire was all we could think of. Why did you do it? We wanted you to choose, Jeremy said. Really choose. The others were going to convert you if you kept resisting. Choose. Dane wasn't talking to Connor or Jeremy, but the things inside their bodies that might have realized the errors of their ways. Time away from their pseudopods left them empty-headed, curious and questioning how a foe could also be a friend. Although it was good to have some pseuds on his side, Dane was saddened. He dropped his face toward Paolo's. For a second, it looked as though Paolo might have seen Dane through the darkness. What happened to you, Connor? Dane said, wiping Paolo's brow. You mean, why do I hate you? Yeah. I don't know. I just do. Do you remember anything about us? Connor touched his chin and said, I remember the time I scraped my chin. That happened years ago, but what else? I think there was a bike and an ambulance. You stayed with me. I cried and you stayed with me. You and Paolo. Yes, but is that all? Everything else seems like a dream. A dream? Does he mean a memory? Is that how people became pseuds? The phone tricked them into believing what wasn't real? What are you thinking about? Connor said, his pseudo voice sounding almost human. I don't understand. The last time Paolo dreamt, he came out of it okay. I had to jog his memory a bit, but he eventually recovered. Now it's like he's stuck. What was he dreaming of? He was drowning. I tried to drown him. He tried to reach, but I kept letting go. I have an idea. I think I can save him, but I need water. Dane wasn't much of an idea man. Creativity was more of Paolo's facility, but every once in a while, Dane channeled muses of his own. For instance, he created 2 YouTube series, Second Chance Movie Reviews and Research Alley. For Second Chance Movie Reviews, Dane attended theatrical releases and reviewed the movie's plots, actors and other filmic aspects. To make the series unique, he began each episode with a trailer whose video was paused at the billing block or end, and after he gave an introduction, rewound the trailer at high speed, played it at normal speed, and once the trailer was over, gave his monologue with an animated graphic in the background. Research Alley was less unique. He began each video with a factoid and question, and after a brief title animation, proceeded to express his findings alongside cuts of photos, graphics, stock footage, and sometimes his own face. Out of the 2 series, Research Alley fared best. Over time, he stopped producing Second Chance Movie Reviews and seldom did the other. Water? Connor said. Yeah, Dane continued. A body of water. Like a lake. He fished his trousers for his keys, but discovered that they were missing. Scott and company had taken them after they captured him. Paolo's keys were missing too. Damn, Dane exclaimed. Jeremy, do you have a car? No, Jeremy said, but my mom does. Your mom? Dane was dispirited. Couldn't we use somebody else? I mean, what if we get ambushed again? It's that or nothing. You in? I'm in. Dane had no choice. Paolo's life was on the line, so he followed the Pseud and his cohort into the fringes of the valley's northeastern quadrant. In a little under an hour, Dane, Paolo, Connor, and Jeremy reached a 2-story duplex on Boone Avenue. One of the apartments was Jeremy's house. Even under the shroud of night, the property wasn't a pretty sight. Its grass was a putrid yellow, and the exterior was chipped. Most of the houses on the block were like this, old and neglected. Because there were no driveways, people's cars were parked along curbs. Several dwellings' interiors were lit. A couple of unknowns occupied a porch many feet away. Was this a subset of players, watchers, or clarions who just worked irregular schedules? You sure this is safe? Dane said, trying not to sound pretentious. There seems to be a lot of people up. It's fine, Jeremy replied. It's just another neighborhood. The neighborhood to which he compared this one was Dane's. Up until 9th grade, Jeremy lived only a few blocks from Sholter Avenue. His mother, Tabitha Winters, owned and operated a salon from her house. It was called Tabby's Hair Flare, which specialized in perms and coloring. Most of her clients were middle-aged and elderly women from other neighborhoods. Very few people in the old neighborhood wanted to have anything to do with Tabitha. She was a gossiper with a short temper. Unlike Mr. Guzman, who kept his matters at home, Tabitha preferred to share hers with the police and even CPS. Nobody really knew what her damage was. Some people said it had something to do with Jeremy's father's disappearance. Others said it was the result of bipolar disorder, which she indeed had. One summer night, Tabitha awakened one of her neighbors with what seemed to be loud ranting. When the neighbor looked through his window, he saw her meandering on Baker Street, barely clothed. Although she didn't lose her child as a result, she did eventually lose her business, and without a formal education, her prospects of employment lay in hospitality and other industries that didn't pay enough to cover the mortgage. Tabitha's dream as a beautician became a memory, a sour memory. None of the neighbors were sad to see her go. Jeremy had a bittersweet relationship with Tabitha. He didn't know whether his mother received him as a blessing or curse. At times she acknowledged his presence, and at other times she ignored it. As a child, he occasionally sat in her salon and listened to her gossip, so when Jeremy went to school, he did it too, and because others participated in the sport, he received the behavior as normal. He accepted his and his mother's relationship as it was, until she struck him in the face after disobeying. He had been playing his music loudly after 10 o'clock. Since then, the Winters seldom talked to each other, and when they did, Tabitha often compared Jeremy to his father while he compared her to tyrannical teachers and deadbeat adults. This conflict might have fueled Jeremy's hatred for Connor. Although Connor appeared weak, he seemed to come from a loving, prosperous family, and because he was handsome, intimidating. If Jeremy couldn't unload on his mother, he could at least unload on him. But ever since Connor established himself as the tougher one of the two, Jeremy experienced harassment also. He often asked himself, why? What did Connor do to deserve what I did? What did I do to deserve what Mom does? Y'all wait here, Jeremy continued. I'm going to sneak in and get the keys. You know where we're going, Dane? Lake Clery. Cool. Be ready. My mom'll piss liquor if she sees what we're doing. Jeremy approached the duplex stealthily. He knew from prior experience that when the living room window glowed blue, Tabitha was usually in the living room watching TV. She wouldn't approve of his coming home this late. She especially wouldn't approve of friends on a school night, so he snuck around to the back, unlocked the rear door, and entered the kitchen. Jeremy saw a cable program playing in the living room, and from around the corner, the hair of Tabitha's head. The wavy perm lay motionless, as if its owner was asleep. She habitually passed out on the couch, especially after a long day of serving pushy patrons at Swartz Brothers. The keys would have been in one of two places, the living room or her bedroom upstairs. Searching the latter would have been riskier, because the only way to reach the bedroom was through the living room. Jeremy crept through the kitchen. Tabitha's purse lay on the floor between her and a coffee table that held a can of beer. A tear of dark mascara had fallen from her eye. Jeremy hated that. As much as he disliked his mother, he didn't like to see her drunk or unhappy. Nonetheless, he knew what he had to do. Saving Connor and the others could make up for a lifetime of bullying, and maybe after this mess was over with, Tabitha would forgive him for stealing the car. Jeremy furtively pulled the purse to himself, looked inside and found the keys. He then pushed the bag back in place, slid through the rear door and reconvened with Dane, Connor, and Paolo. The men quickly boarded Tabitha's 2012 Jeep Grand Cherokee and drove away. The blue of the Winters' living room turned yellow. The second ante-meridium hour drew nigh when Dane, Paolo, and the ex-Sudes turned onto Upriver Road. Although Clery Memorial Park closed almost 3 hours ago, there was no barricade prohibiting the men's access to the parking lot. Like before, the place appeared vacant. Even the guard booth looked empty. Dane wouldn't have cared if it wasn't. He expressed that he was over-worrying about whether people were watching. Everybody was being watched, not only in public but also outside of it. Once Jeremy parked the Jeep, Dane hurriedly hopped out of the back. He tried to pull Paolo out but was too weak, so he asked Jeremy to help. "Connor?" Dane said, panting. "Can I trust you to stay and be my Finn again?" Suddenly, the nickname made sense. Connor used to act as Dane's lookout and fellow adventurer. Their names during these activities were Jack and Finn. "Yes. I'll roll this thing into the park if I have to." After 5 minutes, Dane, Jeremy and Paolo reached the sandy shore of the lake. 5 floodlights, which stood behind the rail of a short crescent-shaped wall, shone their white light onto the water's surface, making it glimmer like a pool of black ink. Paolo hung in the crooks of Dane's and Jeremy's arms. "What's the plan, boss?" Jeremy said. "We're going to wake him up," Dane replied. "How?" "We're going to drown him." Jeremy looked confused. "If he's really just dreaming, maybe we can shock him back into consciousness with pseudocide." Jeremy blinked his eyes, less confused. "Here," Dane said, losing his grip, "help me pull him into the water." Jeremy assisted, letting go once Dane's feet were submerged. Dane jumped at the water's coldness, but sucked it up and dragged Paolo into the lake until its surface reached his thighs. He turned Paolo around, straightened him up, and using his right arm as a support, gently pushed his face under the water. Paolo acted immune. Dane didn't think anything was working. The fear of failure activated his lacrimal glands. Within a minute, Paolo twitched. He raised his arms and started to flail against what he thought was threatening his life. Dane held Paolo down. He wasn't convinced that he had awakened yet. Paolo floundered more. One of his hands found Dane's shirt and tugged at it desperately. Having found a foothold, he tried to rise. Dane pushed more. His tears were building. His face contracting. He knew he was hurting his friend, but he had to be sure. "Wake up, damn it. Wake up. I can't do this again." From a cluster of air bubbles came a garbled, "Dane. Help." Paolo's faint, undulating and pained face looked back at him. It was time. Dane pulled his friend out from the water, and pleasingly witnessed the very lively Paolo inhale and cough intensely. "Paolo," Dane exclaimed. "You all right? Can you see me?" Paolo opened his eyes. Beneath the bangs of his hair were 2 irises that regained their color. The pupils contracted, adjusting to the abundance of light. He shoved his wet hair to the side of his face and turned his head wildly. His facial hair appeared twice as thick as Dane's. Upon seeing Dane, Paolo said, Where are we?" "Bro," Dane said, giving Paolo a bear hug, "you're back. You're home." Paolo took another look around. His nightmare had turned into the place he and his parents used to visit every summer, until... Paolo sighed in relief and said, "I guess I owe you one." "No, I owe you." "Well, what for?" Paolo stuttered. "You gave me a reason to fight. Just like always." Despite the cold water, Paolo gave Dane a warm smile. "Come on," Dane said, almost stuttering also, "let's get out of the water. Can you walk on your own?" I think so." Paolo and Dane returned to the shore. A frown quickly replaced Paolo's smile when he saw Jeremy. Panicking, he tried to back away, but Dane caught him. "It's okay," Dane exclaimed. "It's all right. He's not on our side. This isn't about taking sides. With us now. He helped you get away." "Glad to have you back, Paolo," Jeremy said, extending his arm. Once Paolo calmed down, Dane let go. He hiked the wide line of his crewneck shirt, stepped forward and shook Jeremy's hand. "What do you remember?" "Yes," Dane contributed. "Quick. Before you forget." "I remember," Paolo said. "Drowning as a boy." "A boy?" Dane queried. "When I was a boy, my parents brought me here for a weekend." Paolo pointed at the cabins across the lake. "We rented one of the cabins." He motioned to a spot on the shore. "They were sitting over there." He turned and pointed to his left, where a layer of dead grass floated on the water's surface. I swam out to those weeds, he stammered, and got caught in seaweed underneath. And, Dane said, sensing something terrible. Paolo wept and said, nobody came. I called for help, and nobody came. They all just sat in their chairs and towels while I went under. Dane turned Paolo around and said face to face, how old were you? 9, Paolo said with an upward inflection. This was a memory. It coincided with a period in which Paolo's character changed. Dane never told him this, but he noticed the lack of confidence Paolo displayed upon entering the 4th grade. Before then, he had no qualms about playfully kissing a willing Helena Mayer, his fictitious grade school fiancée, and one of the prettiest girls in Henry Elementary, but after the subsequent summer he acted like a bitter ex-lover. He also talked less, and seldom participated in activities. He seemed to really only trust Dane. It also explained why Paolo couldn't swim, or seemed that he couldn't. Maybe they just didn't notice right away. They noticed. They saw me and I saw them. They were just like the people in the library. Well, you're still here, so somebody must have come. You didn't get out of it yourself, did you? Paolo looked into the distance, scanning. No. I didn't get out of it, at all. A voice kept offering to help, but I declined. Why did you decline? If I accepted, I would have forgotten everything. You, me, our lives. So you stayed under. Asleep. Why didn't anybody help? Paolo said, whimpering. Why? Was I that much of a waste to people's time that they couldn't have spared one goddamn minute to come and help? Where was that crazy chicken shit god Mom tried to hammer into my head? Paolo broke down into Dane's arms. I don't know, Paolo, Dane said, trying to sound strong, but you made the right choice. We need you here. After a minute, Paolo, with his head still against Dane's chest, said, this may sound crazy, but I kinda wanted to stay under. It was so much simpler there. It wasn't until I actually started choking that I changed my mind. I think I know what you mean. How'd you wind up in the seaweed anyway? Just curious, I guess. That's fair. Paolo finally succumbed to the cold, straightened up and said, I'm freezing. Me too. Let's get you back to the car to warm up. Dane, Paolo, and Jeremy stopped when they reached the base of the hill on which Dane stood a couple of days ago. An undertone, like a whisper, suddenly surfaced. Sound. I think I hear the voice again. What is that? Paolo said. To Paolo, the sound was probably as incomprehensible as an unknown language. He wasn't accustomed to the pseudopod's tongue, its music. Dane, on the other hand, knew exactly what it was. The tone was a cacophony of commands, which approached him as he approached his pseudopod the last time he was here. Sound get. Cap. Sta. Thereby. Lake. It's them, Dane said. They're coming. Not again, Paolo groaned. What are we going to do now? We can't run forever. What if we went back to Solder and told the police? FBI. Army. Somebody. They can't all be Suds. Dane looked around almost hopelessly. He saw the lake, the baseball diamond, the trees, the basketball courts, and a cell site whose familiar rectangular plates jutted out from the lattice of an electricity pylon. The site didn't flash like Darden's radio tower, or masquerade as a palm tree like in The Mindful Deception. It stood perfectly still. But just because something looked inanimate didn't mean it was lifeless. Maybe it did more than just bounce signals back and forth, if that was what it did. Dane didn't know about cellular technology. He did know, however, that the radio tower was unique because it was the sole extension of Darden Communications. Shutting it down would stop the transmission of all its content, but the cell tower in question wasn't unique, not really. As Dane had seen in the past day or so, cell sites appeared almost everywhere, sometimes in seemingly random places. Would he have to take down every cell site in Clery? Every cell site in the world? What if there was a simpler solution? What if the sites depended on something like a master station, a single satellite, or even ordinary everyday electricity? Yes. I seem to remember my parents losing their cell service after the power outage when I was a kid. Clery's cellular network did, in fact, depend on electricity from the dam. Without it, the cell sites couldn't communicate with each other or their switching servers. Even if the transmission of the pseudopod signals involved something more complex, the phones couldn't live without the juice from outlets. If Dane could cut the power, he could probably cripple the pseudopod and disable its influence. He could clean the junk from people's minds so they could once again access essential memories which had fallen into the depths of their consciousnesses. I got a better idea. Let's cut the power. Why? Paolo whined. Dane, please? Let's just get some help. We could fight them better if we had more help. It's too late for that. Dane softened his voice. Look, remember that snowstorm we had when we were kids? Everything froze and people lost their phone service? Of course, Jeremy interposed. If there's no power, there's no signal. Right, and no influence. So how are we going to cut the power? Paolo said. Yes, a voice hollered. How are you going to cut the power? It was Scott. He had appeared from behind the crest of the hill. Tanner followed, holding Connor in captivity. Jessica and Kelly emerged too. Are you just gonna call the power company and tell them to stop their generators? Go running in the streets, screaming that people's phones are taking over humanity? They'll have you squawking from a cage in no time. Dane didn't answer. Continuing to reciprocate the Pseud's rhetoric would only give them more power. Dane might have been assertive, but Scott was now dogmatic. Oh, Scott said, uttering the following in a sing-song voice. Silent treatment. The Pseuds tittered. Please, Scott continued, educate us. How would somebody in your position cut the power? Let Connor go and I'll tell you. How about you tell us and we'll let Connor go? That's not fair, pal, Dane countered sarcastically. If you want my knowledge, you got to pay. Says who? Says me, Jeremy retorted. Scott's grin slacked. Come down here and I'll rip your dick off and shove it down your throat. Insulted, Scott swiveled his waist, snapped his fingers and whistled. At least 20 other Pseuds emerged from behind the hill. They included Lacey, Matter, Monty, the park's watchman, a police officer, firefighter, and about a score of others. There were more Pseuds behind the set, but the men at the base couldn't tell how many. Their eyes widened in shock. We'll make this real easy for you, boys, Scott said as he descended the hill. Either submit or die. Die? The word was piercing, colder than the water from which Dane recently emerged. They really didn't need him. They didn't need anybody. All they needed were bodies with minds to fill, to stuff. The only things missing from the Pseuds were barcodes, tags, or marks. It was perhaps these thoughts that left him in a kind of paralysis. Perhaps it was the pseudo-rhythmic tune of capture, convert, destroy that kept him still. Whatever the case, it hindered his ability to hear Paolo's demands to run. By the time Dane blinked his eyes, breaking his trance, Scott, Jessica, Kelly, Lacey, and the rest had already walked halfway down the hill. Tanner remained at the crest with Connor. Jeremy grabbed Dane's arm and followed Paolo. The Pseuds began running as well. Connor, however, surprised everybody by rolling a grinning, unsuspecting Tanner off the crest. The tall Pseud's yelp stopped the others and their targets. The blow to Tanner's cracked nose stunned him. Connor arose and ran in the opposite direction. Like a child, Tanner pounded the ground, growling and cursing. Frustrated, Scott commanded that he get up and catch him. His boy obeyed, holding his nose, which started to bleed again. Scott and his team resumed their pursuit of Dane and his team. The only place to go was in the woods. Dane, Paolo, and Jeremy could probably lose the others in its dark, dense terrain. For somebody in his dire condition, Dane kept a good pace. His adrenaline was gushing. His senses intensified. It was like he was back in high school. He had never been in these woods after dark. He had visited the place during the day, but didn't have its layout stored in his memory. He could only depend on the feel of things, that and the faint illumination of trunks, bushes, and trails from the pseudopods' lamps. The Pseuds were using their devices as flashlights. Paolo and Jeremy didn't seem to know the layout either, so they used Dane as a guide. It wasn't long before Jeremy collided with a disc golf target. Dane and Paolo reacted to his cry. "Go!" Jeremy yelled. "Get out of here!" The men had halted. They looked at Jeremy, and then at the path ahead, thinking, "What should we do?" "Do what you have to do," Jeremy yelled again. Like a shadowy avalanche, several Pseuds enveloped Jeremy. The rest continued their pursuit. Their forms danced like black silhouettes against a melange of white orbs and pale hands, which seemed to taper off into nothing. With a start, Dane continued his run. Paolo followed. The woods were only a half-mile in diameter. If Dane and Paolo could maintain their stride for a little longer, they would reach Upriver Road. This didn't happen soon enough because, after about 5 minutes, the mob practically caught up. The vegetation was much brighter, almost white. The Pseuds' voices were pervasive. The Pseudopods' 3-word song, oppressive. Scott was in the lead. Jessica and Matter had helped apprehend Jeremy. Kelly, Lacey, and Monty were somewhere in the reduced group, but not far behind. Suddenly Paolo said, "Don't look back, Dane." He didn't, not right away. When he did, Dane saw Paolo consumed by another pseudo-avalanche. He had acted as a barricade, sacrificing himself to Monty and the others in an attempt to stall the flock. This didn't keep Dane from running. Paolo did what he had to do. With the gift of a few extra feet, Dane reached the road. The remaining Pseuds, which included Kelly and Lacey, were stalled again when Tabitha's Jeep cut through the crowd, honking its horn. Dane couldn't help but look. "Get in!" Connor shouted from behind the SUV's steering wheel. Dane swung the rear door open and jumped inside. Connor didn't wait for him to close the door. He sped away as the Pseuds uttered a collective howl. Dane fell into another micronap as he rested his head against the back seat. "Shut the door," Connor demanded. Dane awakened and complied. Upright, he looked around and found himself alone with Connor in the vehicle. "You okay?" Connor said. Dane wiped his face and said, "Since when do you drive?" "Where are the others?" "Back there," Dane reported regretfully. "They told me to keep going." "So where are we going?" Connor said, somewhat mournful. "I dunno. We need to cut the power." Connor cocked his eyes apprehensively. He knew what that would do. It would leave him powerless, alone. He could do without the guidance, but not without the control. How would Jeremy and the others treat him if Dane succeeded? Where would we go to do that? I remember seeing one of those fenced power stations around here somewhere. Maybe if we damage one of its components, we'll damage all of them. Dane didn't notice that Connor had slowly decreased his speed. In just a minute, the speedometer went from 50 miles per hour to 35 miles per hour. He also didn't notice the almost compulsive way Connor kept looking at the road behind him, not his brother. Dane did notice the reflection of headlights. There were many of them. Each pair was connected to another. The stream resembled a kind of glowing caterpillar. The thing's head was probably 200 feet away, accelerating at approximately 50 miles per hour. Dane demanded that Connor go faster. He did, only to appease his hysterical passenger. As luck had it, CWP substation number 1 was just out the left window. If it weren't for the tree's absence, Dane probably wouldn't have seen the substation because neither the property nor Upriver Road had outdoor lighting. It was the distinctive silhouette of wires, poles, and pylons that gave the property away. Dane told Connor to go back, but he didn't. He just kept moving forward. When Dane turned to the rear window, he saw the headlights closing in. When he turned back around, he saw the speedometer's needle fall. Dane looked for a place to pull over. When he spotted a shoulder clearing, he took advantage of the low speed by reaching over Connor's shoulder, grabbing the steering wheel and turning off of the road. Connor instinctively hit the brakes at the sight of trees approaching. Despite his best effort, Connor couldn't keep Dane from putting the car in park, climbing into the front, opening the driver's door and pushing him out. "Run and hide," Dane said. "I'll be back." Connor saw Dane quickly reverse into the road and speed back toward the substation. The line of cars, confused, angry, and impotent, watched him as they passed. The only way to stop him now was to give their life in the form of a head-on collision. Nobody volunteered. A starry, partly cloudy sky replaced the trees on Dane's right. The substation was coming up, as were some Pseuds behind him. Dane swiftly turned into the station's driveway, crashing into a two-door steel gate. Skidding, he shifted his wheels to the left, straightened out, slid to the left, straightened again, and stopped. The electrical equipment was about 50 feet to the left, across a narrow dirt path. The Pseuds were on his left too, entering the property. Dane floored the gas and, in a cloud of dust, sped forward, using the path as room to escape. He had reached the substation, but what now? What could he do to cut the power? The car, of course. He decelerated to about 35 miles per hour and drove through the chain-link fence. Although Dane could have seen no trees beyond the fence, he couldn't have seen the ground or if it was uneven enough to pop his tires or pierce the undercarriage. Dane lucked out again, sort of. The surface was bumpy, but not terribly hazardous to the vehicle. He slowed, U-turned, and stopped again. He saw several automobiles parked on Upriver Road. At least a couple of people were standing outside, watching him from behind some shrubs. Dane sped up once more, heading straight for the ruined fence. There weren't many feet between it and the equipment on the other side, so before hitting the fence, he jumped out of the Jeep and only a moment or so later witnessed a hot white explosion. Dane used his wounded red, black, and blue arms to drag himself as far away from the blast as he could. The ball of energy changed colors, threw sparks, and emitted an otherworldly crackle before it hurled a red and gray mushroom cloud into the sky, leaving the substation ablaze. The others withdrew from their vehicles, ducked for cover, or simply lay still. Dane, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, splaying his arms. He couldn't run anymore, even if he had the strength. He did his part, fulfilled his function, and that was all for which one could reasonably ask. "Que sera?" Dane murmured, gazing into the opalescent expanse at the head of Ursa Major. "Finally, I can sleep." 78,118 pseudopods sold. Dane sat alone at his card table. Well, not entirely alone. His carnival cigarette was keeping him company. He held the tobacco stick firmly, flicking it every half-minute or so. He had finally mastered the art. Maybe in a year he will switch to an e-cigarette or even an old-school pipe. The smoke smelled awful, but he looked far from cute. He never forgot Lacey's comment about his birthright, and the cigarettes kept certain people away. His longer hair and trimmed beard weren't doing the job. Some individuals, including Paolo, didn't like the consequential odor, but who were they to say he could or couldn't smoke? It was totally his choice. Just as it was his choice to accept a role at Toledo. Dane took one last drag of his carnival, squashed it into an ashtray, and after admiring the uncluttered privacy of his backyard, passed the slider into his new house. The time was 8:50 a.m. The date was Thursday, June 11, 2020. Toledo was an independent 24-hour radio news network that ran on Sirius XM and other radio services. For 4 hours every day, a group of senior hosts would team with a junior host from a particular region. The former would discuss remote and global matters. The latter would discuss local ones. Currently, the network had 24 seniors and 12 juniors, all of which were based in the U.S. Dane was Clery County's junior host. He worked from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., Monday through Thursday sans chosen holidays. Another junior host from a different county worked the same hours on Dane's days off. The other 5 4-hour slots were filled by other senior and junior hosts from other regions. The senior hosts, unlike the juniors, lived in places of their preference. Despite that concession, Toledo was fair. Every employee had a say in what they discussed, and how the company was run. It even supplied the equipment that hosts needed to do their jobs. Before being hired, Dane thought the ask for an interview was a prank, but in his research, he found the business to be a registered, reputable company with over 1 million listeners and, according to its website, just as many dollars in annual revenue. He gave Clery a shot. If the company didn't work out or failed to pay his wages, he could have always returned to merchandising. He had been ride-sharing for a living since moving back into his parents' house last December. He and Kelly agreed to help Tanner pay for the cost of breaking his lease. Dane began work at Clery in April. He moved into his East Sauder house, which he rented a month later. He had found his song, a real job that offered a salary, benefits, and creative control. As a result, he let go of his YouTube channel. He closed his Stitcher, SoundCloud, and iTunes accounts, and kept the radio.co station as a kind of professional hobby. He continued to interview locals, but for Clery only. He sold his Fresnel lanterns and glass top table, such as they were. Almost everything else, especially his old workstation, was either damaged or destroyed in the house fire. His modest one-level house was structured to accommodate himself and his remote office. The soul-crushing FC, overnight shifts, and Pseudopod weren't dreams or memories, but pieces of a legend. This particular legend started with a blackout. The loss of power came from a fire that had erupted near Clery Memorial Park. Reports led county police and firefighters to Upriver Road. The officers found a gaggle of people of whom they questioned. Nobody could recall why he or she was there or what exactly happened, not even Dane Freitag, who was found on the ground unconscious. All the unconscious man could recall was that somebody tried to run him over, but hit the substation instead. It was assumed that everybody came to watch the park fire. The reckless driver, who managed to exit the vehicle before it crashed, turned out to be Jeremy Winters, who confessed to stealing his mother's car and almost killing a person. He was arrested, tried, and dismissed, not because he didn't do it, but because the Pseudopods told him to do it. On October 29, 2019, Dane published Paolo's Century Motel video. While there, Paolo uploaded the recording to his host server for safekeeping. He suggested that Dane play it on his YouTube channel. Initially, he declined, but withdrew his position when Paolo also suggested that he name it The Clery Conspiracy, conceal the actors' faces and disguise their voices. The Pseudopod and other such tags wouldn't be visible to the public. From a newscast, Dane discovered that Jeremy confessed to destroying CWP's, or Clery Water Power's, property, and was subsequently arrested. Substation number 1 was being supported with a portable substation while repairs were underway. Dane didn't know why Jeremy confessed, but expressed to the heir that he didn't want him to pay for his deed, even if what Dane did was right. Maybe the video would do something. The never-deleted video did a couple of things. Firstly, Dane eventually gained enough subscribers to qualify for YouTube monetization. Most of the new subscriptions came from Clery and Sauder. Secondly, he received emails in which the senders reported zombie-like people, vague dream memories of two men they hadn't met, named Dane and Paolo, and other strange phenomena. But it was the data from November 10th's email that seemed to have stopped Ploro and the Pseudopod. Somebody by the name of SW sent a zip folder to Dane's Gmail. It was titled Jeremy Winters and contained 3 things: a TXT file, a PDF, and another folder. The nested folder contained a collection of high-resolution audio files, each with a different title, not name. The file's title reflected the action it was supposed to induce. The PDF was a multi-page document, which outlined Ploro's 4-year plan to penetrate the minds and markets of virtually every state in the U.S. The text file bore instructions, which told its reader to send this evidence to Jeremy's defense attorney, not the police. Additionally, it emphasized that Dane, shouldn't contact Jeremy. Jeremy, who was 18 years old, must not know about the content until after his trial commences. Dane tried to get the sender's identity, but SW didn't give it out. He didn't know Jeremy's attorney, so he asked Tabitha if she knew. She supplied the attorney's name reluctantly. She didn't seem to believe Dane's explanation of the pseudopods, but what was the harm in submitting the content? The attorney would probably just reject the evidence if it seemed too incredible. On November 15th, Dane shared his story with the defense attorney. He disclosed the names of individuals that could divulge details that other witnesses couldn't. Dane's evidence was iffy, but it was more than what the prosecution had, which were inconclusive police reports. A week later, Dane, Paolo, Connor, Tanner, Scott, and Jessica were summoned to testify in Jeremy's criminal trial, which took place on December 2nd. Because Jeremy pleaded guilty, there was no preliminary hearing. In addition to his initial statement to police of a failed hit-and-run, Dane claimed that for 2 weeks, pseudopods had been sending him subliminal messages, which were powerful enough to manipulate his behavior. The phone's radiation also disrupted his sleep patterns, which elicited hallucinations. Paolo and Connor made similar assertions, except Paolo added the element of dreams, while Connor added shared, almost telekinetic knowledge. Scott, Jessica, and Tanner claimed amnesia. According to Dane, on the night of the substation fire, he went to Clery Memorial Park to snap Paolo out of a coma, which Tanner and Scott had initiated under their pseudopods instruction. Tanner admitted that he had Paolo in his house, but neither he nor Scott recalled giving him headphones. Why they and others followed Dane to the substation were blurs. All they knew was that something might have been compelling them to do so. Nobody could explain how the Olin Avenue fire started. There weren't any witnesses anyway. The Freitags, the Brays, Tabitha, Monty, and several others came to watch the trial. Kelly and Lacey didn't attend. After 3 weeks of testimonies and cross-examinations, it seemed as though Jeremy was losing the case, which would have been deleterious. CWP's insurer had denied its claim for compensation. SW's content changed things. Although the judge dismissed the 4-year plan as evidence during the pretrial motions, the audio files more or less supported Dane and the other witnesses' accounts. They were not only created by an unknown party after Jeremy's incarceration, but also evoked specific thoughts and behavior when played in court. When the defense attorney asked Jeremy why he didn't mention the pseudopod earlier, he said that he thought nobody would have believed him. The prosecutor's position that Jeremy committed the crimes freely was no longer valid. A class action lawsuit followed Jeremy's trial. Jeremy Winters, Dane Freitag, Paolo Bray II, CWP, many pseudopod owners and some businesses sued Ploro Technologies, LLC. Local media had announced the trial's outcome to the public. In January, pseudopod handlers inexplicably lost the ability to use data, but not the ability to make calls or send texts. Clery's mayor asked everybody who might have been financially or psychologically affected by the pseudopod to attend a meeting at Town Hall and convey their experience. While some individuals claimed mental disturbances, most of the attendees, which were consumers and merchants, expressed concerns and complaints. The cost to repair CWP Substation No. 1 had remained unsettled. Publicly, the prosecutor dropped Jeremy's charges because of insufficient evidence, but personally he felt that Ploro was a bigger fish. According to the carrier's tax returns, it had the wherewithal to satisfy most of the class's complaint, which amounted to approximately $1 million in restitution. Unfortunately, the lawsuit came to nothing because Ploro had bailed. Its headquarters, which resided in another state, had been emptied and abandoned. Its warehouse and data center had been destroyed. Its bank accounts drained and closed. Its members gone. Thousands of people were left with defective, non-returnable merchandise. Authorized dealers, stuck with tainted inventory, stopped selling Ploro products. As a way to fund the substation's repair, CWP teamed with scrap collectors and non-profit organizations to buy consumers' and merchants' pseudopods. The cell sites that the carrier once used stood intact. The person known as SW was never identified. Some good did come from the catastrophe. Scott and Jessica had strengthened their shaky relationship. Through counseling, they revealed thoughts, feelings, and attitudes they hadn't expressed to each other before. Despite their conflicting views on what makes a man or woman, they shared something special, a bond that transcended gender and sex which they should respect. Matter exposed his scars again, and began volunteering at the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. He still works at the FC and is a team lead, having taken Corey's place. Tanner and Kelly also resumed their jobs, but used their renter's insurance to move into homes of their own. His stash remains strong, her confidence has grown stronger. Connor, unfortunately, started showing signs of schizophrenia while Jeremy developed a kind of anthropophobia. The Freitag parents rejected their physician's suggestion of hospitalizing Connor. Christina agreed to leave her job at the municipal court, stay home and act as her son's caregiver. She even asked Tabitha to have Jeremy visit Connor, which seems to be helping the young men combat their disorders. Connor and Jeremy never did anything sexual together. Lacey developed onychophagy, a nail-biting habit, and gained weight. Monty, Zoe, and most of the others reverted to their old selves, except now they are a little smarter. Wiser. As the least affected, Paolo was the most imbued by the crisis. He not only became extroverted but also more sedulous, working twice as hard as he had before. By the end of February he completed his transplant app, named it Tita, published it, and earned a significant amount of money, enough to hire a team or return to college if he so desires. With Dane and Pleurot's help, Tita became the most downloaded app in Clery, Sauder, and several regions beyond. He moved out of his parents' house, appeared on KSDX, and met a nice 22-year-old beauty named Charlotte. They are still dating. Dane appeared on TV too. On March 13th, Dane appeared on a popular talk show. In the media, he had become known as the de facto witness, the photogenic everyman whose bravery not only exposed a controversial scandal but also saved other victims. He knew the story was just as much Jeremy's, Paolo's, or Jessica's as it was his, but as the body selected to talk, he used the platform to speak on his and the others' behalf. That his friends who had names played parts in his opposition and success. Dane also wanted spectators to understand that he wasn't anti-tech. Technology was good. Much of what we had was because of it. Modern technology, such as that used in telecommunications, software and hardware, had opened doors from which individuals could access information and opportunities they couldn't access before. We just needed to be mindful and ever vigilant. Because artificial intelligence as we knew it was still relatively young and mostly unexplored, individuals could use it in nefarious ways. Even something as modern as a phone could serve as a grimoire. We also needed to remember that technology couldn't ever replace humanity. They might work in concert but not in union. His earnest, uncalculated explanation was anything but deceitful. The show's co-host loved him. The audience loved him. His hateful features were no match for their love. It wasn't long before Kalido came a-knockin'. Dane was over an hour into his show. He didn't see himself in a YouTube window, but in one of 3 smaller windows that ran inside a proprietary video conferencing program. His on-screen image mirrored his actions in real time. His being reduced to a video. "Nice," Dane said, referring to the face mask Peachy was holding. "It's a statement. Want to tell our listeners what you got?" Uni said from inside the second window. Dane and Uni had no masks. "Absolutely," Peachy said from inside the first window. "It's a cotton mask with elastic loops. It's washable and decorated with orange and purple chrysanthemum flowers." "Was it expensive?" Dane said. "A little, but it's for a good cause and I believe in supporting small business. We can't all go around looking like a bunch of pseudosurgeons. Or a bunch of jokers." Dane seemed unfazed by her comment. "Have you seen those masks? They have nothing but fixed smiles on them." "Oh yeah. Dobby doesn't sell those, by the way." "Man," Uni said, "it's almost scary how much the world has changed in just 1 year. It's like the coronavirus is the new AIDS, and the blood is human contact. Maybe the old man from the lottery was right about some things." Did anybody say anything about COVID during the Ploro scandal, Dane? Peachy said. No, Dane responded casually. It was mostly about pushing an agenda of unquestioned obedience, but nothing about COVID. I hear Sauter's recovering. It is. There's still a lot of people unemployed, but the barbershops and restaurants are opening back up. Construction's still mostly frozen, so some parts of the city are just cluttered with cranes and barricades. At least we didn't have any protesters. As somebody who used to work nights, I know the world can't shut off at 5. You know, Uni said, the protesters in Seattle have actually created their own version of Vatican. What? Well, Peachy said, they call it an autonomous zone. When did this happen? A couple days ago, Uni said. Hang on, let me see if I can give you some details on it. Uni turned to his laptop and ran a search. According to this Seattle News article, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone covers 6 blocks and has no police presence. After 6 days of protests, Seattle police removed their barricades and left the protesters to their own devices. He read on, amused. The mayor over there says that this is supposed to de-escalate interactions between protesters and law enforcement. The area has been plastered with murals, has its own town halls, and played a documentary called 13th to educate people about race in the criminal justice system. So if there are no police, Dane said, who's going to enforce the law? The protesters, I guess. Are the protesters going to pay for the damage to the city? Don't know yet. Some people are talking about the riots as if they're a festival. A Floydstock, if you will. Good grief. How does this honor George Floyd? What do the people who aren't involved have to say? Maybe the protesters are trying to see how far they can push their point, Peachy said. Would you want somebody pushing a point in your name? Stealing things? Destroying? In my humble opinion, people are taking this movement too far. Do you believe systemic racism exists, Dane? Yes, but I also believe that all lives matter. I've heard arguments to the contrary, and yes, some people may consider black lives as less important, but there are people who consider white, brown, and red lives as less important also. We don't need an intercessor to tell us that. Peachy and Uni were radio silent. Some are poor, some are well-to-do, and some are atheist. If Floyd's death was because of a stereotype, the best thing we can do as a human race is prove to each other that it's wrong, not sweep it under the rug. I'm with ya, Peachy said. I've been stopped by police before. I was even wrongfully frisked once in high school, but I didn't go crazy over it. Instead of becoming the person they thought I was, I became the person nobody thought I would be. I co-founded this company. I think we need to stop acting like victims and start acting like masters. Masters of our own destinies. I couldn't agree more. At approximately 11 a.m., Dane, Peachy, and Uni took a break. They disabled their cameras. While Dane and Peachy left their workstations, Uni stayed at his. His smartwatch had beeped. He received a notification. It read, Uni, you have a new toy. Uni unlocked his watch using triple-layer authentication, which involved verifying his fingerprint, face, and beta waves. A round magenta icon appeared on the watch's home screen. Its glyph resembled an antenna. He tapped the app. A new shamrock icon replaced it. A name appeared gradually. Aaron. Pleased with his new acquisition, he swiped left several times. Different names materialized as the other icons snapped into place. Among them were Peachy and Dane. An excerpt from Dane Freitag's journal. October 24, 2019. In case I wake up as somebody else tomorrow, I want to leave a piece of my old self behind. An actual factual record of my experience. A log for others to read and touch. I don't know for certain if the pseudopod had affected other markets. It's unlikely that a company of its size wouldn't have, not unless it was entirely funded by some sick individuals. If the pseudopod had affected people outside Clery, I hope I'm not the only one to write about it. My and others' accounts can serve as a book of what humanity once was. A guide on how to stop the invasion. If you read this digitally, know that my words came from a physical notebook whose text was written with real ink and backed with real thoughts. Well, as real as a thought can be at the time of its origination. If tech ever gets to the point where it can write more than just sports scores or stock prices, please remember the people who inspired its stories. Please remember the humans who lay between and behind the lines. I'll try to keep writing every day. I would want people to see how much I change, if I change at all. If I do, please don't accept everything I say as fact. Instead, take my words and study them. Analyze them. Use them to form your own opinions. Don't let others bully you into thinking you're wrong. Don't let them ostracize you for expressing yourself. Words are only as powerful as you believe them to be. That's what Connor was trying to say back at the motel. People, animals, devices, and even the universe are governed by waves. They're the threads that hold our fabric together. I think it was my realization of a missed stitch that allowed me to hear the pseudopod's sleep signal. Even if we lose the battle, we won't lose the war. Not as long as there are chosen people out there. The pseudopod may learn from us, but it'll never feel like us. It'll never be able to fully understand why I risked my life to save not only my friends, but a bunch of people I never met. I love you, Mom. Pop. Connor. Paolo. Scott. Jessica. For those I don't love, I don't appreciate you, but commend you. Never forget that. This book was written by Pseudopod number 4. This has been Faster Reacting Toys by Anthony R. Wilborn. Brought to you by Google. Book copyright 2020 from 1613 Productions. Audio copyright 2022. 8th audiobook edition, December 2025. All rights reserved. Other stories currently available from 1613 Productions include The Hungry Man, The Legend of Built-in Obsolescence, and Hours. Thank you for listening.